Ada the Betrayed, or The Murder at the Old Smithy Part 3, A Romance of Passion, by John Malcolm Rymer. Chapter 65, The Escape Over the Houses, Many Perils, Gray's Great Sufferings, The Guide Rope. Gray was silent for some moments. Then, with a deep groan, he dropped his head upon his hands and gave himself up to a bitterness of anguish that must have both alarmed and melted any heart but the stubborn one of the man who now had him in his power. All I have struggled for, thought Gray. All that I have dipped my hands in blood for is about to be wrested from me for the mere doubtful boon of existence. At that awful moment of misery, he did indeed feel that he had chosen the wrong path in life, and the gaudy flowers which had lured him from the right road of virtue to the intricate one of crime and deep iniquity were but delusion and had vanished, now leaving him a wanderer in a region of dissolution and gaunt despair. Oh, what would he have not given in that awful moment, when busy memory conjured up all his crimes before him in frightful array, to have been the veriest beggar that ever crept for alms from door to door, so that he could have said, "I am innocent of great wrong. I have shed no man's blood." It might be that the evident mortal agony of Jacob Gray really had some effect even upon the hardened and obdurate heart of his companion, for it was several minutes before he spoke, and then, when he did, his voice was scarcely so harshly tuned as before, and it is probable he meant to offer something very consolatory when he said, "Sniveling be bothered. I have cracked never so many cribs, and I never gaved up to the enemy yet. Keep up your heart, old un, you'll light on your feet yet, like a cat as is shied out o' a attic window." Gray only groaned and shook his head. "Now, I tell you what I'll do for you," continued the man. "You shall go into partnership with me, and we'll do a lot o' work together. You've got a good sneaking sort o' face that'll gammon the flats. You can poke about and insinuate where family plate and such like things is kept, and then I'll go and crack the cribs. Don't be groaning here." The robber then gave Gray another encouraging blow upon the back, which effectually prevented him from groaning for some minutes, by leaving him no breath to groan with. Gray then looked up, and, glancing in the face of the man, he said, "I will own to you that I have about me a larger sum than I at first named." "I knowed it," cried the man. "I knowed. You white-mugged fellers always has larger sums than they names." "In one word," said Gray, "I have 200 pounds. Will you take 100 and leave me at liberty to go from here when the ardor of pursuit has abated?" "Without the search?" "Yes, without the search. You talk of your honor, why not rely upon mine?" "'Cause I'm a known gentleman, and you isn't," replied the fellow. "My word's respected all through the profession. If I say I'll crack that crib, I goes and cracks it." "Exactly. You will agree to my terms?" "Why, you see, I'm rather awkwardly situated just now. It isn't safe for you to go out by the way you came in." "You may think it is, but I can tell you it isn't. The people downstairs have had a cool 100 offered for nabbing you, and ain't they on the lookout?" "100?" "Yes. You see, that's all you offer me. Now there's Bill's attic to pay for, and Bill's young woman." Gray replied by a groan. "There you go now, groaning away. It's well for you that you fell among people with fine feelings and all that sort of thing. Some folks now, as knowed as much as I'm pretty sure I know, would put a knife in your guts." What do you know?" stammered Gray, shivering at the very idea of such a process. "What do I know? Why, I know you are trying to deceive a gentleman. You've got more money than you'll own to, you know you have. You wrong me, indeed you do." Well, I'll take Bill's opinion. He's better nor all the lawyers in London, is Bill. If he says as it's all right and we are to take the 100 only, I consents. Now, my covey, I'll trouble you to come with me to Bill's attic. But can we go without danger? The people downstairs, you say, are on the watch. Let 'em watch. We ain't going downstairs. The window's the thing for us. Is it the next house? No, it isn't, nor the next arter that either, but it's all the safer for that. You've got a few roofs to get over, but I know 'em if well as I know my own pocket. The man then opened the small latticed window of the room and looked out for a moment. Then, with a satisfied tone, he said, "It's a regular dark night. There ain't a shadow o' fear. You think I shall escape? I know it. I've said it. Think o' my honor." He then took from an old chest a coil of very thick rope, in one end of which he busied himself in making a noose, which, when he had completed, he advanced with it to Gray, saying, "Just pop your head through." "Gracious heavens!" cried Gray, starting up. "What do you mean?" "Mean? Why, to take care of you, to be sure. I know the way over the roofs, but you don't. You'll smash yourself in some of the courts without a guide rope, you will." "A guide rope?" "Yes, don't be making those faces. Do you think I'm going to hang you?" "Oh, no, no," said Gray with a nervous smile. "No, certainly. I wouldn't do such an ungentlemanly thing. Poke your head through." The man accompanied these words by seizing Gray by the hair and thrusting his head into the noose, which then he passed over his shoulder down to his waist. "There you are now," he said, "as safe as if you was a diamond in cotton. Now, mind you, I go first and you follow arter. You keep coming on in the line of the rope, you understand, as long as you feel me tugging at it. You are sure to be safe if you follow the rope, but so certain as you don't down you'll go either into some of the yards o' the houses or into some o' the open courts." "I understand," said Gray, who felt anything but pleasantly situated with a thick rope round his middle, by which he was to be hauled over roofs of old houses. There was, however, no alternative, and he strove to assume an air of composure and confidence, which sat but ill upon him, and the ghastly smile which he forced his face to assume looked like some hideous contortion of the muscles produced by pain, rather than an indication that the heart was at ease within him. The housebreaker now took the coil of rope in his hand, leaving a length between him and Jacob Gray of about 3 yards merely, and then he nimbly got out at the window. "Follow," he said to Gray. "And mind ye now, if you say anything until you are spoken to by me, I'll let you down." Trembling and alarmed, Gray scrambled out at the window and found himself standing, or rather crouching in a narrow gutter, full of slime and filth, and only protected from falling by a narrow coping, which cut and scratched his ankles as he moved. His guide crept on slowly and cautiously, and Gray followed, guided by the rope, which every now and then was pulled very tight with a jerk that at first very nearly upset him over the parapet. There was a cold, raw air blowing over the housetops, but Gray's fears produced a heavy perspiration upon him, and he shook excessively from sheer fright at the idea of a false step precipitating him to a great depth on to some stone pavement, where he would lay a hideous mass of broken bones. Tug, tug, went the rope, and now Jacob Gray felt the strain come in an upward direction. He crawled on, and presently found that the rope ascended a sloping roof of slates, which at the first dim sight of it struck him he would have the greatest difficulty in ascending. He was not, however, left long to his reflections, for a sudden tug at the rope which brought him with his face in violent contact with the sloping roof admonished him that his guide was getting rather impatient. With something between a curse and a groan, he commenced the slippery and difficult ascent, which, however, by the aid of the rope, he accomplished with greater ease than he had anticipated. It happened that Gray, in the confusion of his mind, did not at all take into consideration that the sloping roof might have a side to descend as well as one to ascend, so that, when he arrived at its summit, he rolled over and came down with great speed into a gutter on the other side, and partially upon the back of his guide, who, with a muttered accusation of an awful character, seized him by the throat and held down in the gutter upon his back to the imminent risk of his strangulation. It seemed that Gray's fall had given some kind of alarm, for in a moment an attic window at some distance was opened with a creaking sound, and the voice of a female cried, "Gracious me, what's that?" "Hush, for your life, hush," whispered the man in Gray's ear. "Well, I never did hear such a rumpus," said the woman's voice. "It's those beastly cats again." She had no sooner uttered this suggestion than Gray's companion perpetrated so excellent an imitation of a cat mewing that Gray was for a moment taken in it himself. "Ah, there you are," said the woman. "I only wish I was near you. Puss, puss, puss." This call from the woman was a hypocritical one and evidently intended to deceive the supposed cat or cats to their serious personal detriment should they venture to the window allured by such pacific sounds. There was a pause of some moments, then the woman exclaimed, "Oh, you artful wretches, I declare these cats are as knowing as Christians." The attic window was then shut with a very aggravated bang, and Gray's companion took his hand from his throat as he said to him, "Curse you, what the devil made you come down the slope with such a run?" I didn't know it," said Gray. "Come on and mind what you are about. I didn't think you were so precious green as you are. Come on, I say." The fellow crept on ahead, and a tug at the rope caused Gray to follow, which he did, so weak from terror and exhaustion that he could scarcely contrive to keep up with his guide, and numerous were the falls he received as a sudden pull of the rope rebuked his tardy progress. Altogether, it was, to Jacob Gray, an awful means of safety, if safety was to be the result of it. They proceeded along the gutter they were in until they came to the corner house of the court, to turn which was no easy matter, from the circumstance of the coping stones ceasing each way, at about a foot from the absolute corner, down to which the roof came with a point. Round this point the housebreaker stepped with ease, but to Gray, oppressed as his mind was with fears and terrors, and weakened and exhausted as he was from his recent unusual bodily exertion, it was a task of the greatest magnitude and terror. There was, however, no time to deliberate, and it was, perhaps, better for Gray that such was the case, for his mind was not in that state to reason itself out of nervous apprehensions. A sharp tug of the rope settled his cogitations, and clinging with his hands to the angle of the roof, he placed his leg round the corner. It was then a moment or two before he could find, with his foot, the coping stones on the other side, and those few moments seemed to him hours of intense agony. At length, he gained a hold with his foot, and rubbing his very face against the roof for fear of overbalancing himself in the outer direction, he contrived to get round. For a moment, a deadly sickness came over him when he had accomplished the, to him, difficult feat. Then he felt as if he could have nothing else to fear, and a feeling of congratulation sprang up in his mind that after all he might not only escape, but preserve the greater part of the large sum he had about him. Chapter 66. The Robbers. The Drugged Wine. Visions of the Mind Diseased. The path over the housetops now continued for upwards of a quarter of an hour, without presenting any very extraordinary difficulties to Jacob Gray, and he was about to congratulate himself that really the worst was past, when the rope suddenly slackened. And in a few moments his guide was by his side. "You can jump a bit, I suppose," he said. "Jump, jump." "Yes, jump. What the devil do you repeat my words for?" "I am no greater jumper," said Gray. "Where am I to jump?" "Across this court." "Across a court." I cannot. You must." I am lost," said Gray, wringing his hands, for the feat of jumping across a court at the risk of a fall into the gulf below appeared to him to be totally impossible. "Well," cried the man, "if ever I came near such an out-and-out sneak in the whole course of my life. Why, you are afraid of what you know nothing about. You've only got to jump off a parapet of one house in at Bill's attic window opposite." "Only," said Gray, trembling exceedingly. "Do you call that easy?" "Yes, and if you don't jump it, I must just ease you of all you have got in the money way on the roofs here and leave you to your luck." Gray looked despairingly around him. There was no hope for him. He stood in a drain between the two roofs, and he was as ignorant of the locality of his position as it was possible to be. With a deep groan, he sunk groveling at the feet of the man in whose power he was, and in imploring accents he said, "Take me back and let me run my chance of escape from the house you live in. Oh, take me back, for I am unequal to the fearful task you propose to me. I am, indeed, I should falter and fall, I know I should. Then an awful death would be my lot, a death of pain and horror. Oh, take me back, take me back." "I'll see you D.D. first," cried the man. "Come on, or I'll cut your throat where you are. Come on, I say, you whining hound, come on and look at the jump you are so scared at afore you know anything about it. Come on, I say. Oh, you won't." "Spare me, spare me." The man took a large clasp knife from his pocket and opened it with his teeth. I'll go," cried Gray. "Put up the knife, oh God! Put up the knife, any death but that." "Oh, any death but that." "Then it's my opinion you've used such a little article yourself. Speak." I have," gasped Gray. "Take it out of my sight, I cannot bear to look upon it." "Oh, you're a tender-hearted piece of goods, certainly. Well, we all have our little failings." You've had a precious fright about this jump, and now I tell you it's no jump at all. Indeed. No. These houses are so built that each story as they go up projects outwards, so that I'm cursed if you couldn't shake a fist with a pal from some of the opposite attic windows. Come on now, Spoony, and you'll curse yourself for a fool for being afraid of nothing. Is it indeed as you say? Muttered Gray, who still could not get over his great terror, although he well knew that hundreds of houses in narrow thoroughfares in London were so situated that the attics had scarcely a couple of yards of open space between them. Come on, was the only reply, accompanied by a jerk of the rope, and presently one of the roofs ceased upon one side, and turning an angle, Gray, by the very dim light that was cast upwards from the street, saw that he was opposite a row of dirty, squalid-looking attic windows, from some of which lights were streaming, while others were obscured by old clothes hung up in the inside. A very few steps further now brought them to a part where, as the housebreaker had told Gray, the upper story of the house on the top of which they were, projected considerably across the narrow court. Here Gray's guide paused, and pointing to an attic immediately opposite, he said, "There, that's not much of a jump." "No, no," said Gray. "I could do that." The distance was scarcely more than a long step from parapet to parapet. The robber now slackened out some of the rope in order that by suddenly jumping across the chasm he might not drag Gray from the slight standing he had. Then, with the remainder of the rope on his arm, he sprung across and alighted in safety in the gutter of the opposite house. "Jump now," he said to Gray. The distance was too insignificant to give occasion for fear, but still Gray barely cleared it and fell in the drain where the housebreaker was standing. "Well," said the latter, "of all the awkward hands at business that ever I saw, you are the most awkward. It's well for you there's somebody to look after you." He then undid a fastening on the outside of the attic window and at once jumped into the room, whither he was followed by Gray. "You remain here," he then said. "Don't stir for your life while I go downstairs to speak to Bill." "You will not keep me here long," said Gray. "Not 5 minutes. Make no noise, but enjoy yourself as well as you can." The man now left Gray to his meditations after carefully locking him in the room, and these meditations were very far from an agreeable or pleasant cherry. Gray's first idea was that he would hide the money he had about him with the exception of the amount he had averred to, namely, £200, but then it naturally occurred to him how extremely improbable it was that he should ever have an opportunity of repossessing himself of it. "Still," he answered with his usual selfish cunning, "still there may be a remote, although a very remote chance, and, at all events, if I never see it again myself, I may prevent these men from having it." Deep groans then burst from him, and he smote his breast as the thought came across him that all the gold he had wrung from the guilty fear of Learmont, and hoarded so carefully, might now be about to pass from him in a mass never again to bless his sight. "They will rob me! They will rob me!" He thought, and compared with that, it appeared to him preferable to know that it was hidden from them and undisposed of, although inaccessible to himself. How and where to conceal it then became the object, and he felt about in the dark to discover some loose board or other means of placing his ill-gotten money out of sight, where, for all he knew, it might remain until the coins of which it was composed became blackened into curiosities. Such, however, was not to be the fate of Learmont's gold, for while Gray was still feeling about in the attic for a place of security in which to deposit it, the door was suddenly opened, and his former companion appeared, along with a shorter man in whose countenance nature or education had taken especial pains to stamp villain. "Here you are," said the man who had guided Gray across the roofs. "This is the gentleman, Bill. He was in an awkward fix, but now we mean to do the thing handsomely by him, eh, Bill, don't we?" "I should think so," replied Bill. "Your servant, sir." "Thank you," said Gray. "Is the coast clear now? Can I go?" "Lor bless you, no," replied the man who was named Bill. "You must not venture for an hour yet. There's a watchman put at the end of this court to apprehend any strange gentleman going out of it, but in the course of an hour we can dispose of him." "Indeed," said Gray. "Oh, yes. When Jim Binks comes home, he'll go and be booked as safe as a gun." "I don't understand you." "Why, this is it," continued Bill. Jim Binks can make himself look so uncommon suspicious a character that if he likes he is sure to be taken up if there's been any regular kick-up about anything such as your murder. Gray started. Well, well, continued the ruffian. Damn, it was well done. You needn't now look as if you couldn't help it. I begin to understand you, said Gray. The person you name will allow himself to be taken for me. Exactly. They know him well at the watch house and will let him go directly again because it's well known you are a stranger, as half a dozen officers can swear to. Then in the interval I can leave the house, said Gray. You can, but Jim must be paid. Oh, certainly. I have 200 pounds, gentlemen. I hope you will accept of one of them for your very great kindness and leave me the other. What do you say to that, Bill? Cried the man who had come with Gray. I think it's fair, said the other. Well then, that's agreed. Thank you, gentlemen, said Gray, breathing a little more freely at the idea of getting off with nearly all his money. Now then, said Bill, come downstairs as all business matters are settled and have a bit of supper. I shall be grateful for it, said Gray, for I have tasted nothing today. He did not perceive the wink that passed between his new friends, but at once followed them from the attic to the lower part of the crazy tenement. In an old wainscoted room on the first floor, there was a bright and cheerful-looking fire, and such scanty articles of furniture as were absolutely requisite for the personal accommodation of 3 or 4 persons. A table on which were several plates, mugs, bottles, and other evidences of some recent meal, stood close by the fire. Bill, the proprietor of all this display of dirt and dinginess, took up the poker from the fireside and beat it heavily against the floor, observing at the same time, It's a D sight better than a bell is a poker. The wire never breaks. You speak like a oracle, Bill, remarked the other man, throwing himself into a seat and giving Jacob Gray a pull towards him to undo the rope that was still round his middle. What will you both drink? Cried Bill. I have something of everything here, I do believe. Brandy for me, cried the other man. I should prefer wine, said Gray, if you have some on hand. I believe you, I have, rejoined the host. As fine a drop of wine as ever you tasted in your life, on my honor. The door now opened, and an old wrinkled hag appeared, who in not very courteous terms demanded, What now? What have you got to give a strange gentleman to eat? Said Bill. Nothing, replied the woman. Then go and get something. Here's a guinea. Be off with you, and do you bring a bottle of our best claret for the gentleman. He prefers wine because it shouldn't get in his head. Do you hear? The old woman fixed her keen, twinkling eye upon Gray, and then, with a chuckle which quickly turned to a cough, she left the room on her errand. We'll settle all business after supper, remarked Gray's entertainer. Then I should advise you to lay by very snug for some days. You can't stay here, though. No, no, said Gray, who had quite as much objection to remaining there as the thieves had to permitting him to do so. I will find some place of refuge without doubt. Do you know the man whose head you so handsomely settled in the court? No, said Gray. It was in self-defense. He would have taken me. Self-defense BDD, remarked Gray's first acquaintance. He's a good riddance. His name was Vaughan, and a pest he was to all the family in London. Tell us what lay you had been on, said Bill. That made the runners so hot after you. Oh, only a robbery, a little robbery, said Gray with a sickly attempt at a smile. Oh, that was all. Yes, a robbery of 200 pounds, of which you are to have one, you know, and to leave me the other. That's quite agreed. The door was now again opened, and the old woman appeared with a tray containing sundry viands from neighboring shops dealing in ready-cooked victuals. Wine and brandy likewise formed a part of her burthen, and in a very few moments the table was spread, and Gray, who really, now that he felt himself comparatively safe, began to be tormented by the pangs of hunger, fell to with a vigorous appetite upon a cold tongue of ample dimensions. How do you like it? Said Bill with a wink to his comrade. 'Tis excellent, replied Gray, glancing towards the bottles. You will take wine now. If you please. A bottle was uncorked, and Gray relished the wine very much, along with the other items of his repast. The Confederates drank small quantities of brandy from another bottle, and encouraged Gray by never allowing his glass to be empty to make great progress with the wine. Glass after glass, He drank with a kind of recklessness foreign to his nature, but the liquor was drugged, and the very first draught had made a confusion in the intellect of Jacob Gray. Up to his brain the fumes mounted, awakening a desire still for more, and lighting up his eyes with a strange, wild fire. His two companions now nodded and winked at each other openly, for Jacob Gray was too far gone in intoxication to heed them. "He'll do," remarked Bill in a whisper. "Of course," said the other, "you may depend he has something worthwhile about him." "No doubt, no doubt. Gentlemen, gentlemen," said Gray, pouring himself out another glass, "here's to our better AC acquaintance." "Hurrah!" cried Bill, "that's your sort." "And confusion to Andrew Britton," added Gray, dealing the table a heavy blow with his fist. "Confusion, death, and damnation to Andrew Britton. Bravo, bravo. You'll take 100, mind only 100. Don't rob me, no, no, don't rob me. It's been too hard to get with the curse of blood clinging to it." "The curse of blood." "Oh, that's it, old fellow," cried Bill. She to betray me," muttered Gray, "she of all others. I might have killed her. I will kill her. Some slow and horrible death shall be hers. I'll hack your flesh from your bones, Ada. I will, one word and you die. I must shoot him. He seeks my life." "Here's a beauty," remarked Bill to his comrade, who had very calmly lighted a fire and sat listening to Gray's revelations with all the composure in the world, as if he had merely been present at some ordinary dramatic entertainment. £3,000 would be enough," said Gray, tossing off another bumper of the drugged wine and smashing the glass with the vehemence with which he replaced it on the table. 3,000? Yes, yes, enough to lead a life of riot somewhere else. Not here, not here. Then I should read of his execution, or both their executions, and, when I was dull, I would bring out the newspaper that had the account, and I'd read it over and over again. I'll wash my hands in her blood. I'll smash her face till there's not a lineament remains to horrify me by reminding me of her. "'Pon my soul," remarked Bill, "we have hit on an out-and-outer." "Rather," said the other, without taking the pipe from his mouth. "Don't look at me," suddenly cried Gray, springing to his feet. "Don't glare at me with your stony eyes. Clear away, clear away. Do you want to stop my breath? I must go from here. There, help save me. What do you do here? 1, 2, 3. Why do you point at me? You would have your deaths. You, why do you not remain and rot in the old smithy? Save me from him. His wounds are bleeding still. Will the damp earth never soak up all the blood? You I shot. Don't grin at me. Away, I am going mad, Ada, pray for me." He reeled around twice and fell upon the floor with a deep groan. Chapter 67. Ada's Escape, the Magistrate. Ada's Ignorance of London Localities, Learmont's Fright. When Ada sunk insensible into the arms of a stranger, after denouncing Jacob Gray as a murderer, she was conveyed into a shop by Charing Cross, when her rare and singular beauty and the peculiar circumstances under which she had fainted were the themes of every tongue. Such restoratives as upon the moment could be procured were immediately brought into requisition, and after a quarter of an hour she gently opened her eyes with a faint sigh and looked inquiringly about her. Then she clasped her hands, and as she gazed upon the throng of curious yet compassionate faces that surrounded her, she exclaimed, "What has happened? Oh, speak to me, where am I?" "You have fainted," cried 4 or 5 voices in a breath. Fainted. "Yes, I brought you in after you had called after the man as a murderer," said the person who had caught Ada before she was brought into the shop. For the space of about another minute, then the young girl looked confused. After that a gush of recollections flashed across her mind, and the feeling that she was really at last free from Jacob Gray came across her heart with so much happiness and joy, that covering her beautiful face with her small, slender hands, she burst into tears and sobbed aloud in her fullness of heart. Those who stood by seemed to feel that there was something sacred in the tears of the young thing before them, for they stood silent, and no one attempted to insult her by the usual commonplace remarks of vulgar consolation. There were tears in almost every eye, and when Ada withdrew her hands from her face, and a smile, beautiful as a sunbeam after an April shower, illumined her expressive countenance, it seemed as if some universal joy had been awakened in every breast, and murmured blessings upon her beauty. Burst from several of the persons who had crowded, from motives of curiosity, into the shop. Then Ada looked from face to face, and oh, how different were those honest, sympathizing countenances to the dark, ever-shifting expression of the lineaments of Jacob Gray, where avarice, cruelty, and fear were ever struggling together for a mastery. Thank you all, she cried. I am very happy now." This was not a very comprehensible speech to those who had not gone through the scene of misery and woe that the young heart of Ada had known, but still there was a deep truthfulness and sincerity in the tone in which it was uttered that sensibly affected everyone. "Shall I take you home?" said the person who had supported her in the street. "Home, home," cried Ada. "Yes, you are not well enough to go home by yourself. I will see you safely home." "I have no home," said Ada. "No home. None, I never had a home." The people looked at each other in amazement, and several of them significantly touched their foreheads in confirmation of their belief that the beautiful young girl was not quite right in her head. "Where are your friends?" said one. "Alas, I know not," cried Ada mournfully. "Tell me, is he whom I denounced in the street taken prisoner?" "No, not that I am aware of," said a man. "There has been one here who says he ran up the Strand like a madman and escaped." Ada shuddered as she said, "Let him go now. His own conscience must be punishment enough. Let him go now." "What has he done?" said several voices at once. "Murder," said Ada. "My eyes were shocked with the sight of blood. He is a murderer." "A murderer?" "Yes, I saw him do the deed." "What's his name?" "Jacob Gray." The people glanced at each other, and then several left the shop, considering Jacob Gray as the more interesting person of the two to make inquiries about. "Where will you go, my dear?" said the owner of the shop. "I have but one friend," said Ada, "to whom there is any hope of sending. He has called himself my friend, and his voice was sincere. I will believe that he sought me with kindly feelings. His name is Hartleton. He is a magistrate." "Sir Francis Hartleton?" "Yes, the same. If he knows you and is your friend," said one. "You need look no farther, for he is a good man and universally esteemed." "I thank you for those words," cried Ada. And tell me, do any of you know Albert Satan?" All shook their heads, and one man remarked that he knew an Albert Brown, which was the nearest he could come to it. "I will take you to Sir Francis Hartleton's," said the man of the shop. Before Ada could reply, the door was opened, and a stranger walked in, saying, "Where is the girl?" "Here, here," cried many voices. The stranger stepped forward, and upon seeing Ada, he said, "My lass, you must come with me before a magistrate, and tell us what you know of this man who has led us such a pretty race up the Strand." "Is he caught?" cried several. "No," replied the officer, for such he was. "We nearly had him by the court next to Somerset House, but he killed the man who laid hold of him." "Another murder?" exclaimed Ada. "Yes, I never saw such a sight as he left the man." "Take me to Sir Francis Hartleton," said Ada. "That I will," said the officer. Ada sprung to her feet, and then, turning to those in the shop, she said, "Accept my heartfelt thanks. I am poor in all else." Then, taking the offered arm of the officer, who, though rough and uncouth, meant to be quite kind and considerate in his way, she left the shop, and the strangely matched pair proceeded down Whitehall towards Sir Francis Hartleton's house. "That fellow as you was with, my dear," remarked the officer, "is a reglar out-and-outer, down as 15 hammers and a touch above nothing." This speech was about as intelligible to Ada as if it had been spoken in Chinese, and she replied mildly, "I don't know what you mean." "Bless your innocence," said the officer. "I means as he's the most downiest cove as we've come across lately." "Indeed," said Ada, who was quite as wise as before. "Yes, he went up the Strand like 20 blessed lamplighters rolled into one." "Where's the Strand?" said Ada. The officer stopped short at the question, and looked hard at Ada for some moments to assure himself that he was not, in his own phraseology, being regularly done. But there was something so very innocent and guileless in the face of Ada that he very reluctantly came to the conclusion that she really did not know where the Strand was. And from that moment, he looked upon her as a natural phenomenon, and spoke to her with a curious kind of considerate voice, such as he would have addressed to a person not quite right in her mind. "Why, the Strand," he said, "runs from the cross to the bar, you see." "Does it?" said Ada. "This here is Whitehall." "Whitehall? I have read of Whitehall. Cardinal Wolsey held great state here once." "Well, I never," thought the officer, who had never heard of Cardinal Wolsey in his life. "She's wandering in her mind, poor thing." "What building is that?" inquired Ada as they came opposite to the Horse Guards. "That air is the Horse Guards and leads into the park." "St. James's Park." "I have been there," said Ada. "That too is full of recollection." "I believe ye," said the officer. "Don't you know as Bill Floggs, who was called the Nubbly Cove, robbed Lord Chief Justice Bones by Buckingham Gate?" "No," said Ada, who, if there had been a Newgate calendar in those days, had never seen one. "Oh, you doesn't." "Nor Claude Duval, the lady's own highwayman, who robbed a gentleman of his gold watch, while he, the gentleman, was complaining of being stopped the very night before by him on Kennington Common." "Indeed? Lor, bless you, yes. The ladies used to take a drive out of town on purpose to be robbed by Claude Duval." "A strange fancy," said Ada. They now proceeded for some distance in silence, until they came to a large mansion, every window of which was blazing with light, and from the interior of which came the sound of music. Ada paused and looked upon the illuminated windows as a sensation of pleasure came across her mind, arising from the sweet sounds of melody that came wafted to her ears from within the house of revelry. "Ah," remarked the officer, looking up at the house, "they do keep it up finely. Almost every night now for a week, there has been nothing but feasting, dancing, and music in that house. They say its master don't like to be left alone, and that he is never satisfied unless the house be full of company and himself in the very midst of it." "Indeed." "Yes, he is an odd-looking fellow, but they say he is so rich he might pave his great hall with guineas, and yet shrinks, as it were, from himself, that he dare not be alone. Why, atween you and I, there's Tyburn written upon his face." "What upon his face?" "Tyburn? What's that?" Why, you don't mean all to go to say as you never heard o' Tyburn." "I have lived a lone and solitary life," said Ada, "and, although so near the haunts of thousands of my fellow creatures, I have seen but one, except rarely. The names of places in this great city, the habits, the thoughts, and actions of its myriads of inhabitants are all strange to me. For all I know of the familiar things of life, those everyday events and materials of life that make up the sum of most persons' existence, I am as ignorant as a child cast upon some desert shore." There was a mournful pathos in the tone of voice in which Ada uttered these words that gave them their full effect upon the rough man she was with. Nature spoke in every soft, melancholy word that fell from her lips, and, although her language was to him as strange and incomprehensible quite as his to her, he understood sufficient to reply to her. "Then whosoever shut you up and prevented you from going about and amusing yourself, my dear, was a big brute, and only let him come across me, that's all." "Whose house is this?" said Ada, listening at the same time to a beautiful melody which was being played as a prelude to the commencement of a dance. "Squire Learmont, they call him," replied the man. "But if he lives a little longer, it's said he'll be a lord or something of that kind." Ada placed her hand upon her brow and repeated the name of Learmont, as if its sound conjured up some long-forgotten images in her brain. Then she shook her head, as memory could shape to her nothing tangible in connection with the name, which yet, as she again pronounced it, came upon her heart as something far from new. "Learmont, Learmont," she murmured, as if pleased with the repetition. "Yes, that's his name," rejoined the officer. "Nobody knows exactly where he got all his money from, but got it he has, and he knows how to spend it too." At this moment, the doors of the mansion were flung open, and a splendid carriage dashed up to the entrance. "There's somebody coming," remarked the officer to Ada. "Let's have a look at them." Ada and her companion now crossed the road and stood close to the step of Learmont's house, as a lacquey shouted to those in the hall, Lord and Lady Brereton, and the Honorable Georgiana Brereton. A blaze of light shot from the interior of the mansion, and just as the guests were alighting, Learmont himself descended the steps of his house to receive them. He was attired in a splendid suit of Morin velvet, and a diamond of great luster sparkled in his sword hilt. His fingers were covered with rings, profusely studded with precious stones. And, take his appearance altogether, he looked indeed like the man who could pave his hall with gold. A bland and courtly smile was upon his face, and he handed the occupants of the carriage up the steps, with the air of a sovereign prince, graciously condescending to an act of rare and unexampled courtesy. From the moment that he had appeared, Ada had never taken her eyes from off his face. She seemed like one fascinated by the basilisk eyes of a serpent, and, with a wild rush of mingled feelings which she could neither define nor understand, she watched each varying expression of that cold, pale, haughty countenance that wore upon its surface so hollow and so artificial a smile. Learmont was one step below the honorable lady he was handing by the extreme tips of her fingers into his house, when the officer, in what he thought a whisper, said to Ada, "That's him." The guilty heart of Learmont throbbed even at this trifling remark, for it did reach his ears, and he turned suddenly to see who had uttered it, when his eyes met Ada's, and for the space of about 1 moment they looked full at each other. The look on Ada's part was one of intense and indescribable interest and curiosity, but on Learmont's, it was that concentrated, soul-stricken glare with which a person might be supposed to regard for about a breathing space some awful blasting specter, ere nature gathers strength to scream. A wild, unearthly cry burst from his lips, and he stretched out his hands towards her as he ascended the steps backwards, crying, or rather shrieking, "Off, off, off." Then, as he reached the top, he reeled into the hall of his house and was caught by his servants as he fell insensible from the overwrought agony of his mind. Chapter 68. An anecdote. Sir Francis Hartleton's house at Westminster. The reception. Ada's conduct and feelings. Ada was both astonished and alarmed at the sudden emotion of the man who, her reason told her, was a stranger to her, but who her imagination seemed notwithstanding to recognize as one who she must have seen before. Her memory concerning him was like one of those sudden strange feelings which occasionally come over us all, as we meet particular people who we are quite sure we have not met before, but who nevertheless wear not the aspect of strangers to us. People whom we could almost imagine we had been intimate with for good or evil, in some other state of existence long antecedent to this. On occasions of this singular nature, too, there will always be a dim perception in the mind concerning the person so strangely recognized, which enables us to say with certainty whether the circumstances connected with him or her quite unremembered, though they may be, were of a pleasing or a disagreeable character. To Ada, the full sight of Learmont's face brought a sensation of shuddering horror, which assured her that wherever or whenever she and he had ever taken part together in the great drama of human existence, he was an enemy to be at once loathed and dreaded. As for the officer, he was so astonished and confounded at the whole affair, that after rubbing his eyes twice, he looked a long way down the street, with the full expectation of seeing something coming which might, in some measure, account for Learmont's sudden and extraordinary flight. That the mere sight of the face of the beautiful girl who was with him could cause such an excess of terror he could not imagine, and when a servant came from the hall and said to him, "What was it? What scared him?" he replied, "I'll be hanged if I know." He was going up the steps like Claude Duval at a minuet when he was taken aback by something. "It's very odd," said the servant. "You may say that," remarked the officer. Come away," said Ada faintly, to Sir Francis Hartleton, come. "Certainly," said the officer. "But this here is, out of all hand, the rummiest go ever I seed in all my life." Come, repeated Ada. "I would not see that man again for worlds. No wonder he's frightened you. My own very hair nearly stood a end. I'm afeard he's done something queer and wants to be found out, that's what I am. I supposes as he seed some sort of ghostesses as made him take on so." Ada sighed. "Don't you mind it," said the officer. "You may depend as he's a victim of conscience, he is. I once before seed a face very like that as he made when he staggered up the steps. Indeed. Yes, as like it as one pea is like another. Where saw you it? In the condemned cell. The condemned cell, where is that? In Newgate. It's where we stow a fellow afore his execution. There was a man named Rankin who had committed a murder, and he was regularly tried and condemned. Well, he carried it off with a high hand, swearing and blustering away, as if he didn't care a bit, and roaring out as he'd die game, which I knew very well he wouldn't, for the noisy ones never do. Well, you see, he was put in the cell, and we promised to wake him in the morning, in answer to which piece of politeness he swore away at us like a house o' fire. At 6:30, I and another went to get him up, and when we went in, he never said not a word, and I cried out, "Hilloa." Still he never spoke, and I held up his light, and there he was, standing straight up against the further end of the cell with his eyes half an inch out of his head, and some such a face as that Learmont puts on. Ada shuddered, and the officer continued. When we went up to him, what do you think we found? I cannot tell. He was stone dead and stiffened up against the wall of his cell, and our chaplain said as how he must have seen the devil all of a sudden. But here we are at Sir Francis Hartleton's. Ada cast her eyes up to the house, and a pang shot across her heart as the doubt crossed her mind that Jacob Gray might by some innate possibility have spoken the truth when he described Sir Francis as her enemy. But still she hesitated not, but silently commending herself to the care of heaven. She entered the house along with the officer. She was left for some time in a handsomely furnished parlor, for this was the magistrate's private, not his official residence. Each moment that passed now appeared to Ada an age of suspense and anxiety. She could hear the beating of her own heart in the silence of that room, and, as she sat with her eyes fixed upon the door, she thought that she had scarcely suffered as much anxiety, even when, in the dreary cell with Jacob Gray, a spirit of resistance to him and all his acts supported her and prevented her mind from sinking beneath the oppressive circumstances which then surrounded her. Ada's mind was of that rare and high order which rises superior to circumstances, and the energies of which become more acute and more capable of vigorous action, the more necessity there exists for the use of such qualities. Now, however, when there was no iniquity to denounce, no wickedness to resist, but when her heart was only oppressed with a faint doubt of whether she was to receive from Sir Francis Hartleton kindness or not, she did feel faint, weak, and sad. And all those trembling sensibilities of her nature she had suppressed from native energy of mind, and pride of innocence, when with Gray, now that she was free from him, arose from the recesses of her pure heart and forced her to feel that, although a noble-minded heroine when surrounded by great peril, yet in real nature she was but a timid, shrinking girl, such as her fragile and beautifully delicate appearance would indicate. Then, when her anxiety had almost grown into a positive pain, the door opened, and a tall, gentlemanly-looking man with an intelligent countenance entered the room. Ada rose, but for a moment she could not speak. He who had come in evidently saw her emotion, for he said in accents of the greatest kindness and tender consideration to her, "Sit down, and don't be alarmed. I will listen to you with patience." It was not the words, but it was the tone of genuine, heartfelt kindness in which they were spoken, that went direct to the heart of Ada. Once, twice, she tried to speak, but what all the threats and all the harshness of Jacob Gray had failed to produce, these few simple words kindly spoken, at once accomplished, and she burst into tears. Sir Francis Hartleton had merely been told that a young girl wished to see him, and he had not the remotest idea of who she was, or upon what errand she came. "I pray you to be calm," he said. "I have no doubt you have something to tell me that afflicts you very much." "No, no," cried Ada. "No. It is joy, the joy of meeting a kind heart, that forces these tears from me. I am, sir, but too happy now. God forbid I should speak otherwise than kindly to you." "Oh, sir," said Ada, dashing aside the long, clustering ringlets of her hair that in her deep emotion had veiled her face. "You do not know me, but I have pondered over your name till hopes and fears of who or what you were have made my heart sicken. Though young in years, it seems to me that in the small space of time which has seen my existence, I have lived an age of sorrow, of persecution, of horror. I am a harmless, friendless, and for all I know, a nameless thing. Debarred from all that to the young is beautiful, I have passed the dawning of my life the victim of another's crimes, although how connected with him and his great sinfulness, I cannot tell. My spirit has been worn by incessant rebuke, until death would have been a relief. A murderer's hand has been lifted against me while I slept. I have seen blood shed before my eyes, and could not stay the unrighteous hand of the murderer. I have had none to love me but one. No mother ever smiled upon me. No recollection of a father's caress warms my heart. To you, sir, I came for succor, for protection. A fugitive, a homeless wanderer, a thing of blight and desolation. When I hoped, there has come despair. When I wept, I have met with mockery. When I trusted, I was betrayed. You called upon me once when I dared not return you one answering cry. You proclaimed yourself my friend. I am she whom you called in Forest's ancient house. I am Ada the betrayed. Sir Francis Hartleton, during this speech, had stood before Ada with one of her hands clasped in his, and showing by his earnest attention, and the deep sympathy depicted in his countenance, that he was far from an unmoved listener to her words. When she had concluded, a fervent "Thank Heaven" burst from his lips, and he cried with animation, "Ada, I have for many months now sought you throughout this great city. Not one day has elapsed without some effort upon my part to find you, and offer you friendship, protection, and a home. My poor girl, you have suffered much. I know it, have known it long, and it has been a shadow on my heart. To think that I could not aid you. Your trials, your persecutions are all over now, and once more I from my heart thank heaven that I see you under my protection, safe from that awful man who I ever dreaded would in some wild moment sacrifice you to his fears or to his revenge. Ada, you are safe and free. I have both power and will to shelter you, and while Sir Francis Hartleton lives, whoever would harm you must do it through his heart." When first Sir Francis had commenced speaking, Ada had fixed her large, pensive eyes upon his face, and appeared to drink in with her soul every word he uttered. But as he went on, and his own voice became a little broken by the depth of his emotion and the sincerity of his sympathy, she, in all the guileless innocence of her heart, pressed his hand within hers, and tears gushed from her eyes. But when he told her that she was now safe for ever from Jacob Gray, and that his home should be hers, her joy and gratitude became too much for her, and she laid her head upon his breast and wept, as she would have done upon her father's heart. Sir Francis Hartleton was himself scarcely less affected than Ada, for brave, noble, and gifted natures such as his are easily melted by the softer feelings of human nature. When he spoke, which was not for some minutes, for he could scarcely command his voice sufficiently, he said, "Ada, you shall rest till tomorrow before you tell me all your history. I have likewise much to tell you, and tomorrow we will have a long conference." "Yes," said Ada. "Oh, what can I say to you to make you know how my heart thanks you?" "Nothing. Say nothing, Ada. Heaven will help me to do what I am now doing. It is but my duty, Ada, to protect you. Remember now you are at home. You are no guest here, mind, but one of ourselves. These, I hope, are the last tears I shall ever see you shed. Ah, sir, they are far different from those I have shed in the silence and solitude of my various prisons. Those were wrung from me by despair. These come from a heart too full of gratitude." Sir Francis Hartleton now rung a small hand bell, which was immediately answered by a servant, to whom he said, "Tell your mistress to come to me here." Then turning to Ada, he said, with a half-smile upon his face, "Now, my dear Ada, I shall have nothing to do with you till tomorrow. I am but recently married, and my wife will love you for your own sake as well as for mine. She knows what of your history I know, and is well prepared to give you welcome." At this moment a lady entered the room, and Ada cast her eyes upon her face. That one glance was sufficient to assure her she had found a friend, for it was one of those faces that cannot conceal the goodness of the owner's heart. "Emilia, this is Ada," said Sir Francis Hartleton. "I will not say make much of her, and I don't think you can spoil her." Chapter 69. Jacob Gray and his kind friends, the plunder, thieves' morality, the drive to Hampstead. When Jacob Gray fell upon the floor in a state of utter insensibility, in consequence of the powerful narcotic drug infused into his drink by his two kind and considerate friends, those two gentlemen looked on with the utmost composure for a few moments, and then Bill remarked in a careless voice, "I think he'll do now, Moggs." "In course," responded the other, withdrawing the pipe from his mouth and knocking out the ashes very deliberately upon the hob of the grate. "He's precious green," remarked Bill. Very, said Mr. Moggs. Doesn't you know who he is? I hasn't the slightest idea. Never clapped eyes on the fellow in my life before, but to my mind he's a new hand as has been and done something strong in the murder line for an ample consideration. Very likely. What's the caper concerning him? Honor, Bill, honor. In course. One o' the rules is that if a regular out-and-out prig or cracksman comes to one o' us and says, I'm in trouble, the runners are hard on me, guv us a share. Why, then we shares the swag all round equal. Spoke like a oracle. Very good. Another o' the rules is, if the prig aforesaid, as the lawyers say, gammon us, or tries all for to gammon us, as to the exact waily o' the swag, we takes it all. Never was a truer vord spoke, responded Bill, with a look of intense admiration at his companion. Well, if so be as this fellow has but what he said, 200, we takes one and leaves him one. That's the way. But if so be as he has more, we takes it all in course, and I'll wager my blessed nose off my face that he has a precious sight more. Bill nodded knowingly. Well then, continued Mr. Moggs, in either case we gets the shay cart and takes him somewhere far enough off. Bill nodded again, and then taking from his pocket a large clasped knife, he knelt down by the side of Gray, and with a neatness and dexterity that were evidently the result of practice, he ripped open every one of his pockets. And in a few brief moments, Jacob Gray was despoiled of every guinea of that sum of money he had gone through so much pain, suffering, and crime to procure. The sum, when collected from all his pockets, was in notes and gold so much larger than the thieves had any idea of finding, that when they had it fairly lying before them on the table, they looked at each other for some moments in mute surprise. "Bill," cried the other, "this is a regular set-up, it is. I'm blowed if we mayn't and must retire from business with all this." "Don't be proud," said Bill. "You always was ambitious. Take it easy, can't you? This card will be uncommonly useful. How many a poor fellow has been scragged at the tree for want of a few pounds over the blood money, to give a officer as had a warrant agin him? Tom, what I propose is, for us to take a cool 100 or so only, out o' all this here, and lay the remainder by for bad times." "Bill," remarked the other after a pause of intense thought, "you should have been Lord Chancellor, that's what you should. We'll do it, my boy. 40 pounds is the blood money for hanging a poor fellow, and it's very well known a chap never will get taken by the officers so long as he can make it guineas to let him go, except we comes across that D. Sir Francis Hartleton, and he wouldn't let a chap go for nothink or the whole world. He wouldn't. What business has a beak to be poking as he does, instead of sitting quiet in his armchair and leaving the business to be settled atween such as us and the receivers? It an iniquity, and no good can come of it." "Very true," said Bill. "You hide the money somewheres while I go and get the cart, for we must start this chap somewhere afore daylight." "Bill," said the other, "you wouldn't like to cut his throat?" "Not exactly." Well, well, I only mention it. I'm afraid he's a sneak, but let him do his worst." "Get the chaise cart, and bring it round to the corner by Jem Medbourne's." Bill nodded, and went to execute his errand, and during his absence, the other carefully concealed the money beneath the floor of the room, excepting about 200 pounds, which he reserved for himself and companion. Then lighting his pipe, he again sat down very composedly by the fireside. "Well, well," he said suddenly, as if he had arrived at some mental conclusion that he could not help and yet did not like. "Bill may have it his own way, but I would never have let that chap," nodding at Gray, "have a chance o' being venomous. He's cut out for a sneaking lump o' evidence against others, he is, and I shouldn't a bit wonder if he gets into trouble himself, but he speaks agin us about the money just out o' a nasty bit o' revenge." He then resumed his smoking as if he had been reasoning upon some very commonplace affair indeed, and in about 10 minutes more Bill made his appearance, saying, "It's all right. They have guved up the search for tonight, and we shall get on famously." "Where do you mean to take him?" said he, who had suggested the notion of cutting Gray's throat. "I should say somewhere a little way out of town, and shoot him out o' the cart into some blessed verdant spot," replied Bill. "He's rather a queer one himself, so he'll find as he's all right when he wakes up and finds as he's amusing the butterflies and daisies." "I'm blessed if you ain't a out-and-out good un," replied the other. "Supposes, then," suggested Bill, We takes him up to Hampstead. It's an odd little out-of-the-way place enough. Very good, said the other. You are quite sure there's nobody about? Quite. Come along, then. As he spoke, the man stooped and lifted Jacob Gray from the ground with as much ease as if he had been an infant, and followed his comrade downstairs with his burthen, which seemed in no way to distress him. The court they passed out into was one of those kind which now are exceedingly rare in London, but which the wisdom of our ancestors took good care to make very common and infest the town with. At the period of our tale, there was an immense wen, as it might be termed, of various pestiferous courts at the back of the Strand, where thieves and vagabonds of all kinds lived in a sort of community of their own, quite undisturbed by the authorities, who then could boast of very little authority indeed. Another mass of such courts was to be found where Regent Street now stands, and the vicinity, another at the bottom of St. Martin's Lane, and another close to Old Fleet Market, so that the city of London was as well provided with haunts of blackguardism, and vice as the mouth of the Thames is with mud banks. Along the narrow court in which was Bill's mansion, the Confederates pursued their way until they came to what any stranger would have supposed a mere doorway, but which was in reality an entrance to another court. Into this they dived, and after proceeding for a small distance, ascended a flight of wooden steps, at the bottom of which stood a dirty, mean chaise cart. Into this vehicle, without the least ceremony or consideration for what bruises he might receive, Jacob Gray was flung. There was nothing at the bottom of the cart but some littered straw, upon which he laid more like a dead body than anything living and breathing. The two men then climbed into the frail and crazy vehicle, and Bill, taking the reins, gave a shrill whistle, which the horse seemed perfectly to understand as a signal to go on, for he started immediately at a smart trot. There were no policemen then promenading the streets, who might have looked with an eye of suspicion upon the proceedings of Bill and his comrade, and the lazy watchmen having just signally exerted themselves by squalling out the hour, with the supplementary information that it was a cold night, betook themselves again to their watch-boxes, leaving the community over whose lives and property they were supposed, by a fiction which lasted many years, to watch, to the care of Providence and the mercy of thieves and housebreakers. The chaise cart rattled and bounded along through divers very intricate lanes and by-streets, until at length it emerged into the Strand, near Arundel Street. Then dashing across the wide thoroughfare, it entered a congeries of dirty streets on the other side, and finally emerged in a curious and complicated place close to the British Museum. There were by-roads across the Pancras fields, and Bill, having dismounted and taken down a bar which impeded his progress, drove across a meadow which now forms part of the ground occupied by that compound of pride, bloated arrogance, and humbug, the London University. Another quarter of an hour passed, and they were rattling up the Hampstead Road, which then had tall tress on either side of it. Camden Town was then a small village, with not above 40 little whitewashed houses in it, with here and there sprinkled a few edifices of somewhat more pretensions, which had been built by well-to-do citizens, who repaired there on a Sunday to see the phenomena of a cabbage growing, and admire the sweet pea blossom as it thrust its pretty leaves in at the windows. The most famous house of entertainment then in Camden Town was called the Queen's Head, and has long been leveled with the dust. It was then even an old-fashioned house, and spoken of as a curiosity. It could boast of but one story, and its projecting sign hung so low that anyone riding by quickly, and not aware of it, ran the risk of breaking his own head against the Queen's, with no very agreeable momentum. The entrance was adorned with oaken carved pillars, to the designs on which a great deal had been added from time to time by bread and cheese knives, rapiers, penknives, and all sorts of cutting instruments, the door posts of an in being considered as much public property, and open to defacement, as are wooden seats in Kensington Gardens. To enter the house, you had to descend 2 steps, which generally at night caused a strange visitor to fall on his nose in the passage, when the hostess would come out, hearing the clatter and probably a few oaths, and trim a lamp, so that after the mischief was done, you had the pleasure of seeing the steps quite clearly and beautifully, At this house Bill drew up and without getting out called lustily, "Mother Meadows! Mother Meadows!" "Well, what now?" said a shrill female voice from the interior. "A shilling's worth of brandy," said Bill, and the coin he threw rattled down the steps. The liquor was brought to the chaise cart by a boy, with a head of hair resembling strongly one of the now popular patent chimney-sweeping apparatus. Bill took his half to a nicety and handed the remainder to his companion, who then bumped the little pewter measure upon the boy's head till his eyes flashed fire. Bill whistled to the horse, and with loud laughter the two ruffians galloped up the Hampstead Road, which was then as innocent of cottages of gentility as is the Lake of Windermere. Up the hill they went with but slightly lessened speed, nor stopped till they were quite clear of all the little suburban houses that here and there dotted the road, and within about half a mile of the village of Hampstead itself. They then turned down Haverstock Hill, which was quite free from buildings, and by a route which avoided the village, they came upon the verge of the heath. "I think this will do," remarked Bill. "I think so too," said the other. "How precious dark it is, to be sure." "You may say that." "I'm blowed if I can see the horse's head." "Woa! Woa!" They both now alighted and led the horse towards a thick hedge skirting a plantation near the large house lately occupied by Lady Byron. Then Bill let down the tailboard of the cart, and laying hold of Jacob Gray by the heels, he dragged him out, and letting his head come with a hard bump against the ground, which was by no means likely to improve his faculties. They then pushed him along with their feet till he lay completely under the hedge and could not come to any harm from a chance vehicle or horseman. "Well," remarked Bill, "I think we have done that job handsomely." "Uncommon," replied his companion. "I'd give something to see his stare when he wakes up tomorrow. He will look about him a bit, and then, when he finds his money gone, won't he put up prayers for us in that blessed little old church, as is now striking too." Hampstead Church was striking too as he spoke, and the echo of the sounds came sweetly and solemnly upon the night air. Bill whistled to the horse, and, at a rapid pace, the thieves took the road homewards again. Chapter 70. Ada at Sir Francis Hartleton's. The philosophy of a young heart. A confession. The pleasure of sympathy. What pen shall describe the happiness that gleamed now in the heart of Ada as she sat with Sir Francis Hartleton's young wife on the morning after her introduction to her, in a neat and prettily arranged room overlooking the park? The air was fresh and balmy. The birds were flitting past the windows and filled the atmosphere with music. Crowds of gaily dressed persons were idly sauntering among the trees. Enlivening strains of martial music came wafted to her ears as the guard was changed at the palace. The perfume of flowers, the kind words of Lady Hartleton and kinder looks, the harmony of the household, the gay laughter from children who were chasing each other in a neighboring garden, and last, though greatest of all, the consciousness of freedom from Jacob Gray. So filled the heart of Ada with delight that she suddenly threw herself into the arms of Lady Hartleton, and with a flood of tears said, "Oh, I am too happy. How can I by a life's long duration ever repay you a little of the joys you have filled my heart with, my dear Ada?" Replied Lady Hartleton, "You must not talk so. What you are now enjoying, and for which you are so thankful, is no more, and probably much less than what you ought always to have enjoyed. 'Tis the contrast of this, and what you have suffered, which makes you overlook all the disadvantages and fancy that to mix with the world, and enjoy its routine of existence, must he unalloyed happiness." "Can any of those be unhappy?" said Ada, pointing to the gay throngs in the park. "Alas!" "My dear," said Lady Hartleton, "how very few of them are happy." "Indeed, madam?" "Aye, indeed, Ada. Our joys and our sorrows are all comparative. You, in your pure innocence, my dear Ada, have yet to learn how many an aching heart is hidden by wreathed smiles. 'Tis very strange," said Ada musingly. "'Tis very strange that we should be unhappy and the world so beautiful. To live, to have freedom and liberty, to go wherever the wayward fancy leads me, seem to me a great enjoyment. The birds, the sunshine, the flowers, aye, each blade of grass trembling and glistening with its weight of morning dew, is to me a source of delightful contemplation. I am sure all might be happy, the green fields and the sunny sky are so very beautiful. There are evils, Ada. Yes, sickness, pain, the loss of those we love are all evils, said Ada. But then we have 1,000 consolations even from them, in the ever-fresh and never-dying beauties of nature around us. Ada, with your feelings, death, pain, and sickness of ourselves, of those we loves may well appear the greatest evils of existence. Yet strange as it may seem to you, such is the perversity of human nature that these are the very things that affect it least. You surprise me, and well I may. The cares, the anxieties, the awful horrors of existence to the many arise from their artificial desires and the mad riot of their own bad passions. Avarice affects some, ambition and the love of power others, and many who could, without a pang, see rent the natural ties of love and kindred, will lay violent hands upon their own lives if they fail in some mad effort of their own wild passions. "Oh," cried Ada, "I think that I could be so happy without power, without wealth. My own ambition is to be surrounded by kind and loving hearts, and happy faces, tongues that knew no guile and breasts that harbored no suspicion. Surely then, enough of variety might be found in watching the wonders of the changing seasons, enough of joy in marking the many charms which He who made us all has cast around us for our pleasure. You, my dear Ada, have the elements of happiness in your heart, but now that we are alone, have you sufficient confidence in me to tell me at length all your history?" "Confidence?" said Ada. "Oh, yes, and in whom could I have confidence if not in you?" "Then sit here by me and tell me all. We will be mutually confidential, Ada, and have no secrets but in common. Now tell me, is your happiness quite perfect? Have you no secret yearning of the heart yet ungratified, Ada?" "My happiness," said Ada, "is perfect with hope, a hope that must surely ripen into a dear reality." "Then you have a hope, a wish that lives upon hope, an expectation yet ungratified, Ada?" "Madam," said Ada, gazing without the least timidity into the eyes of Lady Hartleton, "when I was quite friendless and oppressed, there was one who loved me, when no other human heart spoke a word of consolation to me. There was one that beat for me, and bade its owner whisper to me words of dearer hope and joy than ever before had lingered in my ears. Wonder not then that even now, when I have so much to be thankful and grateful for, my heart yearns for him to share its new-born joy." "And his name," said Lady Hartleton. "Is Albert Satan," said Ada with a sigh. "Is he handsome, Ada?" "I love him," replied Ada emphatically. "Maidens seldom avow their preferences so very boldly," said Lady Hartleton with a smile. "They who have felt as I have felt," said Ada, "the pangs of solitude and the horrors of a persecution, surely never paralleled, would learn to set a high value on the heart that loved them in their misery, and to cherish as something holy the words of comfort, hope, and kindness that were breathed to them in their despair. You wonder that I can avow without a blush my heart's fond love for Albert Satan. Oh, lady, it has been the only light that shone upon me through years of gloom. Can you wonder, then, that I thought it beautiful? I am as one who had been confined for many, many years in a dungeon. I read the legend in a book that Albert lent to me. For many years, then, this poor fated being had not seen the light of day, had heard nothing but the harsh grating of his dungeon door, the hideous rattle of his chains, until at last one day there came struggling like a sunbeam upon his soul a strain of music. 'Twas a common air and played unskilfully, but to him it was indeed divine. The prisoner lived to bid adieu to his dungeon, and he came abroad into the great world. He heard music in its excellence, music that seemed borrowed from heaven, and he praised, admired, applauded it. But one day some wandering minstrel with a careless hand struck up from a rude vile the strain that in his dungeon had so sweetly greeted him. Oh, how his heart bounded like a bird within his breast, how a joy unequaled danced through his brain. He wept, he sobbed aloud in his happiness. What music greeted his rapt senses like that? He hung upon the minstrel's neck, and his prayer was, "Oh, stay ever near me, and when I am sad or weary, play to me that strain that I may thank God for my happiness." Ada ceased speaking, and Lady Hartleton caught her to her heart as she said, "My dear Ada, I did but speak for the pleasure of hearing you reply to me. I am too richly repaid." As that lonely prisoner loved the strain of melody that greeted his dreary solitude, sobbed Ada. So let me love him who sought me out when I had none else to love me and told me how to hope. Your pure and noble feelings, Ada, said Lady Hartleton, much affected, do you infinite honor. I am proud of you, my dear Ada, and hope to have the second place in your heart. You have the first, said Ada. I cannot make distinctions between those I love. I open my heart freely to you. There is room, dear lady, for you and Albert both, and for Sir Francis too. There was a beautiful and earnest simplicity in Ada's manner that perfectly charmed Lady Hartleton, and she encouraged her to open her heart thoroughly to her. And she was perfectly astonished at the rich store of poetry, beauty, and virtue which lay garnered up in the breast of the persecuted and beautiful girl. Stores of feeling, thought, and imagination which required but the sunny influence of kindness to bring forth in all their native purity and beauty. Ada now gave Lady Hartleton an animated description of her whole course of life with Jacob Gray, commencing at her earliest recollection of being with him in various mean lodgings, and coming down through all the exciting and dangerous scenes she had passed to her denunciation of him at Charing Cross. Lady Hartleton listened to her narration with the greatest interest, and when Ada had concluded, she said, "And you have still no clue, Ada, to your birth?" "None, none. The mysterious paper addressed to your husband by Jacob Gray most probably contained some information, but I fear that is lost forever." "A more strange, odd, eventful history I never heard," remarked Lady Hartleton. "I have very sanguine hopes that the activity and exhaustless energy of Sir Francis will soon clear up some of the mysteries that surround you." "Heaven grant it may be so," said Ada. "There is one circumstance that must not be lost sight of, as it may afford some clue or corroborative evidence of your birth. That is, the necklace you sold to the Jew." "It might indeed," said Ada. "I was foolish to part with it. Should you know the shop again?" "Certainly I should, and the man likewise. My intercourse with the world has been so very slight that I am not confused with a multitude of images and occurrences. Everything that has happened to me, and everyone who has ever spoken to me, stand clear and distinct in my memory. Then the necklace may be recovered. Indeed, without doubt, Sir Francis will get it back for you." Lady Hartleton rang the bell, and when a servant appeared, she said, "Is Sir Francis within?" "Yes, my lady," was the reply. "He has just returned from the Secretary of State's office." "Ask him to come here." The servant bowed and retired, and in a very few minutes Sir Francis Hartleton entered the room with a smile. Ada arose and welcomed him with evident pleasure, and he said, "Well, Ada, are you happy here?" "Too happy, sir," she said with emotion. "It requires all my reason to convince me it is real." Lady Hartleton then related to her husband the story of the necklace, to which he listened with grave attention. At its conclusion, he said, "I need not trouble Ada to point out the shop. The description is sufficient. The Jew who keeps it is well known to the police. I have no doubt of getting back the necklace if it be still in this country. It may be an important link in the chain of evidence concerning Ada's birth." "Have you any thought of who I am?" asked Ada with eagerness. "I have," said Sir Francis, "but believe and trust me when I tell you it is for your own peace of mind and happiness that I would rather tell you nothing until I can tell you something which has a firmer basis than conjecture." "You are right," said Ada. "I should but be giving my imagination play and torturing my mind with perhaps futile fears and too sanguine hopes." "Hope all and fear nothing," said Sir Francis. "The mere adventitious circumstances of your birth need not affect your happiness, Ada. If you can make this a comfortable home, we shall be much delighted." "I cannot speak to you as I ought," replied Ada. "Time may show my deep gratitude, but never can I hope to repay you." "And appreciation of kindness, Ada," said the magistrate, "is its dearest reward. I will now leave you for a little time to call upon your very doubtful friend the Jew, he who bought my necklace. In sooth, I know little of money, but from what I have read, it should be worth a much larger sum. I heard Gray call it real pearl." No doubt, I will go myself." "You will see me again very soon, and it will go hard, but I will make the hoary robber disgorge his ill-gotten prey." So saying, Sir Francis bade Ada and his wife a temporary adieu, and hurried to the shop of the Jew who had taken such an unworthy advantage of Ada's, want of knowledge of the value of a really costly pearl necklace. Chapter 71. Albert Satan's Destitution. A Lone and Wearied Spirit. The application to Learmont, and the meeting with Sir Francis Hartleton. We have been compelled for a long time to leave the gallant and noble-hearted Albert Satan to follow out his fortunes unchronicled in order to depict the various changing scenes in the life of Ada, who, now that she is conducted to a haven of rest for a while, we can leave in calm contentment. Although not yet, fair persecuted girl, are thy trials done. The sunshine of peace and joy that now surrounds you is but a prelude to a storm. We will not, however, anticipate, but allow the events of our tale to flow on in their natural course like a mighty river, which, as it nears the ocean which is the goal of its destiny, sweeps onwards with it every little tributary stream and murmuring rivulet that has borrowed a brief existence from it. After the death of his father, the scanty means of support which the elder Satan had arising from the tardy justice of the government ceased at once, and no answer was returned by the corrupt minister to Albert's application, not for a continuance of his father's pension, but for honorable employment. One by one he was compelled to part with the several remnants of convertible property which his father had left behind him. His whole time was occupied in searching for Ada, until hope sickened into despair, and a deep gloom began to spread itself like a vapor before the sun over his heart, which in happier circumstances would have throbbed with every free, noble, and generous emotion. Twice he had called upon Sir Francis Hartleton, but had not been so fortunate as to meet with him, and the second disappointment, although it was purely accidental, Albert took seriously to heart, and in the gloomy confusion of his imagination arising from the grief that oppressed him, cemented it into an intentional slight, and never called again. The consequence of this was that at the time of Ada's introduction to the house of the kind and humane magistrate, she was entirely ignorant of Albert's place of abode and condition in life. Several times since his father's death, the young man had shifted his residence, for he could not bear that his rapidly decreasing means should become a subject of remark, even although a pitying one, and now he tenanted a small room in a narrow court near the Savoy steps in the Strand. Absolute destitution was now rapidly approaching, and he felt that the time was quickly coming when he would have had to bid adieu forever to the most distant hope of ever again beholding Ada, and to save himself from starvation. Enlisted as a private soldier in the army in which his father had held a commission. On that very morning that Ada was sitting in the little room commanding so delightful a view of the park, and conversing with Lady Hartleton, poor Albert sat in his cheerless apartment with his head resting upon his hands in a deep reverie composed of gloomy and heart-depressing thoughts and anticipations. "Alas! Alas!" he cried. "My beautiful Ada, thou art lost to me forever. Oh, why did I leave you for one moment to the mercy of that man? I am rightly punished. Having by the merest accident, by one of those happy chances of fortune that rarely occur twice, met you, Ada, when you were wandering in this great city, I madly allowed you to go from me. Oh, what blindness was that! Why did not some good spirit shriek beware in my ears? Ada, Ada, I have lost you forever." He remained for some moments silent, and suddenly rising he cried, "'Tis in vain to struggle with my fate. My lot in life is cast, and I must stand the hazard of the die. Ada, farewell forever. I must take a step now which will sever us forever, a step which, while it takes from me my freedom of action, places me in a situation that will separate me from you, Ada. There is a regiment ordered, I am told, to the West Indies. It wants recruits. With it will I go, and bid adieu to England, Hope, and Ada." With a saddened heart, and yet a fixed and determined aspect, he now proceeded to collect and pack into a small compass such few papers and small cherished articles as were in themselves valueless, but dear to him as the words of his father. There was one book, too, in the inside of the cover of which Ada, when quite young, had written the name of Harry, and underneath Albert. This one word of her whom he loved so well he placed next his heart, with a determination that death should alone part him and it. He then destroyed a number of letters which would have encumbered him, and which possessed no very peculiar features of interest. For a moment he paused over one of those notes as he was about to tear it across, and as he read it, it suggested one last hope to his mind. The reader will recollect that previous to his long and dangerous illness, Albert Satan had applied to Learmont, whom he knew but as the reported richest commoner in the kingdom, for the situation of secretary to him, and had received not a distinct, but certainly an encouraging reply. Before, however, Albert could follow up the application, his illness had placed so long an interval between the first proceeding and that which would have been the second, that not doubting Learmont was long since suited, he had taken no further steps in the matter. It was Learmont's note dated far back which now caught his eye, and made him in the present desperate state of his fortunes adopt the sudden notion of calling with it in his hand and explaining the cause of the long delay, which might interest the rich and powerful squire to give him a recommendation to someone else, if he could not himself employ him. "A drowning man," exclaimed Albert, "they say, will catch at a straw, and upon the same principle I will cling to this one slender hope." He read the letter carefully, which ran thus: "If Mr. Satan will call upon Mr. Learmont at his house any morning before 11, he will oblige him, and they will converse on Mr. Satan's application." This was very brief, but still amply sufficient to found a call upon, and Albert, placing it in his pocket and trimming up as well as he could his faded apparel, donned his hat, and with a quick, active step proceeded towards Learmont's house. What an estimable thing to youth is hope, and from what a small, tiny plant will it grow in the human breast to wondrous size and beauty. The freshness of the morning, the sunshine, and the feeling that there was yet another chance for him, slight as it was, chased many of the phantoms of gloom and despair from his mind. He was not long in arriving at Learmont's house and entering the hall, for it was the fashion then of many of the wealthy to keep their outer doors open, and trust to the throng of servants they kept in their halls, to defend them from any improper intrusion. He inquired for Learmont. He was replied to by a question concerning his business when, luckily recollecting his letter, he produced it, saying, "I have a note from the squire requesting my attendance upon him." "Oh," said a servant, "if that is the case, young sir, I will take your name in. Pray follow me." Albert followed the man and was conducted into a small but magnificent apartment with an exquisitely painted roof and hung with crimson damask. He had not waited long when the servant reappeared to say that his master had no sort of recollection of the affair and wished to see his own letter, which the stranger said he had. "Here is the letter," said Albert, "but his worship will see by the date that the time therein mentioned scarcely authorizes my present visit. Be so good as to add that long illness and the death of one near and dear to me accounts for the delay." The man took the note and was away for some time, when he entered and requested Albert Satan to follow him, for that his master would see him. He was then conducted through a magnificent suite of rooms until the servant paused at a door which was a little way open. At this he knocked gently, and a deep-toned, hollow voice from within said, "Come in." The servant motioned Albert Satan to enter the apartment, and in the next moment he was in the presence of Learmont, who fixed his keen, searching eyes upon the young man's face for several moments before he spoke. Then he said in a low tone, "Young man, your application now can scarcely be considered as encouraged by me. The note you have bears date a long time back." "It does, sir," replied Albert, "but I have been on a bed of sickness myself, and am now bereft of the parent who then—" Albert's feelings would not permit him to say more, and he paused. "Are you an orphan?" said Learmont. "I am, and poor and friendless and very nearly driven to despair. Have you found out what a hollow cheat the care of Providence is? Are you one of Fortune's footballs, kicked here and there as the jade thinks proper? Have you met with ingratitude where you should have had succor? Contempt where you trusted upon honor, derision where you went for sympathy? Are you, young man, one of those who have seen enough of misery to retaliate upon the world? Speak, young man, are you such as I have described?" There was a kind of subdued, snarling tone of vehemence in the utterance of these words by Learmont that surprised Albert Satan as much as the words themselves were unexpected. After a moment's pause he replied, "Sir, I scarce know how to answer you. I am, it is true, poor, friendless, and an orphan. I have met with ingratitude when I should have met friendship, cold indifference instead of ardent sympathy. But, sir, I thank heaven that poor, nearly destitute as I am, my heart is light as thistledown in its innocence of wrong. And from my inmost soul do I look up to and acknowledge that providence that watches over all. You have jested with me, sir. In truth have I, said Learmont. It is my custom with a stranger, heed it not. When I want a moral, religious, and light-hearted secretary, you may be assured that I will send for you, young man. A pang of disappointment shot across the heart of Albert Satan as Learmont spoke, and he replied sadly, Farewell, sir, you will send for me in vain. This day, if unaccepted by you, I enter the ranks as a soldier. Indeed, are you so hardly pressed? Heaven knows I am indeed. For myself, sir, I care not, but in my fate is involved that of another. What other? Said Learmont. Alas, sir, the tale is long, and its telling useless. Young man, said Learmont earnestly, there is a matter in which I could give you good employment, but it is one requiring secrecy, prudence, and deep caution. If it be honorable, sir, said Satan, I will freely undertake it were it beset with dangers. 'Tis a reach above honorable. Said Learmont, the object is absolutely pious. This was said in so strange a tone that Albert was puzzled to make up his mind if it were sincere or honorable, and he remained silent, expecting Learmont to go on with what he was saying. It is a trifling service, said Learmont. And yet by trifles I ever estimate good service. I fear me much, young man, that in this great city there is great wickedness. No doubt, said Albert, and I should not object to any service that had for its end a righteous object. Sagely and wisely spoken, young sir, said Learmont. I give away large sums to those who are in want, and some days since there came to me a man who told a piteous tale, in which there were, however, some glaring discrepancies. I relieved his wants, real or pretended, and sent a servant to follow him home for two objects. First, to ascertain if he had given his true place of abode to me, and, secondly, to enable me to make inquiry into his real condition, in order that I might expose him as an impostor, or grant him further relief. You understand me? I do, sir. Good. The man I sent was foiled. He did not succeed in tracing him to his home. With much doublings and windings he eluded all pursuit. This man, then, I wish you to track to his abode. Have you tact for such an enterprise? Methinks 'tis very easy, said Albert. And you will do it? I will, sir. I hate impostures. I hate that which puts the garb of virtue or religion for base purposes. Ah, you have a right feeling of these things, young man, said Learmont. Execute this matter to my satisfaction, and I will entertain you as my secretary. When, sir, may I have an opportunity to prove my zeal? I think tomorrow. A week seldom passes, but he comes here craving for alms. You shall see him and follow him. Track him like a bloodhound. It will be esteemed good service by me. 'Tis a mere trifle, but succeed in it, and I will make much of you. I shall do my utmost, sir. There may be difficulties that I want not of, but I will strive to overcome this and do you satisfactory service. Here's money for you, said Learmont, handing him a purse. Amuse yourself today. I shall not require your services until tomorrow, but attend me then at an early hour, say 9. I will be punctual, sir, and secret. If you wish it, I do wish it. Hark ye, young sir, it is a rule in this house that, if the slightest occurrence be made a subject of discourse out of it, if the lightest stray word be repeated elsewhere, he who so reports never enters its portals again. I will obey you, sir. I have no taste for babbling, and, indeed, in all this city I have not one that I can call an acquaintance. 'Tis better so, 'tis better so, said Learmont. You will do me good service. Farewell, young sir, until tomorrow. Then I may consider myself as so far honored by you, sir, as to call myself your secretary, said Albert Satan, scarcely believing his good fortune. You may, said Learmont. We will talk more at large tomorrow. He touched a bell as he spoke, and, when a servant appeared, he said, This gentleman has access to me. Good morning, young sir. Albert bowed himself out and scarcely recovered from his bewilderment till he found himself out of the house. Then, as he began to consider all that had passed in his interview with Learmont, Albert began more and more to dislike his service, and to suspect that his employer was not by any means the high-minded and charitable gentleman he would fain assume to be. The manner of Learmont was so much at variance with his words that Albert irresistibly came to the conclusion that there was something more than had been explained to him connected with the service he was asked to perform of watching to his home an unfortunate beggar. Still, he thought, I may be mistaken and blaming this man for faults of nature. He may be benevolent and just, as he reports himself to be, but still afflicted with as roguish and villainous a face as ever fell to the lot of mortal man. It will not do always to trust to appearances, and I should be foolish indeed to forsake an honorable employment for perhaps a mere chimera of the imagination. I can leave him when I please, and at least, while I remain, dear Ada, I will please myself with a belief that I am near thee. When Learmont was once more alone, and the echo of the retiring footsteps of Albert Satan had died away, he muttered indistinctly to himself for some moments. Then, as he grew more confident in the success of some stratagem which he had connived, he spoke with a tone of exultation. Yes, he said, Fortune has favored me with the best chance yet of discovering the hiding place of Jacob Gray. This youth must be unknown to him, and surely will succeed in dogging him to his haunt. That once discovered, and an hour shall not elapse without witnessing his dissolution, I can set this young man too upon Britain. The grand difficulty in circumventing these fellows has always consisted in the want of unsuspected persons to mingle with them. This youngster looks bold and capable. He will surely be successful in taking him, and, should his curiosity grow clamorous, he is easily disposed of. What matters it to me a few more lives? I am already steeped in gore, steeped, but then I have my reward, wealth, honors, and an enjoyment, of course. Ha! What noise was that? Some slight creaking of an article of furniture sent the blood with a frightful rush to his heart, and he remained for several moments trembling excessively and clutching the edge of the oaken table for support. Then, with a deep sigh, he again spoke. "'Twas nothing, nothing. I have grown strangely nervous of late. I was not wont to be so tremblingly alive to every slight alarm. Is it age creeping upon me, or the shadow of some impending evil upon my heart? Learmont, Learmont, be thyself. Shake off these vapors of the brain. I have been 10 times worse since I saw that face upon my doorstep. God of heaven, how like it was to one who sleeps the sleep of death. I cannot stay here. This room seems peopled with shapes. Hence, I am going. He slowly crept to the door and kept softly muttering unintelligible words with his cold, livid lips, till he had passed out and closed the door after him. Laughter at this moment reached his ears from the servants' hall, and he smote his forehead with his clenched hand as he exclaimed, "Why can I not laugh? Why has no smile ever lighted my face for years? Am I a thing accursed? Others have spilt blood as well as I, and they have not been thus haunted. I will go out. There seems in the house to be ever close to me some hideous, unfashioned form, whose hot breath comes on my cheek, and whose perpetual presence is a hell. Yes, I will go out. Chapter 72, Jacob Gray in the Hampstead Fields, the placard, the reward. The birds were singing merrily, and skimming over Jacob Gary's head long before he awoke from the effects of the drugged wine that had been administered to him by the considerate friends he had met with. The morning sun was shining upon his pale, haggard face, lighting even it up with some appearance of less ghastliness, and yet there he lay motionless, as if dead. It is a favorite theory of dreams with some philosophers, that such visions of the fancy never occur but at the moment or two before awakening, or at the moment of losing consciousness by going to sleep, or in other words, that we dream only when not fully slumbering. It would appear that this was the case with Jacob Gray. For, as the birds sung above him, and the sun gleamed upon him, while a crow would occasionally flap his face as it flew over him, his perception appeared half to return, and his face became bedewed with a heavy perspiration, as some fearful images of his past life came across his mental vision. His thoughts were evidently wandering back to the fearful night of the fire at the old smithy, and his busy fancy was enacting over again that dreadful drama of blood. He tossed his arms wildly to and fro and groaned and uttered the half-stifled screams which came from a disturbed stupor in the agony of his mind. Save her," he said. "The child of the dead. I cannot do the deed. Help, oh help me, my heart is burning, charring in my breast." He then, in his intense mental suffering, bit his under lip till the blood trickled onto his breast, and with the actual pain he awoke, crying, "Spare me, spare me! Oh, do not scorch my eyeballs so my brain is on fire. Oh God, have mercy, mercy, mercy." He opened his eyes, and the full glare of the sunlight fell upon them, blinding him for the moment. Then he opened them again and glanced around him in speechless wonder as to where he was. His first impression was that he was dead and in some other world. Then he clasped his hands over his face and then tried to think. But a confusion and want of images in his brain quite rendered such an effort vain, and at length he became only alive to so horrible a sensation of thirst that he shrieked aloud, "Water! Water! Water!" He rose to his knees and, glaring around him with his parched tongue hanging from his mouth, he saw a shining sheet of limpid water at some distance before him. Then, still gasping the word water, he attempted to rise, but so confused was his head from the effects of the opiate that had been so unstintingly administered to him, that, after tottering a step or two, he sank to the earth again. His awful thirst was, however, unbearable, and with a dizzy brow and aching eyes, he crawled on his hands and knees towards the pond. He was long in reaching it, for he deviated from the straight track largely. But when he did, oh, what an exquisite pleasure it was to lie by the brink and dash his head in, drinking up huge quantities and causing the cold stream to bubble in his mouth and ears. Not till his breath was exhausted did Jacob Gray raise his head from the pond, and then, when he did so, recollection returned to him up to the point when he had sat down to supper with his two suspicious friends in the court. With a cry that had something unearthly in it, he hurriedly thrust his hands into all his pockets. Then with a wild shriek, he groveled on the ground, dashing his head upon it, and clutching the grass with his hands as he cried, "Gone, gone, all gone, that I have toiled for, beggared, ruined, gone." Then he lay on his back, panting as he looked into the clear, quiet pool before him, reflecting, as it did, the face of heaven in its glassy surface. The thought came over him of plunging in, and at once ending a life of never-ending misery. "Is it easy to drown?" he asked himself. "Or are there unknown hours of maddening torture after we think, by the cessation of all movement, life is gone?" He crawled towards the bank of the stream, and leaning over it, he gazed long and earnestly into its clear blue depths. It seemed miles down in the immensity of space, for now the ripples he had created had all subsided, and there was scarcely the slightest trembling of the reflected visage of the sky in the glassy stream. Then with a shudder he withdrew slowly. I dare not, he moaned. "It is for those of more unstained souls than mine to take the awful leap from here to eternity and hope to be forgiven. Not for me, I dare not. Yet where is now my philosophy? There is no eternity, no, we are all here but to play our parts in a great drama. What have I to fear? Nothing. I believe in nothing." Oh, how the abject terror depicted in his countenance belied his words. He was striving to cheat himself by the lying effusions of his own tongue, while his heart was a haven of despair. Suddenly, his attention was arrested by a man singing, as he ascended to the high ground, upon which Jacob Gray was lying. The strain was a merry one, and jarred strangely upon the half-maddened ears of Gray, who had just sufficient prudence left him to feel the necessity, in his present position, of not giving any clue to suspicion, for he felt that, in his weak and abject condition, a child might have arrested him. He accordingly rested his head upon his arm, in as unconcerned an attitude as he could assume, and awaited the coming of the man who was now within a few paces of him. He was coarsely and roughly attired, and evidently belonged to a very low grade of society. He did not notice Jacob Gray till he apparently came full upon him. Then he cried, "Hilloa, friend, you rise betimes. I call it overwork getting up so early." "Yes," said Gray, I am up soon. I like the cool air of the morning." The man looked very earnestly at him, and Gray's heart sunk within him at the thought that he was about to be recognized and taken. He made one effort to save himself by quietly adding, "It's nothing to me to be in the fields early or late. I am well armed." The man stepped back a pace at this intimation, and Gray saw that whether or not the man had any criminal designs against his liberty, he had succeeded in awakening his fears. "No offense, sir," he said. "No offense, I hope. I'm a poor fellow come upon business from Westminster." "Oh, from Westminster," said Gray. Then he paused and fixed an eager searching glance upon the man, who added, "Have you heard of the murder last night, sir, of Mr. Vaughan?" "No," said Gray. "I have not been in London for some time, although I have very nearly wandered out of my track." A clock at this moment chimed some quarters, and the man said, "The clock of the old church at Hampstead sounds clearly across the fields." "At Hampstead," muttered Gray, gazing earnestly around him, for he was as ignorant as possible of the locality in which he rightly surmised he had been left by those who had eased him of all his wealth. "Yes, there's the church peeping among the trees, sir," added the man. "I know it well," said Gray. "My family all lie buried in its humble graveyard." "Oh, indeed, sir," said the man, and then he went with a slow step towards a tree, and taking a little tin can and a brush from his pocket, he began lathering it with paste. Gray watched his proceedings with intense curiosity, for he could not surmise what he could possibly be about to do. All wonder and conjecture were, however, speedily set at rest, for the man took a large printed bill from his hat, and the first word that struck Jacob Gray was the awful and ominous one of murder in large letters on the top. The man pasted the bill onto the trunk of the tree carefully and evenly, and then he paused for a moment, and in a low, mumbling voice, read it. Jacob Gray was in such a position that he could not see the smaller print of the bill with sufficient distinctness to read it. The one word at the top, murder, only came out strongly and clearly to his eyes. That the placard concerned him, he never for a moment doubted, and now his agony became intense at the thought that the man was most probably then engaged in mentally concerning his Gray's personal appearance, with a description of him in the bill. His anxiety while the man was reading became so intense that he could neither speak nor move, and it was not until the man turned to him and said, "A horrid murder, sir, it seems," that he found breath to answer him in a confused manner. "Yes, yes," he said, "a very horrid murder." "Have you caught the murderer?" "No, sir, but there's £100 reward offered for him, and bills are being stuck all over London and within 10 miles with a description of him." "Indeed," said Gray, a violent trembling coming over him. "I am glad I am so well armed that I hold several men's lives in my power, so you see, should I meet him, I am safe from him." The man again went back a few paces upon hearing this declaration, and said with an appearance of fright, "Certainly, sir. Oh, of course. Good morning, sir." "Good morning," said Gray. In a moment the man turned and walked down the hill at a pace which Jacob Gray could see he was momentarily increasing as he placed a greater distance between them. "He suspects me. He suspects me," gasped Gray. "He has only gone to get assistance to capture me. Whither can I now fly? I can purchase no more safety, for I am penniless. Die I dare not. Must I be taken? Oh, horror! Horror! The scaffold dances before my eyes, and I seem even now to hear the shouts of the multitude as I am dragged out to die." He shook for several moments fearfully, then with blanched lips and tottering limbs, he rose and approached the tree on which was posted the placard. For a minute or more the letter seemed to dance before his bewildered gaze, and he could read nothing but the one word murder, which appeared as it were to stand out from the paper with a supernatural distinctness. Gradually, however, this nervous delusion vanished, and the letters arranged themselves like living things in their proper places. Jacob Gray then read the bill, which offered a reward of £100 to anyone who would apprehend and lodge in any jail the perpetrator of the murder. The placard then went on to give but an imperfect description of Gray's person, and concluded by the name of one of the magistrates of the metropolis. There were two things that surprised Gray in this placard. One was that his name was not mentioned, and the other was that no reference was made to any other real or supposed crime than the murder of the man Vaughan, in the court leading from the Strand. Through Ada, who had so fearlessly denounced him, he had made sure that his name would become public, and that his other crime of recent date, namely, the murder of the officer Elias in the house at Battersea, would have become known, and form as direct and distinct a charge against him as that of Vaughan, which was the least criminal act of the two. Moreover, Sir Francis Hartleton's name did not appear to the document, which was as great a surprise to Gray as anything, for he conjectured that to him Ada would make her first appeal for protection. Altogether, the bill tormented and puzzled Jacob Gray, and he continued gazing at it, until again the letters danced before his fevered brain, and calm reflection became lost in a whirl of contending fears. Chapter 73. Gray's Proceedings. A Narrow Escape. The Night Visit to Learmont. The necessity for some immediate movement in order to ensure his personal safety now came strongly across the oppressed and wavering mind of Gray, and hastily tearing down the bill from the tree, he clasped his throbbing temples with his hands, and strove to reduce his thoughts to order and consistency. That the bill sticker had gone to get assistance to apprehend him was the frightful notion that never for one instant left his mind, and without any definite notion of where he was going, he went round the declivity of the hill until he arrived completely on the other side. The only means of concealment that there presented itself was a thick hedge, but then he thought how very insecure a place of refuge would that be, in the event of an active search being made for him. The country before him was level for a considerable distance, with only here and there a small clump of trees. After some minutes more of painful thought, an idea suggested itself to him, which was very much in accordance with his usual complicated habits of thought. That was, to leave some portions of his apparel on the bank of the pond, to induce a belief that he had drowned himself in its waters, and then to scramble into one of the trees and hide till nightfall among the branches. This was the only feasible plan of escape that suggested itself to him, for with his utter ignorance of the localities of the fields, an attempt to cross them to the village would most probably be seen, and but a short race in his exhausted and sickly state would ensure his capture. At night, he thought, I will venture to Learmont's, it is my only chance. I will then offer for £1,000 to deliver up Ada to him, and he, still supposing, probably, that nothing material has happened, may consent, when I will find a means of leaving England forever, and mature at my leisure plans of revenge against them all. But now, most of all, Ada, will I mark you well. You, who have reduced me to my present state, my bitterest malediction light upon you. I would I could have made you great and wealthy, but now I will devise some finely woven scheme to revenge myself on those I hate, without missing you. He then laid several articles of his clothing by the bank of the pond to which he had walked, while the reflections we have worded were passing through his brain. Then, hastily repairing to one of the clumps of trees we have mentioned, he with much difficulty and pain, for he was sadly bruised, contrived to ascend it, and although the pangs of hunger began, even now, to harass him, he resolved that the shadows of evening should shroud all things before he ventured from his retreat. From his elevated position, he now commanded a good view of the surrounding country, and far down the hill he had first ascended, he saw the forms of 3 persons rapidly approaching. At that distance, he could not see their forms distinctly, but as they neared the brow of the hill, he felt no doubt that one of them was the man who had stuck the placard to the tree. Now he saw them pause and point forwards. Then, with an accelerated pace, they all 3 advanced towards the tree near which the bill sticker had left them. They now paused, and appeared to be consulting upon their next step, when one apparently saw the articles of clothing which Gray had left by the bank of the pond, and they all came to the spot, using gestures to each other of astonishment. They remained for several minutes in close consultation now, and then, as if in accordance with an arrangement they had just made, one of them remained by the pond while the others commenced carefully peering into the hedges and bushes. After satisfying themselves that he they sought was not immediately at hand, they both ran up Traitor's Hill, and from its summit took a long, searching glance at all the surrounding fields. One of these men, Gray could see now to his intense fright, had a gun in his hand, and that fright was increased to absolute abject terror when he saw him level it at one of the trees in the vicinity and fire among the branches, awakening many echoes and starting from their covert many birds who flew twittering and screaming from among the branches. Then, to his agony, he saw the gun again loaded, and the man pointed it at another tree and fired. The sharp report went through Jacob Gray's excited brain like electricity, and it was only by twining his feet round an arm of the tree in which he was, and clutching another with his hands, that he saved himself from falling in his agitation to the ground. The two men now conversed for some minutes in an undertone. Then one, raising his voice, said in a tone that came clearly to Jacob Gray's anxiously straining ears, "Oh, don't give it up yet. It's worth a try." "So it is, but it's a bore to fire away so much powder for nothing," said the other. "Oh, nonsense, blaze away," said the first. "I call it good sport." "Well, here goes then," remarked the man with the gun as he deliberately rammed down another charge. Jacob Gray now trembled so excessively that had the men been near at hand, the shaking of the branches of the tree must have at once betrayed him. But fortunately for him, they were too much occupied with the trees they were firing into to heed any other at a distance, however short. As they came sauntering on, Jacob Gray, with a deep groan that he could not repress, saw that a very few minutes more would bring the tree in which he was, under the aim of the man with the gun. Bang went the piece again, and another flight of screaming birds flew from the tree fired at, and along with a number of crows took refuge in the one occupied by Gray. The men were now within a few paces of the tree, and he could hear in his elevated position with painful distinctness every word they said. By a great effort, he in a great measure stilled the trembling which would have betrayed him, and lay along a thick branch nearly breathless from terror. "You may depend he's off," said the man with the gun. "He wouldn't wait for you." "Unless he's drowned himself," remarked the other, who was the bill sticker. "No fear of that," remarked the other with a laugh. "These kind of fellows never cheat the hangman that way. He has had time to run across the field to Highgate or Hampstead, or even to skulk into town, you may depend." "Well, I'd take my oath it was him as was mentioned in the bill," said the man who had brought all this danger upon Gray. "I was thankful I got off scot-free from him, I can tell you. He would soon have blown my brains out if I had said half a word." "Oh, bother you," cried the other. "You were too faint-hearted, you mean to lay hold of him. It's all very well for you to talk with a gun in your hand, but what odds was I with a paste-pot against a right-down regular murderer, I should like to know? Upon my faith," said he with the gun, "I should have enjoyed seeing you sneak off, I really should." As he spoke, he commenced reloading his gun with deliberation. Oh, what a horrible process that was to Jacob Gray. Each moment gave him a pang of fear that nearly stopped the beating of his heart. How he watched the action of the ramrod as the powder was pressed down. Then the rattle of a number of small shot as they went down the barrel came upon his ears with dreadful distinctness. Again there was a piece of paper pressed into the muzzle of the piece, and as the ramrod forced it home with a dull sound upon the charge, Jacob Gray perspired in every pore, and with difficulty kept himself from shrieking, "Mercy! Mercy! That's an old tree," remarked the man as he primed the gun and, stepping back a pace or two, leveled it among the branches. "I recollect it when I was a boy." "Fire away," said the other, who seemed quite to enjoy the sport. Now, thought Jacob. Now to fall a bleeding, wounded man to the ground. Now for pain, horror, capture, death. He closed his eyes and clung to the branch on which he lay with pure desperation. All thought of a consistent character became lost in abject terror. It seemed to him an age ere the man fired into the tree. Then suddenly, a loud report reached his ears. Small branches of the tree fell about him, and he uttered a deep groan as he felt a shock upon his face and along one arm, which assured him he had been hit by some of the shots. The pain of a gunshot wound is not immediate. The first effect is rather as if sensation had been suddenly stunned, but when the shock subsides, and the blood again resumes its wonted channels, the agony of the wound commences. Such was the case with Jacob Gray, and although but very few of the shots had struck him in the face, the neck, and on one arm, He could have screamed with pain in the course of a few moments. And it required all the counteracting influence of the master feeling of his mind, fear, to prevent him from discovering himself. Clinging still to the branch desperately, he endured the pain in silence, for he durst not even moan. His first groan had been drowned in the report of the gun, but now that the echoes had died away, and all was still, the least sound of pain from his lips might be his utter destruction. The men were silent for some moments after the discharge of the gun. Then he who had fired it remarked in a disaffected tone, "He ain't there. It's no use. He must have given us the slip." "No, he could not stand that. I'm sure I couldn't," said the bill sticker. "I never saw so many birds fly out of a tree in my life." "That's because we have hunted them from all the others, and they took refuge in this one blockhead," cried the man with the gun, whose temper did not seem at all improved by the non-success of his expedition. "Well, you needn't get in a passion," suggested the other. "Who's in a passion? How do you know I'm in a passion? I don't believe you saw the man at all, and there's an end of it." "Upon my conscience, bother your conscience, you've got none." "Why, now you saw his things lying by the side of the pond yourself. What, suppose now he's drowned himself really? How you'd look then? Why don't you have the pond dragged? You know nobody will drag it for me." "Why don't you get in and feel about for him?" suggested the man with the gun. "What? Get into the pond and see if he's there, I say, and put my foot on him, perhaps. I'd sooner go to Jericho. I should never recover it. Suppose I was to go in and put my foot on his very face. Oh, oh. You are a coward, that's what you are, and you may hunt the fellow yourself for all I care." "Don't go away," cried the bill sticker. Why, I shan't stay here to be fooled any longer," said the other. "Will you lend me the gun, then?" "Lend you my gun?" "Yes. I'll see you particularly well, never mind." So saying, he of the gun marched off in very great dudgeon, leaving the bill sticker gazing after him. "Well," he muttered, "there's an air and a grace. I never knew he was so hasty before. I think I'll have a hunt for the fellow myself, and yet he might master me, and I think I won't. It's all very well to take a prisoner, but when the prisoner takes you, it ain't near so pleasant." Having come to this sage conclusion, the bill sticker rapidly walked away, glancing every now and then around him in terror, lest Gray should make a sudden dart at him from behind some tree or hedge. "Here, here," moaned Jacob Gray, as he smeared the blood from his face with his hand. "Here I must remain in hunger and pain till night, and then my only hope now is to crawl to Learmont's." Chapter 74. The Checkers, Britain's Corner, an alarm, the mysterious stranger, a quarrel, a fight, and a little anatomy. While all these important circumstances are taking place, intoxication was doing its fell work upon even the iron frame of Andrew Britton, and each day saw him more coarse, bloated, and wayward in his various fancies. He was but as an infant in the interval between his fits of drunkenness, and it was never until he had taken enough ardent spirits to kill any ordinary person that he felt his energies increase, and his blood course through his veins with its accustomed activity. The fearful excitement of drink was deluding him with its present support. At the same time, it was sapping the very springs of his life and weakening the foundations of his strength. He had already expended a small fortune at the Checkers, and yet his gold, to the surprise of the landlord and the frequenters of the house, appeared to be inexhaustible. Endless were the conjectures of who and what he was, and one person had actually called upon Sir Francis Hartleton to mention his strong suspicions that all was not right as regarded Britton. But we know that the magistrate had ample and judicious reasons for not alarming Learmont by a useless interference with Andrew Britton. And although he received the communication with politeness, he replied that he saw no reason at present to take any steps as regarded the drunken Smith, who held his nightly orgies at the Checkers, so that the party left his office rather discouraged than otherwise, and Britton pursued his career unchecked. On the very night which had witnessed the denunciation of Jacob Gray by Ada at Whitehall, and the various harrowing incidents, directly and indirectly arising therefrom, Britton had been holding high revel in the parlor of the Checkers. He had that morning visited Learmont, and was now freely lavishing around him the gold pieces, which appeared to have no limit, but to be produced by him as freely as if he had discovered the much-coveted secret of the transmutation of metals. There was one man who lately Britain had taken much to, and that was on account principally of his wonderful capacity for drink, in which he vied with the smith himself. This man was a butcher, residing in the immediate vicinity, and in every respect he was indeed a fit companion for Britain. Brutal, coarse, strong, and big, he combined in himself all that Britain admired, and as he had no money and Britain had plenty which he was, moreover, willing to spend freely, they became quite great cronies and friends. On this occasion Britain and the butcher, whose name was Bond, occupied 2 seats near the fireplace, and were indulging in a bowl of hot arrack punch, which steamed before them, and from which they dipped large quantities with pewter measures. The rest of the room presented its usual, mostly appearance. There were persons of all kinds and conditions below, the respectable, and a steam of hot breaths, vapor of mixed liquors, and all sorts of villainous compounds, to which was added copious volumes of tobacco smoke, which ascended to the roof. All was boisterous, rough mirth, and roaring jollity, the only distinguishing feature of which was that Britain took care his voice should be heard above all the surrounding din. And if anyone presumed to laugh as loud as he, or raise his voice to as stentorian a pitch, he either commissioned the butcher, or went himself, to knob the said person on the head with the pewter measure. Britain was in one of his treating humors, and he had just ordered jugs of strong ale all round when the landlord came in and said, "Gentlemen all, there's some rare news, most rare news." "What is it?" cried a dozen voices in chorus. "Hilloa," roared Britain. "Peace, I say, peace. Am I king or not? Damn, if I was a cockchafer instead of a king, you couldn't behave worse, curse you all. Ha, ha, ha." "A cockchafer," laughed a man whose back was towards Britain, but who was just within his reach, and he accordingly received from Britain such a stunning blow with the pewter measure that he had not a laugh in him for an hour. "Now, silence all," cried Britain, and when comparative stillness was procured, he turned with drunken gravity to the landlord and said, "Now, idiot, you come into my presence and say, 'There's news.' Yes, your majesty. If you interrupt me, I'll brain you. No, not brain you. You can't be brained, having none, but I'll do something else that I'll think of. Now, what's the news?" "May it please your majesty," said the landlord, "there's news of a fire and a murder." The smith half rose from his chair, and his face assumed a tinge of deep red as he shouted, "Who dare say so much? Think you I am crippled and cannot use my forehammer still? The fire was accidental." A murmur of astonishment passed among those present, and the landlord added, I was only told of it, your majesty, and thought you'd like to hear, that's all." "No offense, your majesty, only they say that there's been a murder, and the old place where it was done burnt down to destroy the dead body." "Liar!" cried Britain, making a rush at the landlord. Who dare say half as much? Show me the man, and I'll take his life." "Show his face, and then I shall find his throat." Everybody rose, and the landlord made good his retreat to the door, where he stood looking at Britain aghast, for he had never seen him in so genuine a rage before. "What do you mean?" growled the butcher. "By coming here and vexing him? Slaughter me if you deserve such a customer. Hands off there, leave him alone, will you?" "It's a lie," cried Britain. "There is nobody there to burn, none. That woman, that hag Maud, has trumped up the tale. She is mad, but full of malice, quite full of malice at me for what I don't know. Who talks of the body? Who beards and flouts me, I should like to know? Beware, I am Britain, the smith, beware, I say." The veins upon his forehead were swollen almost to bursting, and rage imparted to his voice a vehemence which soon destroyed it, for his last words were hoarse and broken, and still muttering only, "Beware." He suffered the butcher to lead him back to his seat and fill for him a measure of the hot punch, which Britain drank as if it had been so much water. Then he drew a long breath and exclaimed, "The villain, too, come to me with such a tale. His life curses on him. His life should be worth more to him than to risk it." "Be calm," said the butcher, in a voice that almost shook the rafters of the house. "Be calm, give care the go by, and drown all sorts of disagreeables in drink. There is nothing like it. You may depend whether you're a butcher or a king. Take another glass, by boy, and swear away. That's one of the comforts of life too, gentlemen. Now I'm a butcher, and as humane a individual as is in all Westminster. And if anybody says I isn't, I'll put my slaughtering knife in his inside." Britain was quiet for a few moments, partly from exhaustion and partly because he was nearly choked with another measure of punch which he threw into his throat rather heedlessly. And the landlord, when the butcher had done speaking, took the opportunity of throwing in a word of personal justification, for he was quite alarmed at the riot he had created, as he supposed, with such very slender materials. "Your Majesty," he said, "will humbly excuse me, but there is a fire at Battersea, and they do say there's been a murder." At where?" cried Britain. "At Battersea. From the back window of the room upstairs, adjoining your gracious Majesties, you may see the sky as red as anything." "Oh, at Battersea tonight?" "Yes, even now. It was one of Sir Francis Hartleton's men who said there had been a murder." "Indeed. Oh, indeed," said Britain, breathing more freely. Aye, what's it to me? What have I to do with it? Here's a toast, gentlemen all. A toast, I say." People are always ready to drink toasts at another's expense, and it is really very extraordinary what very out-of-the-way and singular sentiments many well-meaning and harmless people will solemnly pledge themselves when they come before them in the shape of toasts. And every glass and tankard was filled to do honor to the proposition of Britain, when the landlord, whose back was against the door, was nearly pushed down by the sudden entrance of a man, who, after one glance round the room, cried, "Now's your time." At the words, there arose two men from among the guests, and nodded to him who had just arrived. What the three were about to do seemed involved in mystery, and likely to form an endless theme for conjecture, for before they could make any movement indicative of their intentions, another man appeared at the door, and nearly breathless from the haste he had made, he cried in a loud voice, "No." The two men who had risen looked at each other in amazement, and then at the stranger, who cried, "No," in a tone of such authority. For the space of about a minute no one spoke, and a general feeling of alarm seemed to be produced by this strange proceedings, a clue to which no one could possibly imagine. Then he who had last made his appearance said in a lower tone, "You know me?" "Yes, sir," replied both the men in a breath. "Enough, follow." He then turned on his heels and walked away. The two men, as well as he who had just come in so mysteriously, made a bustle to leave the room, but by this time all the indignation of King Britain was thoroughly aroused, and he roared out, "This is pretty. I'll let you know who is king here. You follow him if you dare, ye hounds. What's the meaning of all this?" He rose from his seat and sprung to the door as he spoke, but he had no sooner got there than he found himself face to face with the man who had cried "No" so lustily, and who, hearing some objections made to his orders, had come back. There was an unflinching boldness about the man that for a moment staggered Britain, and they stood face to face for a few moments in silence. "Well, bully," cried the man, "what now?" The only reply of the smith was a straightforward blow, which was, however, so skillfully parried by the stranger that it was not only quite innoxious to him, but gave Britain a severe wrench of the elbow. "What now?" again cried the man. "Let me get at him," roared the butcher. "No," screamed Britain. "D.E., let him have fair play. It's my quarrel, and I'll smash anybody that interferes." All now rose, and a more strange collection of excited faces could scarcely have been seen than was presented just then at the Chequers in expectation of a serious battle between the smith and his antagonist, who, although not near so stout a man, was fully as tall, and a great deal younger looking than he. "What do you want here?" said Britain. "I shall not tell you," replied the man. "You can fight?" "A little." "Where I came from," added Britain, "we wrestle a little." "So do we where I came from," replied the other calmly. "Do you?" cried Britain, and then, confident in his own strength and skill, even half intoxicated as he was, he sprung upon the man, and seizing him fairly by the shoulder and waist, he made a tremendous effort to throw him. But he produced no more impression upon the stranger than as if he had laid hold of the corner of a house. After a few moments' exertion, he ceased, panting, from his endeavors, and at that moment the stranger put out his arms and threw Britain so heavily upon his back that the room shook again. "Foul play! Foul play!" cried the butcher, half rising. "You lie, sir," cried the stranger in a tone that made the butcher fall back into his seat again with surprise. "Follow," cried the stranger then, addressing the men who had waited patiently until the result of the combat. He then strode from the house, being immediately followed by those who appeared to know him, and under so implicit an obedience to his commands. Britton was picked up by the butcher, and laid with a thwack as if he had been some huge joint of meat upon one of the oaken tables. "I hope there's no bones broke," said the landlord. "Bones broke, be bothered," replied the butcher. "I think I ought to know something about bones and meat, too." "So you ought, Master Bond," cried a man, "so you ought, only I should say you knew most about bones." "Should you, Spoony, and why?" "Because you never send me a joint that isn't at least the best part bones." There was a general laugh against the butcher at this sally, who, glaring ferociously at the speaker, exclaimed, "When you come to my shop again, look after your own carcass, that's all, and now for what I calls judgmatical atomy." "What?" cried several voices. "Judgmatical atomy," roared the butcher. "It means knowing whether bones is broke or not." "Oh, very good, Master Bond," said the landlord. "Pray attend to his majesty, bless him. I hope he ain't hurt. A d fool." This last sentence was uttered very low by the landlord, and Bond, the butcher, at once commenced a ludicrous examination of the various limbs of Britton. "He ain't hurt in the foreleg," he remarked. "He ain't damaged nowhere from neck to loins. He'd cut up as nice as possible, and nobody be no wiser. Pour a glass of brandy into his mouth and hold his nose." This operation was duly performed, and as recovery or strangulation were the only alternatives nature had in the case of Andrew Britton, she embraced the former, and he opened his eyes. Chapter 75. An interview with a Secretary of State, Sir Francis Hartleton's difficulties. In order to explain the cause of the singular interruption which occurred to the festive scene at the Chequers, we must glance at the proceedings of Sir Francis Hartleton for the preceding 2 days. We have before hinted at the very awkward position in which Sir Francis Hartleton was placed as a magistrate, having suspicions of the very strongest mature for suspecting some foul crime on the parts of Learmont, Andrew Britton, and the man Gray, of whose existence and identification with the third in the iniquitous proceeding he had only lately had good reason to believe, and yet such suspicions not assuming a sufficiently tangible form to enable him to found a charge upon him. At the same time, working as he was in the dark in trying to unravel a plot, the intricacies of which seemed to him to increase instead of diminish as he dived into it. He never knew but what some false step of his, some effort of overzeal, might put the guilty parties not only on their guard of him particularly, but might set them to work to take more effectual steps than they had hitherto done for the suppression of every particle of tangible evidence against them, but might likewise induce deeper and blacker crimes than any they had yet attempted or committed for the preservation of secrets essential to their existence. Thus it was that, although Sir Francis Hartleton had a strong perception of the main facts of the case he had in hand as regarded the guilt of Learmont, yet he felt that he could not be too cautious in what he said or did consequent thereon, until some circumstance should arise to give a direct clue to such a chain of evidence as should enable him at once to pounce upon them all, and ensure their condemnation on irrefragable proofs. After his first interview with Albert Satan, he had carefully made a narrative of all the circumstances connected with the affair, and as it will be recollected that, by that interview, he was enabled to place together the names of Gray, Britton, and Learmont, in such a manner as to be certain that they were then, or had been, engaged in some great act of villainy together, he was in a much better situation for arriving at a correct conclusion with regard to the various circumstances that came crowding upon his recollection. That some crime, most probably a murder, had been committed so many years ago when he, a young man, having more passion and impetuosity than discretion, resided in the village of Learmont on the night of the fire at the old smithy. He never entertained a doubt, and the probability that had he been a private individual, and not an open enemy, as it were, of Learmont's, he would have made some effort of perhaps a hazardous and illegal nature to obtain satisfaction on the affair. Sir Francis, however, was one of those who felt deeply the responsibilities of the situation in which he was placed as one of the ministers of justice. And he would have considered himself as quite unfit for so onerous an office had he acted from impulse, instead of reflection in the prosecution of evildoers. Thus, although ferreting the while, he waited until something should occur to point him a clear and consistent path in the investigation. His own suspicions were simply these: that Learmont had, by the assistance of the savage Smith and the man who had rushed from the burning house with the child, committed some great crime for the sake either of stilling forever some evidence of preceding criminality, or for some then present gains or pecuniary advantage. And hence Andrew Britton's constant visits to Learmont were for probable claims upon his purse. That Jacob Gray was the man who had so rushed from the burning smithy, and that Ada was the child he had in his arms, Sir Francis, after what was related to him by Albert Satan, felt almost assured of, and that both Gray and Britton were now preying upon Learmont, he felt convinced. All this, however, did not amount to much, and although greatly strengthening his own previous suspicions of foul play somewhere, afforded him no information as a magistrate. He could make no specific charge against Learmont. He had nothing to say to Britton, and Gray he had never been able to catch hold of, or he would have made an attempt to possess himself of the papers addressed to him, which he thought more than probably contained ample information. He was likewise moved strongly by the picture Albert Satan had drawn of the persecutions endured by Ada, and setting apart all other considerations, he was most anxious to rescue her from the ills by which she was surrounded. Thus he wanted to discover two things principally. The one was what crime had been committed at the old smithy, and the other was, presuming Ada to be the child seen on that memorable occasion, who was she? To neither of these questions could he give himself a rational answer, and he was therefore forced to endeavor to comfort himself in the affair by setting a watch over Britton, another on Learmont, and making what exertions he could himself to ferret out the abode of Jacob Gray, without exciting the suspicions of Learmont. Several times the thought of an active search in the ruins of the old smithy at Learmont had suggested itself to his mind, but had been rejected upon the conviction that such a proceeding would be very public and could not be undertaken by him as a magistrate without some valid previous excuse. On the day, however, that he considered himself so fortunate as to have unearthed Jacob Gray, and to have him all but in his grasp, Sir Francis Hartleton resolved to bring affairs to some sort of crisis, and adopt reluctantly the only plan that presented itself to him, of securing the safety of Ada and the punishment of 2 out of 3 criminals, and that was to arrest Britton on that day, and, confronting him with Gray, induce a clear confession from one or the other of them, under a promise of relief from capital punishment. He, acting upon this feeling, procured ample assistance, and previous to starting for Gray's house in the marshes of Battersea, he instructed one of his experienced officers to make sure of the rapture of Britton before night. His disappointment at Forrest's house we are aware of, and immediately upon his return, he was careful to countermand the order for Britton's arrest. This countermand, however, was given to an officer who was seriously hurt in a common street affray, before he could communicate his message to him, who had the particular charge to capture the smith. Hence it arose that Sir Francis Hartleton was not aware that measures were taking to apprehend Britton until it was almost too late to prevent it. He, nevertheless, made the attempt, and was, as we have seen, just in time personally to stop the arrest, for it was he himself who cried no. In the parlor of the Chequers, being this time effectually disguised from the observation of Britton, Sir Francis then immediately returned to his own house, where he had not long been when he heard rapidly, one after the other, of the 2 astounding events of the fire at the lone house by Battersea, and the denunciation of a man, by a young and beautiful girl, near Charing Cross, as a murderer. The thought immediately flashed across his mind that this man must be Jacob Gray, and his accuser the persecuted Ada. A very short time, as we are aware, convinced him that his suspicions were well-founded, and his main cause of anxiety being removed, he now resolved to lend all his energies to discover who Ada was, and bring home the crimes of Learmont and his associates to them. The whole affair had now assumed so new and troublesome an aspect that Sir Francis Hartleton thought it necessary to apply to the Secretary of State for sanction to the proceedings he might wish to adopt. His wish was that the pursuit after Jacob Gray might not be active, but that he should be rather left alone for a time, under a strict surveillance, to see what he would do, and how far he might commit his associates by visits and communication with them. He likewise wished the case of Andrew Britton to be entirely left in his hands, for the violent proceedings of the savage Smith had begun to excite the attention of others of the local authorities, and he, Sir Francis Hartleton, was fearful that some imprudent step might be taken by some other magistrate concerning Britton and his mysterious wealth, which might alarm Learmont before he wished him to be at all alarmed. With these views and feelings, Sir Francis Hartleton repaired to the Secretary of State, with whom he had an immediate interview, and to whom he carefully detailed all the circumstances which were within his knowledge concerning Ada and her fortunes, from the night of the fire at the old smithy at Learmont, to the time when she had taken refuge at his house, concluding by saying, "Sir, I have, from a record of all the circumstances, the strongest reason to believe that this young girl is the same, who, when an infant, was carried from the burning ruins by the blood-stained shrieking man. But still, I have no proof. I believe that Jacob Gray is that man. But still, I have no proof. I believe that a murder was committed that night at the smithy, but still, I have no proof. And moreover, by Gray's subsequent crimes, we are now entirely cut off from offering him any merciful consideration for a full and free confession of the whole of the circumstances. And Britton, I fear, is not the man to confess at all. If he were, he is most probably awfully and deeply implicated. Therefore, what I wish of you, sir, is authority to stop proceedings against Gray, for the present, and to leave him at large until I procure some more tangible information concerning all these mysteries, always promising that I can arrest him at any time I please." "Upon my word," said the secretary, scratching his chin, "it's a very disagreeable and awkward affair. This Learmont has promised us no less than 7 votes in the Commons." "Has he, sir?" "Yes, and you see, really 7 votes are, in point of fact, 7 votes. He procures them, of course, by nominating members of his properties." "Yes, of course." "Then, sir, should all that property be wrested from him by a conviction for felony, those votes and qualifications must revert to the Crown." "Upon my word, that's true. I dare say he's a very great rogue. Don't make a disturbance for nothing, Sir Francis, but you can take the authority you require. Of course, the votes are more useful to us in our hands than coming through his, but the family may not be extinct. Still, sir, we cannot smother this affair. Justice must be done." "Of course, I know all that. The majesty of justice must be upheld. Only, you see, 7 votes are something, and I only mentioned how awkward it is. I may say confoundedly awkward, for we have scarcely a majority, but, however, you may take your authority, Sir Francis." Chapter 76. Gray's visit to Learmont, the disappointment, a week of terror, the street newsvendor. Evening was casting its broad shadows across the Hampstead fields, and the air was varied with the songs of thousands of birds retiring to roost, when Jacob Gray, with pain and difficulty, began his descent from the tree which had afforded him so hazardous and painful a refuge for so many hours. Stiffened and benumbed as he was in every limb, he found it no easy matter to crawl down from his high perch, and it was only after many minutes of uneasiness and terror that he at last reached the ground. Then he leaned against the trunk of the tree, and with dizzy eyes and a bewildered brain looked anxiously around him. A death-like silence reigned around, broken by nothing but the twittering of the sparrows and the occasional chirp of a grasshopper. He put his hand up to his wounded face, but the blood had ceased to flow, and he only now felt a heavy, deadening sensation about the region of his wounds. After a time, then, he ventured to leave the tree, and with a slow, uncertain, and tottering step he walked towards the pond. The direful pangs of hunger, which in his recumbent position in the tree had not greatly afflicted him, now began to make themselves felt in earnest, and Jacob Gray groaned in his agony. "Oh, he cried. For a crust, the hardest morsel that ever a dainty beggar cast from him as unworthy of his wallet, I shall die of hunger ere I reach Westminster. Still he tottered on towards the pond, and when he reached its grassy brink, he lay down as he had done before and drank largely at the clear water. Then he bathed his face and washed away partially the stains of blood that had hardened into coagulated masses upon his cheeks, and he was again somewhat refreshed, although still terribly faint from want of sustenance. To abate, if possible, the aching, racking pains in all his limbs, he strove to increase his rate of walking, but that expedient, by increasing the languid circulation of his half-thickened blood, caused his wounds from the shot to burst out bleeding afresh. And the horrible faintness that came over him for want of food made him reel along like a drunken man. It might have been the lingering effects of the opiate that had been so freely administered to him, or it might be his huge draughts of water upon an empty stomach. But, from whatever cause it arose, a deadly sickness came over him just as he neared some cottages at the base of the hill, leading to what is now a pretty collection of suburban cottages, which was then a swampy hollow with a few miserable huts, occupied by people who sold bundles of dry sticks for firewood ostensibly, but who were in reality had characters, not averse to anything, so that it promised the smallest gain. Jacob Gray held with a shivering, nervous grasp by one of the palings which divided the patch of garden ground belonging to one of these hovels from the waste common, and was dreadfully sick until what little strength had been left to him was frustrated and he fell, a breathing, but scarcely animate mass, by the side of the palings. His situation was an unfavorable one for attracting the attention of any person who might be in the hut, for the palings hid him, and he had not strength, had he the inclination to cry for help. How long he remained there he knew not, but it was quite dark when, the awful sickness having subsided, he made an effort to rise again. With much difficulty he gained his feet, and the moment he did, the horrible feeling of hunger, maddening hunger, came across him with twice its former intensity of pain. I can go no further," he gasped. "I shall die on the roadside if I attempt to reach London from here without food. I cannot. He staggered along the palings till he came to a wide gate which had no fastening, and there, with a feeling of desperation, he crawled through, determined to risk all by craving charity of the cottagers. As he went on by the inner side of the wide palings, which he was obliged to cling to for support, he struck against some projection which threw him down and very much bruised his knee. As he lay there, he put up his hands to feel what it was, and by the shape of the projection, as well as dipping his hand into its contents, he thought in a moment what it was. And he rose with alacrity to eat greedily from a pig trough the loathsome remainder of the last meal that had been given to the swine. What will hunger not induce persons to do? Jacob Gray thought he had never so much enjoyed a meal in his life, and when he had devoured the remnants of the mash in the trough, he sat down by the palings, and in about half an hour was sufficiently recovered to make his project of proceeding to the house of Learmont at Westminster not so wild and impracticable. The night was now fairly set in, and there was not much chance of Gray's ragged, wounded, and emaciated appearance attracting the notice of anyone along the dimly lighted road from Hampstead to London. Although his strength was now a little restored, he still felt very ill at every step of his progress, and his only hope became entirely founded upon the chance of finding Learmont within, and inducing in him a belief that his Gray's strange and disordered appearance arose merely from some accident on his road, and not from any circumstances which had put it out of his power to be half so noxious and dangerous as he had been. "Oh," he thought, "if when I see Learmont, he did not know how harmless to him I am without Ada, without a written scrap to leave behind me, to point the finger of suspicion against him, how his fingers would close upon my throat, and what music to his ears would be my death rattle. But I must deceive him, I must beard him still defy, still taunt him." It was some hours before Jacob Gray, traveling at the unsteady pace he did, contrived to reach the first houses in London, and when he did so, What would he had not given for but one of the pieces of bright gold he had been so long hoarding, and of which he had been robbed so speedily? In order that he might, ere he had ventured to see Learmont, take some means of improving his appearance and nourishing his wearied frame, in order that a suspicion might not arise in the breast of the crafty squire that all was not as usual with him. Then there was another view of his condition, that, when it occurred to his mind, brought a tumult of distracting thoughts into the brain of Jacob Gray. And that view was based upon the uncertainty that beset him with regard to Ada's actions since denouncing him at Whitehall. Had she gone to Sir Francis Hartleton's, and so far added to his suspicions of Learmont, as to have induced some step against the squire? Or had she made her name and story so public that the whole of Westminster had rung with it, coupled with the fact that it was he, Jacob Gray, who had been hunted up the Strand, and that Learmont, residing as he did, within almost a stone's throw of the whole occurrence, heard sufficient to let him know how innoxious Jacob Gray now probably was in his death, and how impolitic it had now become to let him live again to surround himself with those precautions which had been so suddenly and so strangely torn from him in the course of a few short hours. Whenever all this occurred to Jacob Gray, his steps faltered, and the perspiration of mortal fear broke out upon his brow, for he knew not but that he was hurrying to his destruction, and making powerful efforts to be earlier at the place in which he was to be sacrificed. Still, what other hope had that miserable guilty man? Learmont alone had the power to aid him. Learmont alone held him in dread, and might still fancy he could even in death leave a sting behind him which might topple him from his haughty height of power, and dissipate to the winds of heaven all his dreams of wild ambition. "Yes, yes," he muttered. "I must run this awful risk. I must go to Learmont and procure enough gold for my present necessaries, and then concoct some scheme for the dark future." With a face as pale as monumental marble, save where a few livid marks and streaks of blood showed where he had been wounded, Jacob Gray now turned into the dense mass of houses about St. Giles's, for the purpose of wending his way as quietly and as far from the public thoroughfares as possible towards Charing Cross. Skulking along by dark places, and shunning anywhere that presented a light aspect, he pursued his route towards the upper end of St. Martin's Lane. A crowd was there collected sufficiently dense to stop his progress, and he dare not, like a man of clear conscience and open heart, push his way through the motley assemblage. In vain he tried to get up one of the side streets which would not take him far out of his way. He had no recourse but to go back some 100 yards or more, or endeavor to get through the mass of persons, the cause of whose assembling he knew not nor cared, so that they would let him pass unobstructed and unquestioned. As he neared, in his efforts to pass, the center of the throng of persons, he found that they were collected around a man who was, in the loud, conventional voice of street singers and proclaimers of news, attracting his auditors by some narrative of deep interest, apparently. In another moment, Gray nearly lost all power of motion as he heard these words. "Here, my masters, you have a full account with all the particulars of the most horrid murder in the Strand of Mr. Vaughan, together with a copy of verses made on the occasion, and addressed to all young persons, warning them against dice, cards, drink, and Sabbath breaking." The man then, in a loud nasal voice, commenced his verses. Jacob Gray only paused to hear the first line, which consisted of an appeal to young mothers nursing tender babes, and then, unable any longer to remain in the throng, he pushed his way through them like a madman, and despite the kicks and cuffs he received, succeeded in passing on and arriving nearly breathless, heated, and alarmed at Charing Cross. Chapter 77. The Disappointment, the Last Resource, a Strange Meeting, the Confession. The clocks were striking 10 as Jacob Gray came within sight of Learmont's house, and then so strongly did all his former fears regarding the possible results of his interview with the squire came across him, that it was many minutes before he could summon courage to ascend the steps of the mansion. There was, however, no other course, and, although his fears were of a nature rather to be increased than diminished by the feverish nature of his reflection, he reluctantly at length slunk up the steps and knocked at the door, for at that hour it was always closed. The few moments of suspense till the door was opened were agonizing to Jacob Gray in the extreme, and all his former faintness and some of exhaustion came over him as the ponderous portal opened, and a servant stood in the gap and demanded his business. "You know me," said Gray. The man looked at him doubtingly, for what with his wounds, and the pain, misery, and anxiety he had gone through, he was sufficiently altered to make his recognition doubtful for a moment, even to those who had seen him often. A second look, however, let the servant know that he had seen him before as one of his master's very mysterious visitors, and he replied, "Yes, sir, I do know you. Tell your master I am here. He is not within." "Not within? No, sir. We do not expect him home tonight. He has gone to a party at the Earl of Harrowden's in the palace yard." Gray stood for a moment leaning for support against the doorpost. Then, by a strong effort, he spoke. "Thank you. I will call tomorrow." And he descended the steps, stupefied and bewildered by the cross accidents that seemed to conspire against him. He heard the door closed behind him, and he walked on mechanically for about 100 yards, when he sat down upon the step of a door, and leaning his face upon his hands, he nearly gave himself up to despair. What could he do? What resource was open to him? Where could he go for food and shelter? A starving fugitive, with a price set upon his capture. Could there be yet a degree of horror and misery beyond what he now endured? "Yes, yes," he suddenly said, I can beg. Till tomorrow I can beg a few pence to save me from absolute starvation. But yet that is a fearful risk, for by so doing I shall challenge the attention of the passers-by instead of evading it. I cannot starve, though I must beg, if it be but a few pence to keep me alive until the morning." Jacob Gray's appearance was certainly very much in favor of any tale of distress he might relate for the purpose of moving the charitable to pity and benevolence. A more miserable and woebegone wretch could scarcely have been found within the bills of mortality. The first person upon whom Jacob Gray made an attempt in the begging way was a man who was slowly sauntering past, enveloped in a rich and handsome coat, but the moment he heard Gray say, "I am starving," he drew his cloak closer around him, as if by so doing he shut out his appeal to humanity, and hurried on at a rapid pace. Gray had not been begging long enough to have learnt humility, and the bitter curses he muttered after the man with the cloak would have made his hair stand on end, had he have heard them. As he was then upon the point of rising from the step, and crawling to some more public thoroughfare in which he might have a more extended sphere of operation, a strange, wild noise smote his ears, and he drew back into the shadow of the doorway with a feeling of alarm. The sound seemed to approach from the further end of the street, and now he could distinguish a voice addressing someone in imploring tones, which were replied to by a harsh voice. The words spoken Gray could not distinguish, but a strange presentiment came over him that he was somehow connected with the persons approaching or the subject matter of their discourse. Back, back, he shrunk into the doorway until he was completely hidden in the shadow of the house. The disputants rapidly approached, and then he could hear the rougher voice exclaim, "There is no harm meant you. You are a foolish woman. I tell you over and over again that you are wanted for your own good. Murderer, away, away," cried a voice that struck to the heart of Jacob Gray, for he knew it to be the woman he had seen at the public house by Vauxhall when he ran so narrow a chance of capture by Sir Francis Hartleton. "Will you come quietly?" cried the man. "No, no, not with you," cried Maud. "Not with you. Look at your hands, man, are they not dyed deeply with blood? Ha, 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 you shrink now. No, no, Maud will not go with you, but I will tell you a secret. Listen, do you know Andrew Britton, the savage smith?" "No, nor don't want," said the man. "Come now, listen to reason. Sir Francis Hartleton wants to see you particularly." Aye, said Maud. "That's a fine device. Tell me where the child is, will you?" "Come now, it ain't far," said the man. "Here have I been hunting all over London for you nearly a day and a half now, and when I find you, you won't come. I tell you Sir Francis means to do something for you." "Can he restore the dead?" "Not exactly." Ah, he can. So now I know you are no messenger of his." "You come from Andrew Britton? Why?" "To kill me. But it is of no use, I tell you. You and he and everybody know well that he is to die before I do." Maud now laid hold of the rails of the house and resolutely refused to move. The man spoke in a perplexed tone as he said, "Come, come now, don't be foolish. I must get some help to take you, whether you like it or not, if you won't come now quietly." "Beware," said Maud. The man gave a start, as the poor creature showed him the glittering blade of a knife she had concealed in her bosom. There was a pause of a few minutes, and then Gray heard the man say, "Very well. Just as you like. I always look after number 1 first, and I'll be hanged if I have anything more to do with you." Maud laughed hysterically as she sat down upon the step and still kept a clutch upon the iron rail. "Foiled, foiled," she exclaimed. "Ha, ha, ha, tell him it is in vain. He may hunt me, but it is written in the book of the Eternal that Britain, the savage smith of Learmont, is to die before I. Go, go. Ha, 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 you will never wash the blood stains out. Never, never, never." The man made no answer, but walked away at a very rapid pace, no doubt for the purpose of procuring some assistance. For he was an officer who had been ordered by Sir Francis Hartleton to seek for the poor deserted creature, and bring her to him, when he would take measures for placing her in some asylum where she would be free from any violence on the part of Andrew Britton, should he accidentally meet with her. Maud continued to mutter in a low tone after the man had left, but Gray could not closely distinguish what she said, and he remained for some time perfectly quiet, resolving in his mind what he should do. As he communed with himself, the deadly spirit of revenge against all whom he imagined to be in any way accessory to producing his present destitute state came over him, and he ground his teeth as he muttered, "I could kill them all. I could exult in their agonies. I must have revenge. This hag was the cursed cause of all the horrors I have been compelled to wade through, and shall I now suffer her to escape, now that she is in my power?" He cast a rapid glance up and down the street as he added, "And no one by? Oh, that I had some weapon that silently and surely would do its work and leave her here a corpse. She shall be one offered on the altar of my revenge. I will work the destruction of them all, and she will be the first." A deathly languor came over Jacob Gray even as he spoke, and he groaned audibly. Maud started at the sound, and turning she fixed her eyes upon his dusky form as it lay hid in the shadow of the doorway, from which, for more than a minute, his extreme weakness would not permit him to move. "What man are you?" cried Maud. "You groan wherefore? Have you lost all you loved?" "I have," said Gray with a groan as he thought of his money. Maud crept up the steps till she came close to him, and then laying her shriveled hand upon his arm, she said, "I know you now, I know you." "Know me?" faltered Gray, making an effort to pass her on the steps. "Yes, where and how, and when we meet I shall soon think, but I know you." Gray felt a little alarmed at this speech, and he replied, "You are mistaken. I am poor and destitute. We have never met before." "Poor and destitute? Hast ever felt the pang of hunger as I have? I feel them now." Maud opened a wallet she had with her and took some broken victuals from it, which she laid before Gray, saying, "Eat, eat, and I will think the while where I have met you." He needed no second invitation, but devoured the not very tempting viands before him with an eagerness that could leave no doubt of the truth of his statement concerning his hunger. Maud passed her hands several times across her brow as she said, "I know you, yet I know you not. Did you ever hear of a murder?" "No," said Gray, "done with such a thing as this?" She half produced the knife as she spoke, and Gray immediately said with eagerness, "Give me that." Maud drew back and fixed her wild eye upon him as she said, "Are you a man of blood? Let me see your hands. Are they stained with innocent gore or free from the damning pollution that begrimes the fool and drags it shrieking to despair? Answer me, man. Saw ye ever the old smithy? Give me the knife and I will tell you." "Yes, the knife." He is eager for the knife who knows its use. "Answer me, saw ye the fire? Yes, the fire. When was it? Yesternight." "What fire?" "In a house where dwelt an angel. I knew 'twas that. Yes." "Ha, ha, ha. And there was a body, too, that would not burn. There it lay black and cold, untouched amidst the charred fragments of the house. I have been there to look for the angel, but she has flown up to her native skies with not a downy feather of her radiant wings touched by the gross element." You have been to the house?" stammered Gray. "I have. You knew it?" It lies near sweet green fields, and the merry birds mock you as you go it. Listen, and I will tell you what I did. The early dawn was brightening, and old and young, with jests and laughter and mingling voices, went to see the ruins of the ancient house. And you went? I did. Then some bright spades and hatchets, and they dug for the body of a murdered man. Pile after pile of the blackened rubbish was removed, and then one said, he must be burnt to a cinder. But I knew he would be found. No murdered body was ever yet all burnt. The murderer himself has often tried thus to dissipate in the ashes of his victim all traces of his awful crime, but heaven will not have it so. Gray clutched to the railings for support as he said, Nonsense, I know better. Ha, 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 laughed Maud. I cannot see well the working of your face, but your voice belies your words. The man was found. Well, well, it is nothing to me. They said he had been shot, continued Maud, and that he must have died in lingering agony. I saw them bring him forth. Not a thread of his garments, not a hair of his head, was touched by those flames that had destroyed all else. Well, well, said Gray, I don't want to hear more. Will you give me the knife? Maud had kept her hand upon the handle of the weapon, and Gray had found no opportunity of taking her by surprise, or he would have made an endeavor to destroy the poor creature, upon whose head the chastening hand of Providence had fallen so heavily. A direct attack upon her he dared not make, for first of all he could not trust his present weak state to the chances of a struggle even with her, and secondly, such was not Jacob Gray's way of doing things. Will you give me the knife? He repeated. No, said Maud. I'm keeping it for Andrew Britton, indeed. I am. If I thought you would use it on Andrew Britton, muttered Gray, I would not take it from you for £100. Listen, I have not told you all, said Maud. All what? About the fire. You shall hear. All who went there for many motives left the smoking mass before the sun was at its topmost height in heaven, but I stayed. Why did you stay? I thought the angel might come to me, but she did not. I prayed for her to come near again and show me her pale and beautiful face, but she did not. I wept, but she came not, and then I thought I might find something that should ever remind me of her, and I did. You did? What found you? Tell me, woman. 'Twas very strange that I should find them there, said Maud thoughtfully. Find what? Where the murdered man had lain there was no trace of fire. The flames had burned round, but touched him not. There I found them. Woman, tell me what you found, or what? Cried Maud, her eyes flashing upon the cowardly Gray, who immediately shrunk back, saying, Nothing, I want nothing. Only I am anxious to know what you found. You are. Well, I found some of these. Here is one. As she spoke, she took from her breast a small, torn scrap of paper and gazed at it attentively. In an instant Gray surmised the truth. In his attempt to get rid of his written confession while standing on the ladder, previous to the murder of Elias, he had dropped many pieces, and then in the exciting scenes that followed utterly forgotten them. Once indeed, while in the tree on Hampstead Heath, he remembered the circumstance, but then he immediately assumed that they had been burnt along with the house. He now trembled in every limb, as the thought came over him that possibly the poor mad creature might have collected sufficient of the torn pieces to give Sir Francis Hartleton a tangible idea of the whole. And although he felt that, next thing to his life, was the repossession of those torn scraps, he was so overcome by the circumstance of their thus coming to light, that for a few moments he thought he should have fainted. Maud, meanwhile, spread out the small crumpled pieces of paper in her hand, and commenced reading in a low, muttering voice. Andrew Britton, the temptation, a double murder, shrieking, the child, guilt. Ha, ha, brave words, she cried. Murder and guilt, and Andrew Britton's name, of course. Where there is murder and guilt, there must be Andrew Britton. Gray slowly prepared himself for action. He cast a wary eye around him, but no one was visible. Then he drew himself up to make a rush upon Maud, when he heard a voice some distance from the street say loudly, Faster, I say, faster. Who'd be a king if he couldn't be carried as quick as he likes? On, I say, or I'll be the death of some of you. Andrew Britton, shrieked Maud, and she bounded from the step and ran down the street with amazing fleetness. Jacob Gray sunk back against the door with a deep groan. Chapter 78. Britton and Learmont. Mind and matter produce similar results. Learmont's weakness and fears. The chair. Despite the apathy endured by his habitual state of intoxication, Andrew Britton began to feel some vague sort of apprehension that there was danger at hand, and that he was watched by parties who came and sat down with apparent jollity in the old parlor of the Checkers. When once this idea got possession of his mind, it began to torment him and, however, after thinking to the best of his ability over the matter, he determined upon consulting with Learmont upon the subject, and leaving it to his cooler judgment to take what steps he thought fit in the affair. According to this resolve, he sought the house of Learmont, where he arrived but a very few minutes after Albert Satan had left, and demanded, with his usual effrontery, an interview with the squire. Learmont had latterly looked upon Andrew with mixed feelings of dread and exultation. Dread that he might drink himself to death some day, and leave behind him ample written evidence to convict him, Learmont, of heavy crimes, and exultation that all the money the savage smith wrung from his fears was converted into the means of his destruction by his habit of habitual intoxication. When they now met, Learmont forgot for a moment his personal danger in eager notice of the trembling hand, and generally decayed state of the smith's once hardy frame. But he forgot at the same time that anxiety and the constant gnawing of conscience were making even more rapid ravages upon his own constitution than the utmost stretch of intemperance could have done. Britton was pale and in some degree emaciated, but Learmont was positively ghastly and had wasted nearly to a skeleton. "Well," said Learmont in a hollow and constrained voice, "you come, as usual, for more money, I suppose." "Yes," said Britton. "I don't mean to go away empty-handed, squire, you may take your oath, but I have something more to say on this visit." "Say it, and begone." I am busy." "Are you? Perhaps you will be busier still some day. Do you happen to be thirsty?" "No," said Learmont impatiently. "That's a pity, because I am, and if it wasn't for the look of the thing, drinking by oneself, I'd have a glass of something." "Andrew Britton," said Learmont, jerking out his words slowly from beneath his clenched teeth, "I have warned you more than once before not to trifle with me. Your errand here is specific. You come for the means of carrying on a life of mad riot and intoxication, a life which some of these days may lead you to an excess which will plunge you, and all connected with you, in one common ruin." "Well, is that all?" "And enough," cried Learmont angrily. "Have I ever resisted your demands? No. Have I ever limited your calls upon my purse? No, but how moderate I've been, think of that. But Britton, there was a time when you were not deaf to all reason. Hear me now. You cannot complain of me, so long as I freely administer to your real and fancied wants. Wherefore, then, should I run a fearful and terrible risk daily from your excesses? You must admit, that I, to the very spirit and letter, fulfill my contract with you, and yet I run a fearful risk, a risk which can do you no manner of good. What if you were to die, Andrew Britton? You are a man of wild excesses, I say, if you were to die. Is the end of all my compliances with your demands to be my destruction when you can desire no more? Speak, how do you warrant me against so hard a condition?" "I don't warrant you at all," said Britton. "Recollect you forced me to it. What was I? The smith of Learmont. I toiled day and night, and they called me a savage, and why? Because I was in your toils. I did a piece of work for you that—" "Hush, hush," gasped Learmont. "Oh, you are delicate and don't like it mentioned. I am not so nice. I murdered for you, squire, and you know it." "What was my reward?" Toil, and you know that, too. You taunted me with my guilt and crime. Once, squire, when I threw in your teeth that the same halter that was made for me would fit your worshipful neck. You told me that I flattered myself, for that the word of a right worshipful squire would outweigh the oath of a smith, and cursed me for a fool. But I believed you, and put up with it till that sneaking hound Gray came to me. "Curses on him," muttered Learmont. "Ha, ha," laughed Britton. "I like him no more than yourself. I have much to lay at his door." "But to my question, Britton," said Learmont impatiently. "Well, to your question, what care I what becomes of you? I have myself and myself only to look to, and you may go to the devil or anywhere else, for all that it matters to me. Andrew Britton, once before I told you to beware. You may carry this matter so far that I may turn upon you and find greater safety in a foreign land than here, and if I once determine upon such a step, you will leave me to the hangman? I will, because you goad me to it. And what is there to hinder me from doing the same thing? You cannot. You have not the means nor the inclination. To accomplish such an object, you must come to me for a sum of money which would be equivalent to proclaiming your intention at once, and thus my least danger would be your destruction. You understand me? I do. And although there are 2 words to that bargain, pray in the name of all that's honorable, what do you want me to do, squire? As a matter of common justice between us, I ask you to destroy any written evidence you may have prepared according to the accursed and unjust suggestions of Gray against me. Or that, in the event of your death, I may, having faithfully fulfilled my bond with you, be then released. Stay, I know what you would say. That, you would tell me, holds out a temptation to me to take your life. I say it does not, Andrew Britton, in your case. Your avarice is not so insatiable as Jacob Gray's. And, moreover, we never meet but as man to man, and you can take what precautions you please to ensure your own safety. No, squire, said Britton. It's worth all the money I'm d if it ain't to see you in such a fright. You think I'm drinking myself to death, I know you do, and so I am, but it's an infernally slow process, and if you come to that, you look half dead yourself. Yes, mind you give me none of your nonsense, you know, in case you should pop off all of a sudden. I am very well, said Learmont. Strong and well, I never was better. He dropped into a chair as he spoke, and a deadly paleness came over his face, robbing it even of its usual sallowness, and giving instead a chalky appearance to the skin that was fearful to behold. There, you see, said Britton. You ain't well now, you don't drink enough. Here you have been making a riot about me, and the chance of my popping off, and you have hardly an ounce of flesh on your cursed long carcase. I am better now, cried Learmont. I am quite well, very well indeed. You have known me long, Andrew Britton. Tell me I never looked better in my life, and I will give you £100. Yes, £100, good Britton. Can't be such a cursed hypocrite, said Britton, who mightily enjoyed Learmont's fright. I never saw you look so bad in all my life. I am sure you are joking, serious as a horseshoe. Well, that don't matter. I never take people by their looks. Sometimes the freshest and the finest go first. You know that well, Andrew Britton. That's very true, said Britton. As one we know, a tall, proper man enough, you recollect, his name was Peace. Peace. Do you want to drive me mad, Andrew Britton? Where is your hope but in me? What other resource have you? Fiend. Do you dare thus to call up the hideous past to blast me? Peace, I say, Andrew Britton. Leave me, our conference is over. Not quite. It is. Go, there's money. He threw his purse to Britton as he spoke, and then cried, Go at once. You forget, said Britton as he coolly pocketed the money, that I came here to tell you something particular. What is it? There is danger. Danger? Cried, or rather shrieked Learmont, springing from his seat. Danger? No, you don't mean... I mean what I say. There's danger, and giving you credit for a cooler head than mine, though I'm not quite sure of it, I came to tell you. Learmont leaned heavily upon the arm of the smith as he said, Good Britton, we will stand or fall together. We will not forsake each other. I will help you, Britton. We have known each other long and been mutually faithful. I'm sure we have. You have still the sense to take a life for our own safety, Britton, always for our safety. If I have, it's more than you have, said Britton. Why, you are turning silly. What's the matter with the man? Have you seen a ghost? Ah, cried Learmont, don't speak of that, for by the powers of hell I think I really have. Oh, you think you have? I do. Where? On my very doorsteps, Andrew Britton, I saw a face, young and beautiful, so very like hers who? You don't mean the Lady Monimia? Hush. 'Twas she, I knew her, come to look at me as she looked. Now 22 years ago, in the spring of her rare beauty, when we quenched her life, Andrew Britton. That's all your beastly imagination, said Britton. I wonder at you. On your step, do you say? Yes. Stuff, you don't drink enough to clear your head of the vapors. Some of these days you'll fancy you see your... Hush, hush. My conscience tells me the name you were about to pronounce. Hush, hush, I say. Oh. Andrew Britton, you are a man rough in speech and manners. Your heart seems callous, but have there been no times, no awful moments when your mental eye has been, as it were, turned inwards on your soul, and you have shrunk aghast from yourself, and wished to be the poorest, veriest, abject mortal that ever crawled, so you were innocent of man's blood? Britton, savage, wild as you are, you must have felt some portion of the pangs that bring but one awful consolation with them, and that is, that hell can inflict no more upon us. I'll be hanged if I know what you are driving at, cried Britton. I should recommend brandy and water. No, no, I cannot drink. That vulgar consolation is denied to me. My blood dries up and my brain inflames, but I get no peace from such a source. Besides, it shortens life. Have your own way. All I've got to say is that I feel as sure as that I am standing here that someone has been watching me at the checkers. No, no. Yes, yes, I say. Some drunken brawl of your own. No. Do you know, I suspect that fellow Hartleton is poking and prying about as usual. Curse him. I, Hartleton, cried Learmont. There is my great danger. He suspects and watches Britton. He might die suddenly. He might. Well, well. And he will too if I catch him. Good, Britton, £1,000 for news that he is up more. What's the use of your £1,000 to me? I can but lead the life of a gentleman, and that I am. Why, somebody would cut my throat if I had 1,000 shillings all at once. Good day to you, squire, good day. Take care of yourself. Leave me alone if I once catch Master Hartleton at bay. Yes, yes, you are courteous, Britton. Oh. By the by, what do you call one of those things I see in your hall, like a watchbox with 2 long poles to it? A sedan chair. Oh, then I'm D.D. if I don't have one. You. Yes, me, why shouldn't I? It will be rare fun upon my life it will. Good morning to you. So saying, Britton swaggered out of the house, and by way of showing both his knowledge and his independence to Learmont's servants in the hall when he got there, he said, pointing the sedan chair, "What's that?" "A chair," said one. "You think I didn't know that, did you, spoony?" He replied, as he gave the unfortunate footman a crack on the head that made him dance again. Chapter 79. A walk and a meeting, the vision at the open casement, Learmont's perturbation. An idea had struck Learmont during the course of his conversation with Britton which, now that the smith was gone, came still more strongly and forcibly across his mind, and shaped itself into clearer words. "Why should not I?" he said. "If I find that in England there is for me nothing but danger, disgrace, and constant apprehension, why should not I take my accumulated wealth somewhere else, to some land where I could purchase with it dignity and power, and, what is more, freedom from the terrors that now beset my path? 'Tis worth reflecting on such a course. I could do it most easily now. 'Tis a comforting reflection, a most comforting reflection, and when I am tortured by doubts and fears, I will think of such a course. But this news of Britton's troubles me. He thinks himself watched by Hartleton. Why, doubtless so am I. Sir Francis is no friend to me, and would gladly find me tripping some of these days. I must crush him. I will have his life if it cost me half my wealth. We kill a noxious reptile because we think it may sting us. So will I have vengeance upon you, Sir Francis Hartleton, because I know you would sting me if you could. I must find some means subtle, deep, and dangerous to him, but withal to me innoxious. I must kill and yet not seem to kill, even to the instrument with which I do the work. Britton it is of no use attempting to employ on such an occasion, unless I could be certain of his success, and then his execution for the deed. In such a case I should be rid of 2 enemies, and even Britton would not be so wantonly mischievous as to deceive me at no benefit to himself. Yet is it dangerous? I must think again. Master Hartleton, you are playing with edged tools. Learmont was now silent for a time, and then rose, saying, "Now for the life of action which shall drown thought, my wealth, my house. My brilliant entertainments have all succeeded so far as to make me a honored guest with more than I can visit, but I will visit many. It is time I began to enjoy something now." The horrible contortion which he produced upon his ghastly face, by way of a smile at these words, startled him, as he saw it reflected in a mirror hanging opposite to him, and he shook in every limb as he hastily left the room. His servants shrunk from before him, as, in about 10 minutes' time, he passed down the great marble staircase of his mansion, splendidly dressed and enveloped in a cloak, to make some calls. Declining, with a haughty wave of his hand, the chair that stood in the hall, he strode out, and, with his lips compressed as usual with him, so closely that not a particle of blood was left in them, he turned into the park, intending to call upon the frivolous but noble Brereton family, who had lodgings near to old Buckingham House. Of all the persons intent on pleasure, on business, or on intrigue that thronged to the park, Learmont fancied that no one could carry so heavy a heart as himself, and yet how successful had he been? Had he not accomplished all that he had grasped at? But, like the dog in the fable, what a valuable and tangible possession had he dropped, in grasping the shadow which now darkened his soul. He saw not the sunshine, for his own heart was black and gloomy. He heard not the merry song of the birds, for busy thought was conjuring up direful images in his brain. He strode along, like a tall spirit, being belonging to some more gloomy and uncongenial world than ours, who heard but discord in our sweetest sounds and could not appreciate any of our pleasures. And yet, strange to say, all that Learmont had toiled for, all he had sinned for, all he had dipped his hands in blood for, had been that he might enjoy in greater abundance these very delights and pleasures that seemed to mock his grasp, and to retreat like the ignes fatuus of the morass, far off in proportion, as he most wishes to approach. He walked up the principal mall, and none addressed him, although many looked after the tall, gaunt, melancholy-looking man as he strode in silence onwards. What would Learmont not have given for a companion, one who would feel and think with him, and divide the weight of oppressive conscience? A lively burst of martial music now came suddenly upon his ears, and he glanced in the direction from whence it came, when he saw a person standing by a seat, from which he seemed to have just risen, close to him. A second glance told Learmont it was the young man, Albert Satan, who had applied to him for the office of secretary, and he bowed coldly and stiffly to him, which Albert courteously rejoined, saying, "The morning is inviting, sir." "Yes, cold, as you say," replied Learmont in an abstracted tone. "Cold, sir? Fine, I mean. Did I say cold?" "You did, sir, but probably your thoughts were somewhere else. I fear I intrude upon you." No, you do not." "My thoughts, young sir, never wander, but I am grateful to him who can bring them back again." "He is like me," thought Albert with a sigh, "a man with a very few pleasant moments to look mentally back to." "Have you thought further of what I proposed to you at our last meeting?" said Learmont. After a long pause, for Albert did not well know what to say in answer to the remark last made by the melancholy squire. "I have, sir," he now said, "and adhere firmly to all I before pledged myself to, namely, that in all honor I will do you zealous service and tire not." "'Tis well, 'tis well. Walk with me, and we will converse more at large as we go. I am merely out for exercise." Albert bowed and walked by the side of his strange employer in silence for some minutes. Learmont then said, "You will call upon me tomorrow, according to our previous arrangement." "I shall be proud to do so," said Albert. Well. Perhaps the man may be there, but beware of his consummate art, young sir. If you would successfully track him to his haunt, you must be wary and cunning, patient and sagacious. Believe me, no common man will ever succeed in circumventing him." "Indeed, sir." "Aye, indeed, you know him not. He has the deep cunning of the serpent. Even I, but no matter." "You will freely undertake the employment?" "As an earnest of future service, yes, sir, I will do your bidding, and if great attention and extreme care can accomplish your desire, it shall be done. Persevere yourself, young sir, in such a disposition, and you will become a thriving man." "I hope to please you, sir." "You will, of course you will do me zealous service. But mark me, you must follow this man, who will call at my house, as you would follow some light that would lead you from the caverns of poverty to fortune. Track him home and see him fairly housed. Then mark the place by every token that may enable you again to lay your very hand upon the door, and cry, 'Here dwells that man.' "I will, sir, and I hope you may find him more deserving than you think." "I hope I may," said Learmont. They now walked along the bird-cage walk, for they had doubled the canal and were approaching towards Westminster again. For the space of more than 5 minutes neither spoke, for both were busy with reflections, although of a widely different character. Albert Satan was more and more suspicious of the intentions of Learmont, and he began to think him a man, most probably, mixed up in some dark political intrigues, to carry out which he required some simple and unsuspecting agent. There was something very galling to the proud spirit of Albert, in the supposition that Learmont had pitched upon him, as thinking him weak enough to believe anything, and never to suspect that the employment he was set upon was far different from what it purported to be, and he longed to say, "But I am not so simple and foolish as you may imagine me, and have my doubts and grave suspicions concerning your conduct and the truth of words." But then he could not bring himself to say so much, because all as yet was merely made up of doubt and suspicion, and he considered how ridiculously foolish he would look by allowing his imagination to run riot in creating apprehensions, perhaps, after all, to be completely dissipated by the result, and arising only, possibly, from his young and uninstructed fancy and ignorance of the ways of the world. Albert Satan, therefore, prudently determined to be watchful and wary, but to take nothing on surmise and to believe, or affect to believe, as far as the non-expression of doubt went, all that Learmont might choose to say until some positive and glaring fact contradicted him. While these thoughts were passing through Albert's mind, Learmont, on the other hand, was congratulating himself upon his meeting with the young man, and extracting from the whole circumstance food for more agreeable hope and reflection than had illumined his gloomy mind for a long previous period. Here, he thought, there is at last a chance of discovering Jacob Gray's place of abode, a chance, too, which if it fails, commits me to no one and does me no manner of injury. But it cannot scarcely fail. This young man and he being perfect strangers might, in such a city as London, follow each other about for a week without exciting suspicion. Moreover, he looks upon discovering this man's abode as the keystone of his future favor with me, and consequent advancement. I could not have devised a better plan, and, surely, fortune must have been desirous of favoring me when she sent this raw young man to solicit employment from me. By the powers of hell, I would not have missed such a chance of circumventing that demon Gray for £1,000. Learmont, in the momentary exultation of these thoughts, suddenly raised his eyes from the ground, on which they had been bent, and uttering a cry of terror, he sprang forward several yards and then exclaimed, There, again, again! Is it ever to haunt me thus?" He pointed with his trembling finger to the windows of a house, which overlooked the park for some distance. One of the casements was open, but there was no one at it, and Albert looked first at Learmont, and then at the window in amazement, not unmixed with a sudden thought that, after all, his new employer might be a madman. Learmont continued pointing for a moment towards the window. Then he slowly dropped his hand and in a low, agitated voice said, half aloud, "Could it be fancy?" "What saw you, sir?" said Alberta. Come hither." Albert approached close to him when he leaned heavily on the arm of the young man and said, "You were walking with me, and if it were real, you must have seen it." "Seen what, sir?" "A face pass for an instant across yon window, that now open. Yes, the sun shines upon it as you see, and across the open space there slowly passed a face. You saw it?" "I did not, sir." "You are sure?" "Quite." "Then fancy must be torturing me. 'Tis very strange that she whom I scarce think of should be the vision to haunt me. You are sure you saw no one pass that window?" "At the moment my eye might not have been cast in that direction," said Albert. "But certainly I saw no one." "True, you might not have been looking, but neither was I, and yet my eyes were lifted as if by some invisible hand, and then I saw a face. That I fear now I shall often conjure up." Learmont leaned against the railings that divided the entrance from the open thoroughfare of the park, and for a time his strength appeared quite prostrated. Albert Satan continued gazing at the house which had attracted so much attention from Learmont, and after a pause of some minutes' duration, he said, "I think that house is known to me, although I never looked at it from here before." Learmont made him no answer, for although he heard him speak, he scarcely comprehended what he said, so busy was he with his own fears. "If I mistake not," said Albert, "it is the back of Sir Francis Hartleton's house we see from here." The name of Hartleton struck upon Learmont's ears like a trumpet, and starting from his reverie of disagreeable images, he cried hurriedly and violently, "Who spoke of Hartleton? Who mentioned his name?" "I, sir," said Albert, amazed at Learmont's wild vehemence of tone. You. "Yes, sir. Oh, you have heard of him. He is a man, I presume, known to many. Are you sure that is the back of his house?" "Yes, now I look again, I am quite sure. I know it by some peculiar chimneys. I have gazed on it for hours with a hope now extinguished forever." You. "Yes, sir. My story is a strange one. I have lost both the natural and acquired ties that bind me to life. I am an orphan, and I can never more behold her who would have filled the void in my heart." "But you speak of this Hartleton as if you knew him. Is such the fact?" "I am scarcely warranted in saying so much," replied Albert, "although I have seen and conversed with him." "Indeed?" "Yes, and he gave me hopes which were for a time my thoughts by day and my dreams by night, my hopes which I clung to as some drowning mariner clings to a stray spar, but alas! I have lost now the power to dream myself happy. He disappointed you? He did. Perhaps he could not do otherwise. I have no right to censure him, but he could not know how my heart was sinking, and he cannot know how it has been wrecked, or perhaps he would have done more or tried to do more. But I am querulous upon this subject, and may blame him causelessly. It is a fault of human nature to mistake the want of power for the want of will, and to him who loves all things appear so very possible. You have cause to quarrel with Sir Francis Hartleton, the particulars of which you shall relate to me some other time. I, too, love him not, and I may perchance aid you in your wishes more than he, although I may promise less. I thank you, sir. Let me see you early tomorrow. I shall attend you, sir. Farewell." Learmont walked slowly away, and Albert Satan, with a deep sigh, turned and walked pensively towards Buckingham Gate. Had he happened to have been looking at the moment Learmont did towards Sir Francis Hartleton's house, he would have seen Ada pass by the open casement. Chapter 80. The Jew and the Necklace. Gray's Troubles and Surmises. An Adventure. Sir Francis Hartleton found but very little difficulty in getting possession of Ada's necklace from the Jew, who had made so capital a bargain with her. The wily Israelite made a practice of never purchasing an article unless he got it at a price, which always implied that it was dishonestly come by, as was the case with Ada, of some party totally ignorant or the value of the commodity. Another rule of his business was to keep his greatest bargains some years, if he thought it necessary so to do, before he brought them into the market, so that if the jewel or the gold were stolen, all the excitement concerning it had subsided, and the very person from whom the property had been filched had long since given it up as quite hopeless. In this manner, he had acted with regard to Ada's necklace, which was really worth a much larger sum than either Jacob Gray or the Jew imagined, for the former knew only from indirect sources the value of the article, and the latter rarely came across anything so pure and costly. Moreover, Jacob Gray had a strong motive for preserving the necklace, because, as we know, he always looked forward to a day when it might be necessary or agreeable to him to declare Ada's name, birth, and lineage, and thus how important might any corroborative evidence become upon the subject. As for the Jew, he had been in a ceaseless wonder ever since he had purchased the valuable trinket of the young girl, and in vain he puzzled himself to account for her possession of it, and form some idea of who she could possibly be that was wandering about alone with such valuable property. And it is more than possible that his great bargain was as great a source of disquiet to him as it was of congratulation, for he reasoned with himself. If show be hash she had such a necklace, and didn't know fought it wash worth, show help me, she might have had something else petter still. This was a sore reflection to the Jew, and on the whole afforded a fine commentary upon such motives as his who rate their losses by their gains, in the same manner as the man who found half a guinea, and upon being told that 2 had been lost on the same spot, sunk the fact of his good fortune in finding the one, and bemoaned to everybody his loss of the other. It was a sore blow to the Jew when Sir Francis Hartleton walked into his shop, and at once announcing himself as the much-dreaded, because active and irreproachable magistrate, demanded the necklace, giving a description of it and of Ada, which rendered any kind of shuffling out of the matter of no possible use. The necklace was therefore produced, and Sir Francis left the Jew fully impressed with a belief that he would immediately be prosecuted, although such a step was still far from the magistrate's intentions, who, as we are aware, was taking every means he could to keep matters quiet, and awakening no public curiosity concerning Ada. It was after another conversation with his beautiful young guest that he issued an order to find poor Mad Maud, intending to make some permanent provision for her benefit, not at all expecting that she really possessed sufficient pieces of Jacob Gray's confession to enable him to form a much nearer estimate of the merits and demerits of the whole affair than he had hitherto been able to do. From Ada's description of Gray, he was now enabled to set a watch upon Learmont, who, from all the circumstances, he felt certain Gray visited to get money. Sir Francis' object now was to give Jacob Gray time to provide himself not only with means, but to fully again write out those papers he believed would unravel every mystery connected with the affair. That Andrew Britton was assailable in the same way he never suspected, and he merely waited now until Gray should commit both Learmont and the savage Smith in writing to take some active step in the business. Jacob Gray little imagined that he was quite free in London to go whither his fancy might lead him, and that the man he most dreaded, namely, Sir Francis Hartleton, had taken a great deal of trouble to prevent his arrest. Had he guessed he was being so angled with, his terror would have killed him. But as he sat on the step of the door near to Learmont's, he concocted in his mind a line of proceeding, which, but for various circumstances he could not know of, might have been successfully carried out. He would see Learmont in the morning, and affecting to be wearied of his present line of life, to offer for £2,000 to surrender to him the living object of his fears, as well as his, Jacob Gray's, own confession, and leave England forever. Learmont might see him on board a vessel, even if he pleased. He might see him leave the shore, when he would give him any address purporting to be where he would find Ada. And then, at the first port he stopped at, he would send a letter to Sir Francis Hartleton, containing sufficient to destroy Britton and Learmont, but not sufficient to be of any service to the persecuted Ada. By this means he thought to gratify his revenge against them all, and, at least, secure to himself safety, and the means of living in comparative luxury in some cheap continental state. If Learmont should refuse such a compromise, he could adopt some other course of action to be resolved upon after his next interview with him. But, upon the necessity of leaving England, and that quickly too, he was quite clear and decided. One would have thought that Jacob Gray had met with sufficient disappointment in his various arrangements to dishearten him from attempting further to create circumstances and philosophize upon their results. But it is a fixed principle in those natures which are fond to excessive plotting, that no experience will deter them from concocting the hairbreadth schemes and chances which would, combined, make up a satisfactory result, but which all possess the one alarming feature, that the whole fabric must topple down upon the displacement of a single brick. He rose from the step of the door and walked onwards, he knew not whither for some time. But, at length, he found himself in Parliament Street, from the immediate vicinity of which he shrunk quickly, for he dreaded the glare of the lights, and feared that someone might recognize him as the fugitive of the Strand. There were in his mind some strange and singular contradictions with regard to his present situation, which, as calm reflection came to his aid, he found it very difficult indeed to reconcile. That Ada had sought refuge with Sir Francis Hartleton, he could scarcely permit himself to doubt for a moment. But then the consequences which he had always dreaded from such a step on her part had certainly not increased so rapidly if they were to occur at all, as he would have sworn they would. He anticipated so active, so persevering, so energetic a hunt from him throughout, not only the metropolis, but the whole kingdom, when once Ada should be in a condition to possess Sir Francis Hartleton of the events of the 5 years of her life with him, Gray. That safety and freedom for 24 hours was a thing not to be thought of. And yet here he was, without much disguise, without the means of taking that care to avoid suspicion which he would fain have done, free and unquestioned hitherto in the public streets. His name seemed in no one's mouth. There was no hue and cry, no bills of any particular moment concerning him, save the meager one he had seen at Hampstead, and which had evidently not emanated from Sir Francis Hartleton. In fact, the affair did not at all present the alarming aspect to him he had ever expected it would. Jacob Gray was, therefore, under those circumstances thrown back upon several suppositions, none of which, however, to his mind bore the stamp of much probability. One was that Ada had not taken refuge with Sir Francis Hartleton, but by some means had fallen into other hands, who did not feel so interested in her story or had not the power or the inclination to act upon any of the surmises it must naturally call forth. Another supposition was that from some lingering feeling of pity towards him, or from some dark and haunting suspicion in her mind that he might be related to her, she had, although with Sir Francis, abstained from committing him Gray sufficiently to induce a hot pursuit for him, on other grounds than the murder of Elias and of Vaughan. Nay, he even thought it possible that Ada might have interceded for him to be left alone, or bargained in some way for his safety. But as often as these reflections began to shed some comforting influence on Gray, there came the reflection of how firmly and broadly she had denounced him as a murderer in the public streets, and he became lost again in a whirl of conflicting thoughts and emotions. He was slowly traversing a low, obscure street, leading from George Street, as these painful thoughts were passing through his mind, when he fancied he heard a footstep behind him, which seemed accommodating itself to his in a manner that excited at once his suspicion that he was watched. All Gray's dreams of security immediately vanished, and a cold perspiration broke out upon him, as he fancied he was upon the point now of being arrested when his fate would be certain. For what account could he give of himself that would not at once strengthen and confirm suspicion? He still heard the footstep, but he feared to look behind him, and after a few moments of confused thought, he resolved to try a simple experiment to ascertain if he were really followed, and he paused suddenly to see if the stranger behind him would pass on. The whole mass of Jacob Gray's blood appeared to him to curdle in his reins, as he felt sure whoever it was behind him had stopped likewise. Chapter 81. The Pursuit, a Successful Ruse, The Long Night, Gray's Terror. The little strength that Jacob Gray had left now all at once seemed completely to have left him, and he trembled so that he could scarcely stand. Walk on he could not, and yet what was he to do? Did the person know who he was, or did he only suspect? Was there a remote chance of escape, or was he fairly in the toils? As these distressing thoughts passed rapidly through his mind, he heard the stranger step up to him, and in a moment a voice said, "A fine evening, sir." Gray stretched out his hand, and held by an iron rail, while he turned slowly and with pallid features, and his tongue cleaving to the roof of his mouth with fright, faced the speaker. He was a man about the middle height, with sharp small gray eyes, which twinkled upon the terror-stricken Jacob as much as to say, "I am a cunning, cautious fellow, and you won't escape me." It was full a minute before Gray could command himself sufficiently to speak, and the stranger during that time had repeated his remark of, "A fine evening." "Yes, yes, very," stammered Gray. "You don't seem very well, sir," said the stranger, twinkling his eyes designedly upon Gray. "Yes, quite well, thank. I haven't the honor of knowing you. Good evening, good evening." "I may be mistaken," said the man, "but I think I have seen you somewhere." Gray would have given anything at that moment to say where. But he lacked the courage, and merely muttered something about it being unlikely they had ever met, as he was a stranger in London. The man kept peering at him in a very disagreeable manner, and after a few moments he said in a careless tone, "Heard of the murder?" "What murder?" gasped Gray. "In the Strand, Vaughan's murder, I mean, strange affair, very?" "No, I know nothing of it," said Gray. "Odd that, the whole town knows of it. It's crying about the streets, and what's the strangest thing of all, nobody seems to know who did it." "Indeed." No, the fellow was a complete stranger, and the only man who gives anything like a description of him is a fellow whom he knocked down near Arundel Street. Yes, indeed, was all Gray could find breath to say, for he expected each moment that the man would pounce upon him, crying, "You are the murderer. I have been only amusing myself a little with your fears." "It's odd altogether," continued the man. "And there's £50 reward now offered by Vaughan's relations for the man, which, together with what government will give at his conviction, will make a good round sum." "Exactly, yes," said Gray, quite mechanically, for his senses were in a complete whirl. "You see, that's worth looking after," said the man. "Yes, good evening," said Gray, and he tried to pass on. "Are you going my way?" said the man. "Which is your way?" "Oh, why, really, I ain't at all particular, and I'll walk with you if I am not intruding upon you." "I am going home," said Gray. "Good evening, I live just here." "You haven't lost your way?" No, this place is quite familiar to me. I have known it long." "Oh, I thought you said you were a stranger here." Gray changed from pale to red, and from red to pale again, as he replied, "You misunderstood me, sir." "Oh, did I? Very likely. Good evening. You had rather walk alone, would you?" Gray summoned courage to say with tolerable firmness, "I would." Certainly. Mind if you see anybody that looks suspicious, lay hold of him. It may be the murderer, you know, and it would be a prime evening's work for anybody to nab him. He is about your height, thin and pale, stoops a little shabbily dressed. Look out, look out." I will. Are you an officer?" "No, I'm a shoemaker, but I've a great fancy for catching thieves and those kind of people." "Curse your fancy," thought Gray. "I couldn't sleep tonight without taking what I call a prowl just to see if the fates would place in my way the murderer." "Oh, indeed." "Yes, and I don't despair yet. Good evening." "Good evening," replied Gray, and he walked on with a faint hope that after all the troublesome shoemaker, whom he devoutly wished dead and buried, did not suspect him sufficiently to annoy him any more with his following. To ascertain this point after he had left him was a great object to Gray, as it would afford him an idea how to act, and accordingly, after he had proceeded some distance, he just glanced over his shoulder to see if the man had gone, and he supposed such was the case, for he could neither see nor hear him. Jacob Gray, however, was reckoning without his host, for not only did the troublesome shoemaker, who was the pest of Westminster from his love of meddling with the duties of the police, strongly suspect that he had hit upon the right man, but he determined not to lose sight of him, and had merely ensconced himself in a doorway until Gray should have got some distance off, when his intention was to follow him very cautiously till he saw him housed somewhere, when he would bring the officers upon him. For he did not like exactly to run the risk of attempting the capture of so desperate a character as a murderer, who had already taken one man's life merely because he made an attempt to capture him. "Who knows?" thought the shoemaker. "He is a desperate chap, and may be a great deal stronger than he looks. He might smash me just as he smashed Vaughan, and that would be no joke. I'll dog him till I see him fairly housed, and then be down upon him." Cunning, however, as was the troublesome shoemaker, he was scarcely a match for Jacob Gray, when the latter had a little time to collect his faculties, and was not flurried. There were indeed but 5 persons who could have succeeded in dogging Jacob Gray without his knowing it, and although the shoemaker had in his mind concocted the artful scheme of letting Gray turn a corner, and then running after him, and keeping him in sight until he had turned another, he did not know his man, for that was the very course which Jacob Gray took good care to provide against by himself popping into a doorway round the first corner he came to, and waiting patiently to see what came of it. The result confirmed his suspicions, for he had not been above 2 minutes in that doorway than the shoemaker arrived at the corner at the top of his speed, and peered around it with what he considered amazing cleverness and cunning. The street was a long one, and he felt not a little surprised at missing Gray in so very sudden a manner. "Lost him, he cried. "He must have gone into some house here, that's flat. I'll get a constable to come with me, and we'll call it every one. I'd wager my head he's the man." The amateur officer now darted off at a quick rate to procure a real one, and when he had gone, Jacob Gray emerged from his hiding place. He paused a moment in the street, and then with bitter malignity he muttered, "Beware! I am not a man to be tempted too far." He then hastily walked in an opposite direction to that taken by the shoemaker, although he had no definite idea of where he was going or what he meant to do until the morning should afford him a chance of seeing Learmont. As the excitement of the last half-hour began along with its danger to wear off, Jacob Gray felt dreadfully fatigued, notwithstanding he had been much supported by the broken victuals he had received from poor Maud, and he thought of proceeding to the sheds of Covent Garden, and lying down to rest himself till morning's dawn. The rotten wooden stalls and sheds of Covent Garden Market, at the period of our tale, were the nightly resort of many who had no other place in which to lay an aching head and wearied body. There, among potato sacks, baskets, vegetable refuse, and all the mass of filth for which that now handsome market was then so famous, the weary, the destitute, and the heartsore would find a temporary solace from their cares, in the oblivion of sleep. But not alone were the humble sheds of the market occupied by the sons and daughters of misfortune and want. A number of the worthless and abandoned characters who nightly prowl about the theaters had no other places of refuge, and many a thief and, in some instances, criminals of a higher grade in the scale of iniquity were pushed out by the officers from among the market lodgers when he happened to be particularly wanted, and when a housebreaker or thief of any description was compelled by necessity to lodge there. He was tolerably sure to be particularly wanted, because such a step augured a state of his finances which was far from enabling him to fee the officers, a system which, although now so very rare, was 100 years ago flourishing in all its iniquity and glory. To the sheds, then, of the market, Jacob Gray resolved to go, but by many fortuitous accidents he was doomed not to get there. Chapter 82. The Return of Learmont, the Interview, Doubts and Fears. In his way, Jacob Gray passed Learmont's house, and he had scarcely got half a dozen yards from the door when he was compelled to step aside, to allow a cavalcade to pass him, consisting of some half-dozen footmen bearing links, followed by a chair containing their master. One of the curtains of the sedan was but partially drawn, and Gray, at a glance, saw that Learmont himself was the occupier of it. His resolution was formed in a moment. He would risk whatever construction the squire chose to put upon such a visit, at so singular an hour, and procure some money from him at once for present pressing exigencies. He could easily frame some lie to account for his visit at such an hour, and whether Learmont believed it or not, it must pass current, for who could contradict it? He watched the haughty arbiter of his fortunes get out of the chair and ascend the steps of the mansion. Then, before the door could be closed, he stepped forward, and being just behind Learmont, he said, "I have waited for you." Learmont turned suddenly and looked perfectly astonished to see Gray. For a moment neither spoke. Then the squire said in a low tone, "Tomorrow morning early." "No," said Gray. "My business is urgent and important. I must see you tonight." "Must?" "Yes, must." Learmont bit his lip and passed into the house, which Gray, taking as a passive permission to follow him, did so until Learmont paused in a room devoted to the purpose of a library and which was but dimly lighted. Then, turning to Gray, he said, "Well," in a brief, stern voice. Gray had hastily concocted in his mind what he should say to Learmont, and after carefully closing the door, he replied in nearly his usual low and cautious tone, although his voice shook a little, "It is not all well. Squire Learmont, methinks I should have a better reception for coming some distance, and waiting long to tell you news of more importance to you than to me." Jacob Gray was unconscious that he touched a chord in Learmont's heart, which had vibrated painfully ever since his interview with Britain, but he saw, by the nervous clutching of a back of a chair with his fingers, that Learmont was alarmed, and that was what he wished. What mean you?" said Learmont. "I mean this," replied Gray, "that Sir Francis Hartleton—" "Hartleton again," cried Learmont, clenching his fist. "By all that's damnable, that man is born to be my bane, my curse. I will have his blood." Gray saw that he had struck the right chord, and he added, "I fear he is plotting and planning some mischief." "You only fear?" "Nay, I am almost certain. State all you know." "I will, and it is because I know so much that I come to you at so unseasonable an hour." "Heed not that," said Learmont. All hours, all times by night and by day, are alike to me, for they all teem with alarms. The shadow of some dreadful coming evil seems to press upon my soul. Bad tidings crowd upon me. Say on, Jacob Gray, I am prepared too well. What I have to tell you, said Gray, consists more of a certain knowledge that there is something to discover than that something itself. Say on, say on. Before I speak, will you for the first time let me have a cup of wine, for I am very, very faint. Help yourself, said Learmont, pointing to a buffet at the further end of the room, on which were refreshments. Gray eagerly poured himself a glass of rich wine, and as he felt the generous fluid warm him, his blood seemed to flow easier through his veins, and he appeared to have lifted half of his cares from his heart. Now, said Learmont impatiently, tell me all. I will. Early this evening I went into a small hostel in Pimlico, near to the public office of this Hartleton. Yes. And there was one, continued Gray, lying with a volubility that would have taken anyone in. There one belonging to the magistrate's office, who had already taken more drink than his brains would stand. You plied him well. I did when my suspicions were awakened. He was talking loudly, and amongst other things, he said his master had an eye upon a certain squire, not 100 miles from Westminster, who bid fair for Tyburn. The knave? What more? On that I thought, of course, on you, said Gray, with a sneering malice in his tone. Well, what followed? Why, knowing no other squire in Westminster but yourself, with whom I could couple the allusion to Tyburn, I called for more drink and brought him to converse with me. And what? He dwelt but in obscure hints, continued Gray, and at last dropped off into a drunken sleep which smothered all his faculties. And you heard no more? No more. 'Tis not much. Enough for apprehension, suggested Gray. Aye, but not enough for action. True, but you can think of it. There is the curse. I can think of thought is my hell. Such thoughts lured unpleasant images, but 'tis better to have such slender information of coming danger than to dream on of safety, but to be roughly awakened by it when it comes to your doors. No. Apprehension is a fiend of far more awful aspect than danger. It only suggests the terrible, and leaves to the shrinking, trembling fancy to fill up the ghastly picture. Show me danger, and I have nerve to face it. Only tell me it is coming, and in some unknown shape, and I do quail before it. Yes, I do quail before it. He sank into a chair as he spoke, and turned deathly white. Arm yourself with fortitude, said Gray. You may yet triumph. There is but one course open, said Learmont, in a low, earnest tone. Among us we must find a means to lay the troublesome spirit of this Hartleton, Jacob Gray, where is all the deep cunning that would enable you to circumvent hell itself. I say, where is it now, if you cannot summon it to your aid, to rid us all of this man who will otherwise destroy us? You may yet triumph, muttered Gray with a meaning look. Hear me, Squire Learmont. I am sick and weary of the life I lead, and would fain now lend an ear to some proposal from you, which would enable me to feel more peace here. He struck his breast as he spoke and fixed his keen eye upon Learmont, who in his turn, from beneath his knitted brows, peered anxiously into the face of Gray. You understand me, continued Gray. I am willing, if I could do so with safety, to leave you at peace, to secure you from the worst evils that can befall you, to deliver you from your greatest feelings of apprehension. Say on, Jacob Gray, said Learmont in a low, indifferent tone. Nay, I would now hear from you, remarked Gray. What proposal you would make to me for surrendering to you your worst foe. The child? Aye, but a child no longer, hastily interrupted Gray. Years have now rolled on, and the child that was has in the due progress of time passed that age and become a dangerous enemy to you. An enemy only controlled by me. I am as one holding in my grasp the thunderbolt which, were I for a moment to let loose, would rush with fearful certainty at your devoted head. Aye, but I want your proposal, Squire. I am willing to accede to some terms, but they must be to me both safe and profitable. Learmont was silent for some moments. Then he said, Tell me your demand, Jacob Gray, and at large particularize your proposal. Nay, Squire, I repeat I have no proposal, none whatever. But I have bethought me that danger threatens around us, and that some day when the horizon of our fortunes may appear unclouded, a storm may come which will sweep us to destruction." Learmont groaned, and then fixing his eyes upon Gray, he said with a fearful and intense earnestness, "Jacob Gray, you are a man of crimes. You have shed blood more causelessly than I, and I would ask you if ever in your solitude, when none have been near you, you have seen or heard." Gray licked his parched lips as he said with trembling apprehension, What mean you, squire?" I have seen nothing, heard nothing. 'Twas Andrew Britton struck the blow. He did it." "Peace, peace," cried Learmont. "Nor with a hollow sophistry try to cleanse your soul of the deep spots that eat, like a wild splash of burning lava to its inmost part." Gray shrank and cowered before the frightened looks of Learmont, and after a pause he said, "What have you seen? What heard?" "Twice now I have seen a face which, to look upon, has nearly turned my heart to stone." A face? Yes, 'tis an angel or a devil. Listen to me." I will. "Once on the steps of this, my mansion, at an hour when my heart was lighter than its wont, and I was far from dreaming of such a sight, a face appeared before me. It seemed that of a young girl, but so like, oh, so like him, who sleeps in that dread spot which ever rises like a spectre before my affrighted eyes." "The smithy," said Gray. "And once again," continued Learmont, not heeding Gray's interruption, "once again I saw it. Then another was with me, and I know it was not of this world because he saw it not. The same face. The same? And of a young girl, say you, pale and noble, with a look of gentleness, yet pride, a brow of snow, long raven hair. The same, you have seen it, Jacob Gray, you have seen it, you are cursed as well as I." "In a dream," muttered Gray. "Only a dream. I saw it on a bright morning when all was light and life around." "Was that recently?" said Gray. "This very morning." Gray would have given much at that moment to be able to ask with unconcern where Learmont had seen Ada, for that it was she he did not entertain a shadow of a doubt, but it was several minutes before he could command his voice sufficiently to say, "Where saw you this appearance?" "Where all my fears are concentrated, where my worst foe resides. I saw it at the window of Sir Francis Hartleton's house from the park." Gray drew a long breath as he thought. "So my worst fears are confirmed. She is with the magistrate." He then said, with a more assumed and confident air than he had hitherto assumed, "These fancies would leave you were you more at ease. I grieve that you should as yet have missed the enjoyments which your wealth should have brought within your grasp." "Enjoyment?" said Learmont with a deep groan. "You mock me, Jacob Gray. What enjoyments have you and Andrew Britton left me? Have you not between you surrounded me with danger and suspicion? I have been tempted, for the great favors I owe you both, to take some day a step that should rid me of you forever." "Indeed." "Yes, but we will talk more another time. The hour waxes late. Shall we meet in the morning?" The night would suit me better," said Gray, who by no means relished in his present dangerous circumstances a morning visit. Learmont, with a forced air of unconcern, cried, Foe, let it be the morning, say at 10:30. "I will take money of you now," said Gray, evading the point, "in earnest of the sum which shall separate us forever." "There is my purse," cried Learmont, giving it to him. "'Tis moderately full, take it, and let me see you tomorrow by the hour I have named." "Squire Learmont," said Gray, "for £3,000 I will rid you of the young object of your fears, of myself, and, perchance, of Andrew Britton." £3,000, said Learmont. "Yes, a small sum you must own, a very small sum. You will bring me here." No, I will do this. On shipboard, I will hand you an address written on the back of my confession." "I will consider," said Learmont, "and in the meantime bethink you of some means of ridding me of Hartleton. While that man lives, I stand as it were upon a mine, and you will be here in the morning by 10:30. It would have been a curious study for any deep theorist on human nature to have remarked these two men, Learmont and Gray, at this moment, watching each other's countenances, and yet endeavoring to avoid seeming so to do, and mutually suspicious that every word covered some hidden and covert meaning. What change has taken place, that Jacob Gray is so anxious to compromise with me for a sum of money at once? Was Learmont's mental interrogatory. Why does he want me here by 10:30 so particularly? thought Gray. I will not come. Thus they parted, mutually hating and mutually suspicious of each other. Chapter 83. The troublesome shoemaker, Gray's agony and danger, the flight. Jacob Gray no longer was necessitated to take a temporary lodging among the sheds of Covent Garden Market. For upon, by the dim light of a lamp, examining Learmont's purse, he found a sum nearly approaching to 20 guineas in it, and a ghastly smile same across his face as, by the mere possession of money, he felt, or fancied he felt, considerably stronger and better than he had been for many days. He walked with a firmer step and an air of greater self-possession than before. One of his first acts was to dive into a back street for the purpose of finding some place in which he could lodge for the night, and he had not gone far before he saw a small, dingy-looking public house, where he thought he might find all he wanted in the way of rest and refreshment without risk. It is strange how intense mental anxiety will overcome and smother, almost entirely, the consciousness of bodily pain. So it was with Jacob Gray, for although he had been suffering much pain now for many hours from his wounded face, his great anxiety of mind had thrown such mere physical annoyance quite into the shade. But now that he had money in his pocket, and fancied he saw light in the darkness of fate, he began to experience great agony from the wound, and previous to seeking refreshment or rest, he wished to procure surgical assistance lest any shots should be remaining in his face. With this intent, he walked on until he came to a chemist's shop near Westminster Bridge. On entering the little doorway, for a very little mean shop it was, he asked of a man behind the counter to examine his face. "You have been wounded, and had better go to some hospital," said the surgeon, who was one of the self-taught and self-dubbed medical men who flourished up to within the last 30 years. "I have wherewithal to pay you for your services," said Gray, taking out Learmont's purse and laying down a guinea. Upon this, the surgeon, with a good deal of practical skill, carefully examined Gray's face and extracted several of the shots which had remained just beneath the skin. "How did this accident happen to you?" said the surgeon. "A careless boy was shooting sparrows," replied Jacob Gray. "Ah. People never will be careful in the use of firearms. You will do very well now. A little dry lint is all you require, but wash your face frequently with diluted milk." "Thank you," said Gray, receiving 15 shillings out of his guinea. "Should I feel any uneasiness, I will call again." "That fellow has been robbing somebody, I'll be sworn, and been shot at for his pains," remarked the surgeon when Gray had gone. Well, it's all one to me, from a peer to a pickpocket." Gray felt very much relieved by the manipulation of the surgeon, and he retraced his steps towards a small public house he had before noticed, and which from its plainness and obscurity he thought would furnish him a tolerably secure retreat till he could venture out again. He was dreadfully weary, and the stars were beginning to disappear, while a faint, sickly light was slowly spreading itself over the eastern horizon. A very few minutes' walk brought him to the door of the house, and he dived down a steep step to enter it. A dim light only was in the bar, although it was one of those houses that keep open the whole of the night, under pretense of accommodating travelers, but really to accommodate thieves, watchmen, and police officers. "Can I," said Gray to a man who was yawning in the bar, "can I have a bed here and some refreshment?" The words were scarcely out of his lips when he heard a noise behind him, and turning hastily around, his eyes were blasted by the sight of his tormentor, the amateur officer and shoemaker, who, with a glass of some steaming beverage in one hand and a pipe in the other, stood glaring at Jacob Gray as if he was some awful apparition. "Bless me," he at length found voice to say, "is it you?" "I have no knowledge of you, sir," said Gray, while a cold perspiration bedewed his limbs, and he glanced uneasily at the door, between which and him stood the troublesome man. You, stammered the shoemaker. "You met me, about 2 hours ago, and you said you was a-going home." "Well, sir, it's an odd time of night to be out." "Then why don't you go home?" said Gray, summoning all the presence of mind he could to his aid. "Ah, yes, exactly, that is a hem," said the shoemaker, feeling very much confused, for he was afraid to promote hostilities with Gray and equally reluctant to let him go. "Can you accommodate me?" said Gray, turning to the woman, "and 2 friends?" "3 of you," groaned the shoemaker. "Yes," said Gray. "I have 2 friends waiting for me. There'll be a great deal of danger in having anything to do with him," thought the shoemaker, "but I'd wager 10 guineas he's the man that killed Vaughan." "I can't accommodate you all," said the woman. "You can stay here if you like, and your friends can get a bed at the King's Arms at the bottom of the street." "Thank you," said Gray. "I will speak to them," and he moved towards the door. The little shoemaker, however, was not to be so easily cajoled, but gulping down his glass of hot liquor, with a speed that nearly choked him and brought the tears into his eyes, he moved to the door at the same time as Gray, resolved to stick to him now as long as there was no actual bodily peril. Gray paused at the door and gave the man a look which caused him to recoil a step or 2 within the house. Then he walked out into the street, but the shoemaker, although daunted for a moment, was not quite got rid of, and with a hurried whisper to himself of, "It would be the making of me to take him single-handed, and get all the reward," he bustled after Gray, with the intention of watching him. In this, however, the amateur officer was disappointed, for Gray, after proceeding 6 paces, turned sharp round and caught the shoemaker just coming out of the door of the public house. Gray was trembling with fear, but he had sense enough to feel that a bold face very frequently hides a shrinking heart, and he endeavored to throw as much boldness as possible into his voice and manner as he said, "Do you want anything with me, sir?" "Oh, no, nothing," said the shoemaker. "Only I thought you might be curious in old houses, as you had popped into this one. It's a most ancient house, and I was going to tell you that 23 years ago, today, my father apprehended the famous Jack Sheppard at the bar of this very house. Now that's curious, what I call very curious." "Indeed," said Gray, walking on and inwardly cursing his tormentor. "Yes," continued the shoemaker, keeping up with him. "If my father took him, one of his ladies was with him, and she got my father's finger between her teeth and wouldn't leave go till she had bit it to the bone. Well, sir, my father took Jack to the watch house in Great George Street, and what do you think happened there? I cannot say. When they got to the door, my father knocked, and the moment it was open, Jack seized hold of him like a tiger and pitched him in right upon the stomach of the night constable, saying, 'Take care of him.' Good night," and off he went. They had now reached the corner of the street, and Gray turned to his companion, saying, "Sir, I do not wish your company." "Past 4 and a cold morning," growled an asthmatic watchman from some distance off at this moment. "I'll stick by him," thought the shoemaker. "And when we come up to the watchman, I'll call upon him to help me to take him. I must have him somehow. Oh, you don't want company? Well, sir, I'll only walk with you till you meet your 2 friends." Had Jacob Gray, at that moment of goaded passion, possessed any weapon that would have noiselessly and surely put an end to the ambition and the life of the troublesome shoemaker, he would have used it with exquisite satisfaction. But being quite unarmed, he considered himself powerless. And as is the case in many contests in life, the affair resolved itself simply to one point, namely, which should succeed in frightening the other. But then the watchman might be a powerful auxiliary to his opponent, and Jacob Gray screwed his courage up to the sticking place to endeavor to get rid of his companion before such aid should arrive. He therefore turned abruptly and cried in a fierce, angry tone, "How dare you, sir, intrude yourself upon me?" The shoemaker started back several paces and in evident alarm cried, "No violence, no violence." "Then leave me to pursue my walk alone," said Gray. "In a word, sir, I am well armed and will not be intruded on. Your design may be to rob me for aught that I know." Far from it," said the man. "I am a respectable tradesman." "Then you ought to know better than to force your company upon those who desire it not," said Gray. "Very well, sir, very well. No offense, I'll leave you. Good evening, or rather morning." "Past 4 and a cold morning," said the watchman again, and while the shoemaker paused irresolute for a moment, Gray walked hastily past the guardian of the night. He felt then how impolitic it would be to look back, but he could not resist the impulse so to do, and saw the watchman in earnest conversation with his late companion, while the eyes of both were bent upon him. The danger was great, but Gray felt that he should but provoke it to wear a still worse aspect by exhibiting any fear. So, although he kept all his senses on the qui-vive, and every nerve strung for action, he walked but slowly away, with something of the same kind of feeling that an adventurous hunter might be supposed to feel in some Indian jungle when retreating before a crouching tiger, who he feels would spring upon him were he to show the least sign of trepidation, but who it is just possible may let him off if he show a bold front. Jacob Gray reached in a few moments the corner of a street, and then he ventured another glance over his shoulder at the motions of the enemy. His heart sickened as he saw the watchman give a nod to his companion, and then commence running after him, Gray, at full speed. With a spasmodic kind of gasp, produced by a choking sensation in his throat, as his extreme danger now rushed upon his brain, Jacob Gray dived down the narrow turning and fled like a hunted hare. Chapter 84. Ada's Home. A happy scene. The serenity of goodness. Sir Francis Hartleton on that same evening was immersed in deep thought on Ada's prospects and affairs. So multifarious and complex had even what he knew concerning her and her fortunes become, putting aside all that he surmised, that now he had repaired to his own quiet little room, in which he was never interrupted, and sat down, as much for the clearing of his own mind upon the subject, as for any other considerations, to write in detail all the various circumstances connected with the history and fortunes of Ada. When he came fairly to separate what he knew from what he only surmised, he felt much disappointed at the limited facts that really appeared upon paper, and as we have before intimated, he found himself in the disagreeable position of suspecting much and knowing little, able to surmise much more than he could prove, and morally certain of many things which he despaired of ever finding the means of making clear by proof. The connection of Learmont with the same crimes in which Gray and Britton had been participators was very clear, but could he specify those crimes? It was not enough to say, so-and-so is a criminal. But it was necessary to tell and define such a charge, and Sir Francis Hartleton felt keenly all the advantage which such a man as Learmont would have over him were he to make a loose and unsupported attack against him. Having finished his narrative, Sir Francis sat in deep thought for more than an hour, but yet could not form any satisfactory conclusion, nor determine upon any course of action which would not be attended with what he considered the worst consequence of all, namely, putting Learmont thoroughly upon his guard. He foresaw that he could not persevere, for a very long period of time, upon the unwilling and rather unprecedented power given to him by the Secretary of State, but that Jacob Gray must shortly be apprehended for the murder of Vaughan, when it was more than probable that all chance of discovering Ada's real history through him would be lost. For what inducement could be offered to such a man as Gray to do an act of justice, when his own life could not by any possibility be spared, but must be taken by the hands of the law for a clear and distinct murder, not to take into consideration the assassination of Elias in the lone house at Battersea? It had more than once occurred to the mind of the magistrate to search the ruins of the house in which Gray had resided, but then, as often, the extreme improbability of such a man leaving anything behind him of a character to criminate him in any way, saving the dead body of the murdered officer, came so strongly across him that he rejected as useless the attempt. The smithy, too, at Learmont, he longed to search effectually, but how could he do so without observation in such a place? And should such a proceeding come to the ears of Learmont, he might well complain of a trespass upon his own premises, for the purpose of endeavoring to get up some charge against him of a secret and undeclared nature. "No," exclaimed Hartleton, with disappointment, as he rose from his chair, "I must not. There is no resource but patience, and, for a short time, this man Gray, with all his crimes upon his head, must be suffered to remain at large, unless some meddling person apprehends him upon suspicion merely, in which case the law must take its course. For although I can and may take no steps to make him a prisoner, I dare not discharge him if once taken." As we have mentioned, it was mere humanity which induced Sir Francis Hartleton to order poor Maud to be brought to him. He was very far indeed from suspecting her possession of the important scraps of Jacob Gray's written confession, which she had rescued from among the charred rafters of the house at Battersea, and he received the report of the officer. who had been commissioned to find her to the effect that he had not yet been able to take her, without much feeling upon the subject, engrossed as his mind was with other matters. After thus turning the whole affair over in his mind, and, for the present resolving to do nothing, but wait and see what the chapter of accidents would bring forth, Sir Francis left his study, and sought the society of his young and amiable wife and Ada. During the very short residence of Ada with Sir Francis Hartleton and his lady, she had endeared herself greatly to them. Her love of truth, her earnest depreciation of every wrong, and the sweet simplicity of her character had placed her so high in their esteem that they had resolved she should never leave the friendly shelter of the roof unless circumstances should arise to place her in a happy home of her own. From all these circumstances and conclusions, it will be seen that not one of our characters, variously situated as they are, have great cause for congratulation on their prospects, with the exception of Ada, to whom it was a new and beautiful existence to be free from the persecutions of Jacob Grey. There was but one sad spot in the young girl's heart now, and that was that, loving, respecting, and admiring as she did Sir Francis Hartleton and his lady, she did not feel for them what she felt for Albert Satan, and many, very many of the gushing feeling of her heart were constrained to calmness and mere courtesy, because she felt that to the ears of a lover would they alone seem other than the enthusiastic dreams of a young and ardent imagination. Sir Francis's wife, as we have remarked, sympathized much more with Ada concerning the probable fate or circumstances of Albert Satan than her husband could be expected to do, and it was at her solicitation that he now gave directions to some of his most active officers to spare neither expense nor trouble to discover if the young man was in London or not. Chapter 85. Britain in his glory again, the song and the legal functionary, the surprise. The deadly hatred which Learmont felt for Sir Francis Hartleton was a mild feeling in comparison with that of the same nature which began to engross the entire mind of Andrew Britton. Learmont he did certainly, from the bottom of his heart, dislike. Jacob Grey he detested and hated most cordially, but under the circumstances in which he was placed, he had come to consider them both as out of reach of any species of revenge he would feel gratified in having upon them. Besides, he looked upon them both as mixed up with himself in the various occurrences that had shaped the whole of his existence, and he began to think Learmont a poor creature, useful only to supply his extravagancies, and Jacob Grey as a kind of necessary, or, at least, inevitable evil to be endured, as far as his existence went, with much the same feelings as he would put up with the disagreeables of the changing seasons, or some other bodily ailment it was in vain to fight against. But Sir Francis Hartleton, what had he to do with the affair? And yet, was he not perpetually thrusting himself forward in the most disagreeable manner, and thwarting him, Britton, at the most inauspicious moment, and in the manner calculated, of all others, to aggravate him, namely, by an exercise of personal strength? When Britton was in that intermediate stage of intoxication which influenced his passions, he would dash his fist upon the table and call down curses upon the head of his enemy, as terrible and fierce in their language as they were violent and outrageous in manner. Bond, the butcher, was his great companion on all such occasions, and no one was better calculated than that individual to second Britton in any word or deed of violence. Britton had his usual large party at the Chequers, while Jacob Grey was being hunted through Westminster by the extremely officious shoemaker. His friend the butcher sat by his side, and whenever Britton roared out an oath, Master Bond was sure to cap it by some other of the most unique character. The time was past midnight, and yet there was the rattling of glasses, the thumping of tankards, the shouts, screams, laughter, and oaths of the motley assembly proceeding in full vigor. The landlord, when Westminster Abbey chimes struck the half-hour past 12, rushed into the room with a bland smile, after relieving his mind at the door by a hearty curse, and approaching Britton, he said, "Might I be so bold as to remind your most worshipful majesty that it is now 12:30? "No, you might not," roared Britton. "What's time to me, I should like to know? Are you king of the Chequers, or am I?" "With humble submission to your majesty. Of course your majesty is king of the Chequers, but your highness must be aware that the magistrates are dreadfully jealous of a poor fellow keeping his house open so late. I suppose you may open as early as you like, roared Britain. Certainly, your highness's grace. Very well, if anyone comes to say a word, tell him you shut up at 12 and open again at past. Do you hear, Noodle, eh? Do you hear his majesty's suggestion? Said the landlord. Was there ever such a head-piece? No, never. Hurrah! Shouted the guests. His gracious majesty's health, said a man rising at the further end of the room, and may I be butchered if he ain't a out and outer. What do you mean by may you be butchered? Said Bond. No reflection upon you, good Master Bond, said the man. That is, I meant nothing. Then don't do it again, said Bond, making 3 strides towards the man and knocking his head against the wainscot till the lights danced again in his eyes. That was just the kind of thing to arouse Britain, and he roared with laughter at the faces the man mad. Is a man, remarked the butcher, to have his trade, let it be ever so respectable, throwed slap in his face. Bravo, cried Britain. Well, landlord, bring us another bowl, quick. Yes, your majesty. Oh, he's a wonderful man, I mean king. What a headpiece, my masters. If there's any difficulty to be overcome, ask King Britain, and you have an answer pat at once. A most astonishing monarchy is, to be sure. Well, who the devil are you? Said Britain as a stranger entered the room. And it please you, sir, a serving man. A serving man? Whom do you serve, eh? The worshipful Sir Francis Hartleton hard by. Take that, then, said Britain, flinging a pewter measure at the poor fellow's head, which luckily missed him. How dare you come here, you sneaking spy? The man made a precipitate retreat, and when the landlord came with a steaming bowl of punch, Britain with an oath exclaimed, Haven't I told you that I would have none of that Hartleton's people here? Your majesty certainly was so gracious as to say so, but he, whom your grace has so very judiciously turned out, tells me he has only been for a day in his service. So, your highness, I knew him not as he passed in. Sharpen your wits, then, said Britain, throwing the remnants of the butcher's flagon of strong ale in the landlord's face. Oh, what a wit he has! Curse Hartleton, curse him, growled Britain. So say I, said the butcher. He has twice sent someone to condemn my scales. Sing us a song, somebody, cried Britain. A song, I say, do you hear? Gentlemen, gentlemen, a song from some of you, if you please, cried the landlord, bustling among the guests. You hear that his majesty is musically inclined. Well, gentlemen, said a small man with a twisted lace coat, I don't mind if I try my hand at a stave. There was a great thumping of tankards upon the tables and cries of bravo, in the middle of which the man who had volunteered the song commenced in a wheezing tone as follows, the triple tree. Of all the trees that's in the land, there's none like that I wot of. The blossoms big upon this tree ne'er hang until they rot off. But if it bloom at morning's dawn, the fruit's so ripe and brown that when an hour has passed away, we always cut it down, hurrah, boys. Silence, roared Britain as the man was about to commence the second verse of his song. What the devil's song do you call that? The triple tree. And what may that be? The gallows, said the man emphatically. Then who the devil are you? The hangman. All shrunk from the man as he announced his calling, and for a minute or two a ghastly sallow paleness came over Britain's face. Very well, gentlemen, said the hangman. If you don't like my song, you needn't have the remainder of it, I am sure. Britain rose from his seat in a menacing attitude as he said, Now may I be smashed if ever I met with such assurance in all my life. You horrid, you infernal. My good fellow, don't put yourself in a passion, said the hangman. I've come all the way from Smithfield to see you. See me? Yes, I heard of you, and I came to take your weight in my eye, you understand. It will require a good piece of hemp to hold you up. You are bony, and that always weighs heavy. Good night. I'll drop in again some evening. With these words, the functionary of the law was off before Britain could make a rush at him, which he was just recovering sufficiently from his surprise to enable him to do. As it was, when he found the hangman had fairly escaped him, he looked round him like some wild animal just turned out of a cage and glaring about to seek for some enemy upon whom to wreak his pent-up vengeance. He ain't far off, I'll be bound, cried the butcher. I dare say he's waiting outside. Britain upon this suggestion rushed from the room and was at the street door in a moment. There was a man shrinking just within the doorway, and without further examination, Britton seized him with both hands and found himself face to face with Jacob Gray. Chapter 86. The Old Associates, Gray's Fears, the Old Attic at the Checkers. There was a light in the passage, which shed a strong, full glare upon the pallid, care-worn features of Gray. And Andrew Britton, as he held him at arm's length, turned nearly as pale as he was with the intense surprise of the meeting. He was sobered by the shock, and in a husky whisper he muttered the name of Jacob Gray. Such awful and abject fear seemed to take possession of Gray that had not Britton held him, he must have fallen at his feet. All his presence of mind and cunning appeared to have deserted him, and it was not until Britton had again pronounced his name that he gasped. Is it you, Andrew Britton? I am glad to see you look so well." "Yes, by God," said Britton. "It is me. What wind from hell blew you here?" Aye, you are looking very well," said Gray with a sickly smile. "Curses on my looks, and yours too. I say again, what brought you here?" To see you, of course. I thought as we had been old friends I would come and see you. You rather hurt me, Britton." "You canting, whining villain," said Britton. "I will know what brought you here, or I will smash your head against the doorpost." "Violent, Britton, still violent to poor Jacob Gray, who comes to do you good. You know, my dear Britton." "Just say that again," cried Britton, "and I'll—" He tightened his grasp upon Gray, who had just breathed sufficient to gasp out, "Remember my confession? The gallows." Britton relaxed his hold, and a slight tremor passed over his frame as he said in a lower tone, "Jacob Gray, you must have something damnable to say or propose to me." "Not exactly, Britton, but I think there is danger abroad to us both." "Danger?" "Yes, Britton. Of course, when I thought any danger threatened, I said to myself, shall I not warn good, kind, peaceable, inoffensive Britton?" "You infernal liar!" cried Britton, so having. Resumed Gray, not heeding any interruption. "So having placed my written confession where, in case I return not soon, it would be easily found and forwarded to Sir Francis Hartleton, I came, you see, here at once." "Sir Francis Hartleton!" cried Britton. "If you have anything really to say, it is of him, I'll be sworn. He has been hunting me, but I will have his heart's hood, I will." Gray caught at the suggestion and immediately replied, Yes, Britton, it was of Sir Francis Hartleton I came to warn you." "Indeed, on your soul." "On my soul it was. He is hatching some mischief against us all, Britton, and do you think I will let an old friend fall into danger and not warn him? So as I say, after placing my full and carefully written confession—" "Now, Jacob Gray," said Britton, "if you say another word about your confession, I will brain you on the spot." "I only wished you to understand our relative positions, my good Britton," said Gray, who was rapidly overcoming his first fright, and with his usual fertility of invention scheming to overcome Britton by cunning. There, that will do. Let me hear no more of it," said Britton. "Come in." Gray hesitated a moment, and Britton, bending his brows upon him, said, "Why, you are as safe in the Checkers at Westminster as you were at the old smithy at Learmont. Why do you shrink, man? You know, and I make no secret of it, that I would as soon dash out your brains as look at you if I could do so with safety. Come in, I say." "I am quite sure," muttered Gray, "I may depend upon such an old friend as Britton." He followed Britton as he spoke, and the smith, crossing the bar, ascended 2 flights of stairs to his own sleeping room, into which he ushered Jacob Gray. "I have company downstairs, and be cursed to them," he said. "Wait here till I come back to you." You won't be long, Britton." But 5 minutes. Britton left the room, and after proceeding down about 3 stairs, he came back and, to Gray's dismay, locked the door of the room. So, murmured Gray, playing his fingers nervously upon the back of a chair. "Here I am hunted through Westminster, and forced at length to take refuge with Andrew Britton, he who has avowedly sought my life, and would take it now but for fear of my confession. Have I ever been in such desperate straits as this before? Yes, I have, and yet escaped. Surely he will not kill me. He dare not. Yet he drinks largely, and may remember then his revenge and hatred against me while he forgets his own safety. Oh, if Andrew Britton knew how safe it was to murder Jacob Gray, I should never see another sunrise. I am in most imminent danger, very imminent danger indeed, and locked in too. What will become of me? What I've toiled for, what committed crime upon crime for, what dipped my hands in blood for, if I am to be hunted thus, impoverished, and a price to be set upon my head." Jacob Gray leaned his head upon his hands, and groaned aloud in the bitterness of his despair. Then after a time he rose and carefully examined the door with a forlorn hope that he might be able by some means to escape by it, and slinking down the staircase, leave the house. But it was quite fast, and although his strength might have been sufficient to break it open, that was a mode of operation attended with far too much noise to answer his purpose. "I am a prisoner here," he said, "a prisoner to Andrew Britton, and my only chance of safety consists now in acting upon his fears and arousing his anger more against Hartleton. He is long in coming. What can be detaining him? Has he gone to Learmont's, and are they together hatching some plot for my destruction? Am I safe, or am I on the very brink of the grave? My heart sinks within me. Surely he has been gone an hour. Shall I alarm the house? No, no. I am then taken for a thief, and, perhaps, dragged before Hartleton, who would not fail to recognize me. There is no weapon here to protect myself, no means of escape." A sudden thought seemed to strike Gray, and he took up the candle which Britton had brought from the bar and left with him. "Does Britton," he muttered, "keep his confession here with my knife? Oh, if I could find those, if I could, 'twere worth all the risk I now run. I would sell him to Learmont for a goodly sum." With a stealthy step, and a damp, clammy perspiration of fear upon his brow, Jacob Gray crept about the room, which was at the top of the house, peering into every hole and corner in search of the much-dreaded confession of Andrew Britton. His search was in vain. There was no paper to be found of any description, and he sat down at length in despair. "'Tis in vain, 'tis in vain," he groaned. "I am the victim of some contrivance of Britton's to destroy me, or he would have returned I this. I am lost, lost, lost." Jacob Gray wrung his hands and wept like a child as he thought his hour was come. A long, straggling ray of light came in at the window now, and he started up exclaiming, "There is one hope more, the window, the window." The casement was one of those with diamond-shaped panes, held together by thin slips of lead, and Jacob Gray saw that immediately under it was a filthy gutter. One hope," he muttered, and cautiously drawing himself through the window, he closed it again and stood in the gutter. On one side of him was the high, sloping roof of the attic, and on the other was a narrow, crumbling parapet. With a shudder, he looked down into the street. An itinerant breakfast provider had taken up his station immediately below, and several early passengers were hurrying onwards to different employments. A boy looked up and said, "There he goes." Gray could have cut his throat with pleasure, but he could only curse him and creep on, while the urchin pointing him out to the saloon dealer, who, shading his eyes with his hands, said in a voice that came clearly to Jacob Gray's ears, "It's some thief, I'll be bound, but it's no business of mine, Salloop." Chapter 87. The Smith's Plot Against Gray, an Accommodating Friend. When Britton left Jacob Gray in his room, he descended but to the first landing place of the stairs, and then paused to consider what he had better do under the circumstances so new and so strange as Gray taking refuge with him from some danger to himself, or coming to consult with him upon some common danger to them both. This latter supposition was, however, too extravagant for Britton to believe, and when he came to consider all the circumstances, his finding Gray skulking by the door, and his evident confusion and fear when he was seized and seen, Britton, with a blow of his clenched fist upon his hand, exclaimed, "I see it now. The sneaking villain was acting the spy upon me. He wants to take my life. It's all a D.D. scheme of his, but I will be even with him, or my name ain't Andrew Britton. Let me consider. I'll get Bond to watch him home from here. A capital plan. He don't know Bond and will never suspect he is followed. Then, when he finds out where he lives, we can go together, Bond and I, and knock his infernal brains out. That'll do." Having satisfactorily to himself settled this line of operations, and considering Gray perfectly safe till he chose to release him, Britton made his appearance again in the parlor of the Checkers. "Come on," cried Bond. "There hasn't been no time lost while you was gone, for I've been drinking for you." "I thank you," said Britton. "Landlord, do you hear me? Never open your door to a hangman again." "It was a piece of great impudence," said the landlord, "of such a wretch coming here." Then he added to himself, "Bless me, if he don't seem quite sober all of a sudden, and he was a-going it finely a little while ago. I do wonder now if he will recollect how much liquor he has had." "Hurrah!" cried Britain's guests. "Hurrah for King Britain! We'll drink his health again." "D.N.U., then you'll do it at your own expense," said Britain. "What do you mean by sodding here at this time, eh? Clear out with you all, will you?" "Well, I do think it's nearly time to go," hiccuped one man. "Off with you all," cried Britain. "Clear the house, landlord." The motley assembly, who among themselves could not have mustered the price of a jug of ale, rose in obedience to Britain's commands, and avowing their intention of coming to see him on the morrow evening, they, with much noise and boisterous clamor, took their departure from the Chequers. In a very minute none were in the parlor but the landlord, Britain, and the butcher. The smith then turned to his host and said, "Bring me some spiced canary and keep every body out of here." "Yes, your majesty, most certainly. Oh dear, yes." The spiced canary was soon set before the precious couple, and then Britain, after a hearty draught, handed the liquor to the butcher, who with a nod that might imply any toast that his companion liked to translate it into, nearly finished the beverage. "Bond," said Britain, "I want you to do a little job for me." "I'm your man," said the butcher. "What is it?" "In my bedroom upstairs is a man, a thief. He is a thief, and be cursed to him, for he has robbed me for many years of my due. You want him thrown out of window?" "No, not exactly. I am interested for many reasons in finding out where he lives. When he leaves here, which I will take care he shall do soon, you follow him." I see. "You comprehend? He must not know you are after him, for he is as wily as a fox, but track him home, Bond, like a bloodhound." "Eh?" said Bond, rather astonished at the vehemence of Britain. "I say you must follow him closely and not let him escape you on any account." "I tell you what will be the best plan," said Bond. "You don't want to lose him nohow. Dead or alive, I will never let him escape me." "Then I'll take my cleaver with me." "Your cleaver?" "Yes, then, you know, then if he should turn round, I can easily bring him down with that." Yes, but he has something at his home that I want." "Oh, very well. Then we must let him go home first, I suppose." "But I'd rather have my cleaver with me, in case of anything handy and delicate being wanted." "You may have the devil with you if you like, so that you dog the fellow home and come back with accurate news of where he lives. I hate him, and must have his life. May I make so uncommon free as to ask what he's done?" "Done? He has swindled me out of my own. You know I am a smith. Well, for 10 long years I beat the anvil when I ought to be a gentleman all through him. For 10 years by myself, shunned by everyone. I was forced to live by work by myself, drink by myself. That was D hard. It was, and all through this man, Hilloa there, more canary." Britain was fast relapsing into his former state of semi-intoxication, and he struck his fists repeatedly upon the table as he continued. "He has been my bane, my curse, and he is so now. He boasts of his cunning and calls me a muddle-headed beast. I'll muddle his head for him. Curse him, curse him." "A precious rogue he must be," said the butcher. "He is a sneaking, cowardly villain. He is one of those who won't do his share of an ugly job and yet wants more than his share of the reward." "Humph, an ugly job. Yes, I said it, drink, drink." "What's his name?" said the butcher. "His name is Jacob Gray." "A nice name for a small party." "Well, we'll settle his business for him. Humanely, you know, Master Britain, always humanely, say I. My cleaver is the thing, there ain't no sort of trouble with it, you may depend." "Bond," whispered Britain. "Britain," said Bond. "If there should be any occasion, which I think there will be, to smash this fellow, do you mind lending me that same cleaver of yours?" "Certainly not." Thank you. "Keep a lookout now by the door, and when you see a pale, ill-looking scoundrel walk out. No, sneak out, I mean follow him. He will be the proper man. I wait here your return, good Master Bond, and then we can take what steps, after you have found out where he lives, we may agree upon." More canary there. Britain kept taking huge draughts of liquor as he instructed the butcher in what he wished him to do, and now his voice began to thicken, and he had but a very confused recollection of what he had confided to him and what he had kept secret. And the old smithy. He cried, Who cares? Not I. I'd live there again, although there are some strange sights and sounds. The butcher looked confused, and then in his peculiar, elegant phraseology, he asked Britton what the HLL he meant. What do I mean? Said Britton. Why, I mean what I say, to be sure. You know what I mean well enough. I tell you this infernal thing that's now upstairs kept me at the anvil for years when I ought to have been, as I am now, a gentleman. Oh, said the butcher, I suppose he gave you an amazing lot of work and wouldn't pay for any of it till it was all done. I suppose you're a fool, said Britton. Thank you, replied Bond. You may abuse me as much as you like. I'm your best friend and can stand it. You know you'll go far afore you can find another fellow as can drink as much as me. Britton seemed struck with the force and truth of this remark, and he took another huge draught of liquor before he replied. That's true. You are a good fellow. Never mind me. I should like to see the old smithy again before the last drop goes down my throat. The old who? The old smithy at Learmont. I've had some pleasant hours there and some unpleasant ones, just as it happened. In for a penny, you know, and in for a pound, so I wasn't going to say nay to the squire, you understand, and be D to you. Yes, I understand, that is to say, I don't exactly comprehend, said Bonds, trying to look very knowing. Then you're a fool, again cried Britton. Very well, said Bond with tipsy gravity. Very good. This here's the state of the case. You've got an animal upstairs, you says, very good. You wants me to take my cleaver and see what's to be done. That's the thing. Then what the deuce do you mean by keeping the creature waiting for, eh? Because I know him, laughed Britton. It's Jacob Gray, you know. Oh, is it? It may be Jacob anything else for all I know about him. I tell you it's Jacob Gray, reiterated Britton, striking his fist on the table. Very well, roared the butcher, dealing a much louder blow than Britton's and making the glasses dance again. Then I know he's trembling, groaning with fear. He thinks his last hour is come, I know he does. He suffers now more than as if we were to go up now and cut his throat. Stop a bit, said the butcher. Always knock cretters on the head afore you cuts their throats. Mallet 'em first, always mallet first. It's so very humane it is. Come on, cried Britton. You know what you have to do. Follow him closely and surely and bring me word where he lives. Then we can go tomorrow night, and you may mallet him till he has no head to mallet. Hurrah! A D fool, muttered the butcher, as he immersed a considerable portion of his immense red face in the bowl of liquor before him, nor took it out while there was a drain left. The bar was not half a dozen paces from the door of the room in which Andrew Britton and Bond had been sitting, and half drunk as the smith was, he fancied, when he had his hand upon the door, that he heard the scuffling of some one's feet running away from it. This circumstance raised his ire wonderfully, and the suspicion it gave rise to, that the landlord was playing the spy upon him, nearly choked him with rage. He paused a moment and glanced towards the bar, but no one was to be seen by the lamp which cast a tolerable light over the many bottles and bright measures there collected. Britton muttered a curse, and was about to pass on towards the staircase, when he saw from the other side of the bar a head slowly rise and then suddenly pop down again. An exclamation of anger was upon his lips, but he repressed it, and a strong desire to perpetrate some practical joke upon the landlord for his cunning propensities occurred to him. After a few moments' thought, he returned to the room he had just left, and arming himself with a massive poker, he winked mysteriously at the butcher, who followed him in silent amazement, wondering against whom the powerful weapon was about to be used. When Britton reached the bar, he placed his finger on his lips, as an invocation to Bond to keep silence, and then he stationed himself with the poker in such a position that if the head should protrude again, he could by a lateral sweep of the heavy bar of iron, for such it was, make sure of dealing upon it a tolerable rap. In point of fact, the landlord had been listening to the dialogue between Britton and his friend, the butcher, and then had scampered into his own bar, and with an excess of cunning for which there was no sort of occasion, had stooped down behind his own bar, where he might have showed himself boldly, with far less suspicion attached to him. Britton had taken his measures well, for in less than a minute the top of the landlord's head appeared, but before his eyes got to the level of the bar, the smith dealt what there was of his head such a terrible thwack with the poker, that he fell down in the bar with a deep groan. Britton's delight at this achievement knew no bounds, and without caring in the least whether the landlord's skull was fractured or not, he sat down on the stairs and laughed till the tears ran down his cheeks. "Here," he then cried to the butcher, "take this back." Throwing the poker to him, which Bond caught very dexterously in one of his immense hands. "I haven't been so amused for a long time. Keep watch, and I'll send the fellow downstairs in a minute. That Britton is certainly a clever man in some things," remarked the butcher, quite confidently to himself, as he lit his pipe calmly by the lamp. Britton was in a remarkably good humor as he ascended the staircase to liberate Jacob Gray, who, he had not the least idea, had made his escape in the manner we have related. He had had plenty of drink. Jacob Gray, as he imagined, was in his power, and he had been just most amazingly amused by the little affair of the poker. "Who says Andrew Britton is a fool and a thick-headed brute?" he muttered as he ascended the stairs. "I will be one too many for cunning clever Jacob Gray yet. I have him now safe, I have him. He cannot escape me, though what the devil brought him here I can't guess. That's all a lie about coming here to warn me of anything. He must have been set on to watch me by Learmont, and yet would he venture? I must make him tell me before he goes." Britton paused a moment and took a clasped knife from his pocket. Then he added coolly, "I'll cut off one of his ears if he don't tell exactly what brought him here. Besides that, it will be a good plan, for he'll then be identified wherever he goes." Britton stopped at the door of the attic to laugh before he unlocked it. "Jacob is in a horrid fright, I'm sure he is," he muttered. And me, I'll alarm him a bit." Britton applied his mouth to the keyhole and made an unearthly kind of noise that, had Jacob Gray been there, would have gone far towards frightening him into fits. Then he dealt the door a bang with his fists that made the whole attic shake again. "He's half dead, I know he is," he cried. "Upon my word, I haven't had such a pleasant evening for a long time." The smith then, after several efforts, for he was not in the steadiest condition, succeeded in unlocking the door. There burnt the light, nearly expiring, and Jacob Gray was gone. For a moment Britton could scarcely believe his eyes. He then rushed to the open window, and the truth flashed across his mind. After all, Jacob Gray had escaped him. A torrent of curses burst from his lips, and he sunk upon a chair quite exhausted by his ungovernable passion. Chapter 88. Gray on the housetops, specimens of the rising generation, the old attic. Gray's situation on the housetops was as far from being safe as it was far from pleasant. For the rapidly advancing daylight, he felt conscious, would very soon make him a prominent object to the whole liberty of Westminster if he found not some means of descending. His standing upon the parapets, and in the gutters along which he crawled, was insecure in the extreme, and his nervousness from repeated slips which nearly precipitated him into the street increased each moment, so that he began to feel that, unless he got refuge speedily somewhere, he should meet with a fatal and disastrous accident. His idea was to get in at some attic window, and so make his way into the street through the house. But this, although the only possible means that he could think of, for rescuing him from his very precarious situation, was fraught with dangers and difficulties. For who would allow a man to get in at an attic window and walk undisturbed through their house into the street? Jacob Gray groaned as he thought of this and wrung his hands in despair. "I cannot fight my way out," he muttered. "There is but one remote chance for me, and that is to get into some house where there are no men. I may succeed in alarming females so that they may be glad to let me go in peace, but what a slender hope is that." "There he goes," shouted a baker's boy at this moment, looking up and pointing at Gray, who nearly fell into the street with the suddenness of the alarm. Several chance passengers now stopped and pointed Gray out to others, so that his situation was becoming every moment more precarious. "Stop, thief." "There he goes," shouted the boy again, setting down his basket of bread and resolved, as boys always are under such circumstances, to see the affair out. "Who is it?" cried several. "Guy Fawkes," said the boy. There was a laugh among the crowd, which was rapidly increasing. And now an old lady put her head out of the window of the house on the parapet of which was the trembling Jacob Gray, and inquired, in an angry tone, what was the matter, and particularizing the baker's boy as a young ruffian. Wanted to know how he had collected the crowd opposite the house. The boy, with the peculiar wit of his order, placed his hand to his ear, affecting not to have heard the old lady, upon which, to the great amusement of the crowd, she screamed out, "Oh, you villain! I heard you call me a guy, but I'll speak to your master, I will, you wretch." "You'll make yourself ill, mum," said the boy, "if your hexerts your old lungs so." The old lady shook her fists at him, and the crowd roared with laughter. Jacob Gray could see that the mob was very much amused at something, but what it could be he had no means of knowing, for the same obstacle, in the shape of a projecting parapet, which prevented the old lady from seeing him, also prevented him from seeing her. He endeavored to crawl round an angle of a roof and escape observation while the altercation was going on, but neither the baker's boy nor a sweep who had joined his persecutors would permit such a thing for a moment, and they at once called out, "There he goes! There he goes!" "What do you mean?" screamed the old lady to the sweep. "There's a pole parrot, mum, atop o' your house," replied the sweep. "A what?" screamed she, leaning as far out of the window as she could and looking up. "Mind your eye, mum," shrieked the baker's boy, and amid a perfect roar of laughter, the old lady withdrew her head in a moment. You little abominable miscreant," she cried, "I'll come down to you." "Thank you, mum." "There's a man on the roof," said someone near. "A man?" "Yes, just on the corner of the parapet." "Preserve us!" cried the old lady, leaning out of the window again and looking. "Lean out as far as you can, mum," cried the sweep. "I am," said the old lady. "A little further, then, and you'll see him." Here was another laugh, and Jacob Gray, with a great effort, succeeded in turning the corner of the roof just as the old lady produced a tremendous rattle, which she began springing violently at the window, to the rapturous delight of the crowd below. "He's gone into Smith Street," cried several of the throng, and a rush round the corner was made to keep Jacob Gray in sight. When he got round the corner of the roof, which had cost him so much trouble, the first thing that poor Jacob Gray did was to fall over a pail that was set out at an attic window, into a dirty drain full of black slimy mud, interspersed here and there with delicate streaks of green and blue. When he recovered from the shock of his fall, his first thought was to rise as quickly as possible, but his second was to lie where he was, as by so doing he was hidden by the parapet from the gaze of those in the street. But Jacob Gray was not at all aware of the ready invention and cunning of boys in the streets of London, and it was with a curse that, if curses were effective as implements of death, would have destroyed both the sweep and the baker's boy, he heard the latter suggest. "Oh, he is in the drain. I know he is. Give us a stone, and I'll hit him." "If ever," muttered Gray, "I come across you, and I shall know your confounded cracked voice again, I'll wring your neck." The words were scarcely out of his mouth, when a good-sized stone came down upon him with a very disagreeable plump. It had been thrown by the boy with that accuracy that boys acquire in throwing stones from the abundance of practice that they have in that polite accomplishment. "Well, my covey, did it hit you?" cried the boy then in a very insulting tone. Gray looked up from among the mud, and he saw that the attic window was open. It was very low, and he thought he might crawl in without being seen. At all events, it was better than being pelted with stones in a gutter, and having satisfied himself that the attic was empty, he partially rose from the gutter, and had the satisfaction, such as it was, of gliding over the window-sill without being seen. This was one object gained at all events, and he stood the picture of misery and wretchedness, gazing around him upon the scantily furnished room, in which there was nothing but a small bed made upon a board laid across trestles, and one rickety chair. Exhausted, dispirited, and weak, Jacob Gray sat down upon the chair, but it seemed as if in small matters as well as great, the fates would never have done persecuting him, for he had not noticed that his chair was minus a leg. And the consequence was that Jacob Gray came down on the floor with a great noise, which was more than sufficient to alarm anybody in the house. He, in an agony of apprehension, rose instantly and flew to the window, but then the risk of traversing house tops in broad daylight, which it now very nearly was, came across him, and he recoiled from the window, feeling that in all probability his least danger lay in remaining where he was. and endeavoring to excite by some spurious tale the compassion of the persons of the house. His heart, however, felt sick and faint as he waited in trembling expectation of someone coming. And as minute after minute rolled onwards, leaving him still alone, he felt it would be a relief to his mind if they would come at once, and not leave him on the rack of apprehension. His senses became powerfully acute to the least noise, and once or twice he fancied he heard a creaking noise upon the staircase, as if someone was coming cautiously up to capture him. This feeling grew each moment until it became awfully intolerable, and he trembled so excessively that he could not, as he wished open the door to see if anyone was upon the stairs. A dreadful apprehension came across his mind that whoever was coming might be armed with, perhaps, a blunderbuss, which might, on the moment of his appearance, be discharged in his, Jacob Gray's, face, and so finish his career at once by a death of agony. The moment this apprehension began to haunt him, he looked around him for some place of temporary concealment, and observing a cupboard at one end of the room, he glided cautiously towards it, resolving to take refuge within it until he should hear, by the voices of those who might be coming, what might probably be their station in life and their intentions. The cupboard door was only fastened with a button, and Jacob Gray turned cautiously. The door, from the pressure of something inside, immediately came wide open. A cry of terror burst from Jacob Gray as a dead body, apparently frightfully mangled, fell at his feet. Chapter 89. The interview between Albert and Learmont, the promise and Albert's relation. Albert Satan was punctual to his appointment with Learmont, and after waiting for 10 minutes, was ushered into the small room in which the miserable squire usually sat. Days seemed to be doing the work of years upon Learmont. His coal-black hair was tinged with gray, and there were deep furrows on his cheeks, which were of that dead, ashy-looking white color, if color it could be called at all, that the former sallow tint of his complexion had recently given way to. Take his appearance altogether, as he there sat in a chair, the back of which was placed against the wall with a table and writing materials before him. He looked a man to be shunned or pitied, according as the observer might translate his looks to imply disease of body, or that worse disease of the mind resulting from a perturbed conscience. He slightly started as Albert entered the room, and then, in reply to his bow, he said in a hollow voice, which sounded as if it came from the lips of a corpse risen from the grave, "Good day, young sir." "Good day, sir," replied Albert. "I am here in obedience to your command." "Yes, yes," muttered Learmont, leaning his head upon his hand. "You are here and punctual, very punctual." He then seemed to fall into a fit of abstraction and added, "He is not here. Can he have taken alarm? Or he will be here anon." "Sir," said Albert. Learmont started, exclaiming, "Who spoke?" "I thought you addressed me, sir." "No, no, I said nothing. You are very young and yet have known trouble, you say." "There has been much trouble, sir, crowded into the brief space of my existence," replied Albert. "I have lost all that I loved." "All?" echoed Learmont. "Yes, sir, all," sighed Albert. "You have no ties than to bind you to the world and make you pause in any undertaking. You are like me, a lone man. I am lone and quite desolate, but I pride myself upon my isolation. I would not be surrounded by what the mass of mankind rejoice in the shape of connections for worlds." Albert said nothing, and, after a pause, Learmont added, hastily, "You bear in mind our conversation of yesterday." "I do, sir, and am ready to perform the honorable service you mentioned to me." Albert laid some stress upon the word honorable, and Learmont replied coldly, "Well, sir, it is honorable service." "I know it is, sir. You know it is." "Yes, sir, I know it is so, or, as the son of a soldier and a gentleman, I should never have had it proposed to me by you." A sneer passed over Learmont's face as he said, "My young friends, soldiers and gentlemen and their sons, are not all as particular as you." "I am sorry for it, sir." "Nay, why should you be? Among stars would you not wish to shine the brightest? 'Tis well that some soldiers and gentlemen are not so very scrupulous, for don't you see, young sir, that it makes your great virtue shine with double luster?" Albert did not wholly relish the tone of irony in which this was said, and his cheek slightly flushed as he replied, "It were unbecoming in me to dispute with you, sir." There was a silence of some moments' duration, and then Learmont said abruptly, "You will follow the man home upon whose track I will put you. Awaken in his mind no shadow of doubt, or all, I mean much is lost. He is crafty, but bear this in mind through life. To outwit the crafty, you have but to be simple." "I will do my best, sir." "Do so, and your reward will be commensurate with your deserts. Surely he will come." "I hope you will find him honester than you suppose him to be," remarked Albert. "You hope I may find him honest. May all the torments of hell consume him." "Sir? I don't mean him." "No matter, I am not quite well. Young man, beware, whatever you may see, hear, or surmise in this house must remain locked in your own heart." "Sir," said Albert, shrinking from the basilisk glance of Learmont, "my duty is simple. I have but to obey your honorable orders, and I shall do so to the utmost of my humble ability. It were, indeed, a poor return for your kindness to me to babble of you or your affairs." "Well, so it would. You are right there," said Learmont. "I would fain bind you to me and my interests by kindness, such substantial kindness as you would appreciate, and never forget I am rich, have some power, and am willing to use my wealth and exert my influence. Can I serve you in any matter? You hinted that you had a source of trouble." Albert's heart beat tumultuously at these words, and his first thought was, "Will he exert his wealth and influence in assisting me to discover Ada?" Learmont saw his agitation and said, "Speak freely." "But should the man whom I wish you to follow arrive here during our converse, you must finish your story another time. I wish you to speak freely, and if I can bind you to me by benefit conferred upon you, I shall think myself well repaid." "Sir," said Albert, were you—" "What?" "Ever in love, sir? I in love. I—" "Pardon me, sir, for asking the question, but the sadness that has hung like a leaden weight upon my heart for so long has arisen from the deep sympathy felt for the forlorn condition of one who even then seemed, by some mysterious influence, creeping around my heart." Learmont leaned back in his chair with a slight yawn, but Albert was too much interested in his own subject to notice the contemptuous impatience of his auditor. "When my poor father died," he continued, "I felt great grief, but that was a grief that time would assuage. It left nothing to the imagination to work upon, and continue building up unavailing sorrow. On the contrary, when the first shock of parting with those we love, when death has robbed us of them, is over, and when reason resumes her reign, we should rejoice that they have left such fleeting and uncertain joys as this world affords for that which is eternal and knows no change. But where I loved, where I gave my whole heart's affection, sir, there indeed I have much cause for sorrow, and there is far too ample food for dreamy fancy to work upon." "Indeed," said Learmont. "I fear I tire you, sir." Not at all, go on." "A considerable time since, sir, and I believe before your worship came to London, my father and I lodged in a mean house not very far from here, for we were poor. My father was waiting for his just remuneration for services rendered to ungrateful people. I was but a boy, sir, but from the time of my residence in that house, I may date the commencement of a love which, although I knew not then its existence, became a part of my nature and will accompany me to the grave." "Oh," said Learmont. Then he muttered to himself, "What can detain Jacob Gray?" Albert continued, "In the same house, sir, lodged a strangely matched couple. The one was a man of wily and sinister aspect, ever crawling instead of walking, insinuating rather than saying what he wished to convey, a man that had villain stamped upon his face." "I rather think," said Learmont, "I could match you such a man." "Let us hope, sir, there are few such," added Albert, "but of such a character was he who daily slunk in and out of this house, living apparently in great poverty. With him dwelt a young girl." "Ah," thought Learmont. "Love and poverty, the old story. Oh, sir, she was beautiful, beautiful as heaven, and her face was as a speaking mirror in which you might read all the pure and noble feelings of her soul. She must have been of noble and high origin, for the seeds of every high virtue were implanted in her breast, and even then were budding forth in beauty. The soft blush of an Italian dawn, sir, was not more beautiful than were her eyes. Her brow of snowy whiteness rivaled the rarest sculpture, and her mouth— you may describe her to me some other time, said Learmont with a slight tone of impatience. "I should like to know how I can serve you." "I have lost her, sir." "Oh, you have lost her. Well, I presume she is to be found. By your influence and means, sir, she may, but alas, I scarcely know in what direction to commence the search. Did you wed her?" "No, sir. Had I done so, a world in arms should not have separated us." "The father, then, I presume, was adverse to your suit." "She had no father, sir, no mother, no relations, no friend in the world but me, and I left her in peril, and never saw her more. Never, never." "Go on with your story." "He who was with her, or rather held her in durance, was a mysterious man. I have often thought, sir, some great crime weighed heavily upon his heart." "Perhaps so," said Learmont in a hollow voice. "Perhaps so. His life might have been one long mistaken, and he bartered for gold that which was priceless. Go on, go on." "He seemed, sir, ever wakeful to some great danger, and if ever there was a miserable man, it was that man." "Well, well," said Learmont. "Time passed, and still I fondly, dearly loved." She would have left him, or denounced him for his cruelty, but then she always had the dread upon her spirit that he might be what he appeared to be, her father. So, sir, she bore with much, and with a noble spirit would not sacrifice him, by which I much fear she has sacrificed herself. Still are they living in some dark obscurity in London, or he has killed her. Alas, alas, my poor Ada. Ada was her name. It was, sir. Why does this cold shudder come over me?" muttered Learmont as he trembled in his chair. "But the most strange circumstance of all," continued Albert, "connected with the affair, was that this man Gray—" A cry arose from Learmont that startled Albert to his feet in a moment, and with pale, ghastly features and distorted lips, the squire stood opposite to him, glaring in his face with distended eyes and such an awful expression that step by step the young man went backwards towards the door. For the thought flashed across his mind that his patron was a madman. Chapter 90. The unfortunate confidence of Albert Satan, Learmont's promises and treachery. When Albert Satan got near the door, Learmont cried in a harsh voice, "Stop, stop. 'Twas only a passing spasm. I am subject to them, very subject to them. Come back, young sir, come back." He reeled a step or two as he spoke, and then sunk into a chair, muttering, I have not strength now to bear me up against these sudden surprises. Can it be really he, and I, listening with so much indifference to what touched me so nearly, and yet it cannot be. I dare not question him." "Are you better, sir?" said Albert. "Yes, yes, better now. Ring yon bell and order wine." Albert rung a lusty peal upon the bell, and an attendant promptly answered the summons, standing respectfully for orders. Learmont rose and approached the man, who became evidently much frightened lest his imperious master was for some real or imagined fault going to execute summary vengeance upon him. "Mercy, sir, your worship," he cried. "Fool!" growled Learmont as he reached the door, and then inclining his head close to the man's ear, he said, "If Jacob Gray should come while this young gentleman is with me, show him into a room, but do not announce him." "Yes, yes, your worship." "Make no mistake, or I will have you hung, fellow." "No, no, no, your worship, I won't make any mistake. I ain't to announce Jack." "Silence and begone," cried Learmont in a loud voice, and the man precipitately retired in a great fright. "Oh, I forgot the wine," said Learmont as he turned from the door. "Ring again, if you please." Albert rung, and with a pale face the servant just came to the threshold of the door. "Wine," cried Learmont, and the man disappeared immediately with a jerk, as if he had been pulled away by some wire. "You will continue your narration," said Learmont, trying to impart some moisture to his parched lips. You named Gray, I think, as the man's name?" "I did, sir, Jacob Gray." Learmont was prepared for this, and he only gave a slight start as the familiar name came upon his ears. Go on," he said. "I was about to tell you that he kept a mysterious written paper in his room, addressed on the outside to Sir Francis Hartleton, the magistrate." "Addressed on the outside to Sir Francis Hartleton, the magistrate," muttered Learmont. Then, it was true. "Sir, go on." This paper he always charged his young and beautiful companion to repair with herself to Sir Francis Hartleton, should he on any occasion not return or send to her within 3 clear days of the time he had limited his absence to extend to. Indeed, 'Twas very strange. It was, sir, and I always believed that the paper contained some particulars concerning the gentle girl he had held in such cruel and unjustifiable bondage. No doubt, no doubt. Well, what happened next? Go on. From that place one day they mysteriously removed, leaving behind them only an old trunk in which this strange paper used to be kept, and it was long ere I saw them again. But you did. I did, sir. I should, however, have informed you of another circumstance, but I fear, sir, I weary you. You are not well, sir. Yes, yes, quite well. Some other time when you may feel disposed to listen to me, sir, Go on now, go on. It amuses me much, very much. I have not been so interested in anything for a long time. I beg you will go on. You are very kind, sir. Then, as I was saying, I forgot to tell you that this young girl was, when I first knew her, disguised in the dress of a boy and called Harry Gray. Disguised as a boy. Humph, an artful, very cunning trick. Yes, sir, but objectless surely. I thought her a boy, and then she was beautiful, and I could have lived or died for Harry Gray, but when after that, I saw her in the clothing more becoming to her sex, and knew her as my own beautiful Ada, how different were my feelings. I passionately loved her. And she, returned my heart's devotion with all the frankness of her noble nature. Where was she when you saw her last? I met her in St. James's Park. She had fled from the house to which this man Gray had hurried her, and where he had kept her a close prisoner for a weary space of time. Then I madly parted with her, as I thought, but for an hour, and I have never seen her since. Where was the house? A ruined, condemned house by South Lambeth, a wretched den. Learmont drew a long breath as he said, You say she has escaped from him? How was that? Some men had sought his life, she told me, and he had assured her that his only chance of preservation lay in their not finding her with him. And moreover, as they supposed her a boy, she might escape and so preserve herself and him by attiring herself in the proper habiliments of her sex. Yes, yes, she did. She did, sir, on the mere doubt that he might be her father. Well, and after that? After that I never saw her. I have searched in every place in London. I have wearied myself with a long and useless hunt. I have inquired until I met with insolence from some, and mockery from others. Oh, sir, if indeed you will aid me in this matter, I do, from my heart, believe that while you make two beings happy who will ever bless your name, you will likewise be unmasking some monstrous villainy which this man Jacob Gray has been concerned in. Bless my name, muttered Learmont with a shudder. With your means and your influence with the authorities, we must surely succeed, continued Albert. Oh, then, sir, consider what a glorious reflection it will be to you to see our happiness, and tell yourself that it was all your work. The wine, sir, said the trembling servant, coming into the room. Learmont motioned it to be laid before him, and then filled a bumper that quite astonished Albert and tossed it off at one draught. Drink, he said, as he pushed a decanter across the table to Albert. It will raise your spirits to tell me the remainder of your strange, eventful story. Albert drank a small quantity of the generous fluid, and then he said, I have nearly told you all, sir. Everything else with me must be conjecture. I should, however, mention that I called upon Sir Francis Hartleton with the hope of interesting him in the affair, but he took but little heed of it. Indeed? Yes, he was but lukewarm as regarded all I told him, and I believe did nothing in the matter. And yet you told him all you have related to me, said Learmont. All, sir, but there are some men who will not step out of the beaten track of their duty for any consideration. True, true, Mr. Satan. I believe this man to be an overpraised man. Indeed, I am far from having the high opinion of him he seems to have obtained from most persons. I should advise you to shun him. Do not call upon him. And, should you even by chance meet him, avoid any conversation concerning this matter. I am chary of interfering with men's reputation, but I know sufficient of this Sir Francis Hartleton to beware of him as a hollow friend. In truth, sir, I believe, said Albert, that I shall have but little trouble in shunning him, for I was denied admittance to him twice when I called, since my first interview. Aye, that shows you the man. He found that there was difficulty, and perhaps danger, in the affair, and no immediate profit or reputation, so, you see, he treated you coldly. He did treat me coldly. Then you rely upon me. If needs be, I will become such powerful assistance for you that you must succeed. And should you by any means discover the abode of this Jacob Gray, I think you had better bring me word, without adopting any mode of action of your own. And then we can consult upon some safe and effectual means of serving you. I feel your kindness, sir, most sensibly, said the grateful Albert, and— Well, well, interrupted Learmont, I am sure you will be grateful. I have no service for you today, for it is long past the hour this man should have been here, but attend me here tomorrow morning at the same time. I shall be punctual, sir, said Albert, rising. Good day, said Learmont. Albert bowed and left the room. Chapter 91. Learmont's improved prospects, the park, Ada's recollections, the meeting. When Learmont was once more left alone, a dark scowl of triumph came over his face, and he breathed more freely than he had done for many a day. So, he said, many mysteries are suddenly cleared up now. I am myself again. A weight is lifted off my heart. Several things are now clear and plain to me that I have been tortured with for many days. This being who has been my bane and is now my greatest danger is a girl and not a boy, as Jacob Gray would always fain have made me think. He has lost her too, and it must have been she whom I saw at my doorstep and at the window of Sir Francis Hartleton. So far all is clear, and Gray's confused manner, wretched appearance, and offer to compromise with me when last we met are now accounted for. He has lost his great stronghold upon me, losing the child of I cannot name him. No, his name shall never pass my lips. He rose and paced the room for a few minutes with unequal strides, then suddenly pausing, he muttered, All must be safe. This girl, Ada, as she is called. And now I recollect me, it was the name of her mother. She must know but very little, too little evidently, to enable Sir Francis Hartleton to annoy me in any way, or he would have swooped upon my devoted head like an eagle on its prey. He may surmise much, but he can know nothing. And now for some plan of operation in which this lover can play his part, and when all is done, should he suspect anything or prove troublesome, it is but another deed, and he has gone to his last account. He leaves no clamoring confession behind him, to enable him to have a posthumous revenge upon those whom he hates. Perhaps after all my hopes and fears, a greater triumph than any I have experienced is at hand for me. My wealth may, after all, ensure me some, if not all the advantages I so much coveted, and I may, really free and unshackled, attain the high station my panting soul has longed for. For the first time for many a day, Learmont gazed proudly around him upon the many articles of rare magnificence that crowded his chamber. I shall triumph yet, he exclaimed. I must mature some plan of operations now that will result in the possession of this girl, the destruction of Gray and Britain, and the recovery of all papers of a dangerous tendency. Methinks it will be easy now. This harebrained boy, Satan, if I tell him I can put him on the track of Gray, will surely hunt him down, and then my prey is in my grasp, for he has not now two safeguards as he had before. I will to the park, and there, beneath the grateful shadows of the trees, mature my plans. Tremble, Britain, Gray, Hartleton, you have one to deal with that will yet triumph over you. He hastily wrapped himself in his cloak, and with a haughtier stride and a prouder and more confident mien than he had worn since his first arrival in the metropolis, he left his lordly home and took his way to the great mall of St. James's Park. Leaving Learmont to pursue his walk, and to congratulate himself upon what he considered his improved prospects, we will, with the reader's permission, present ourselves at the breakfast table of Sir Francis Hartleton, where sat the magistrate himself, his lady, and Ada. Sir Francis had passed nearly a sleepless night in reflecting, over and over again, upon the various circumstances connected with the fortunes of his beautiful guest. His great object was, if possible, to decide upon some regular course of action, which might be safely and perseveringly pursued with a prospect of an ultimate result of a successful nature. After much thought, repugnant as he was to any step which savored of trespassing upon the undoubted rights of another, he determined secretly and quietly, unknown to everyone, to make a visit to the village of Learmont and explore the old smithy. with a faint hope that he might find there some indications of what had occurred on that fearful night of the storm and the fire, which he could never forget. He had slept calmly after making this resolve, and arose more refreshed than he expected from the anxious night he had passed. And now his object was, before he undertook his journey, to have some conversation with Ada, in order by leading her mind to the occurrences at the old smithy, to discover if her memory, young as she was, retained any traces of the event. For that she was the child brought from the burning ruins, and that Jacob Gray was the man who so brought her, he entertained but a very faint doubt indeed. "Ada," he said, "does any event of very early life come ever to your memory?" "Since I have been here," replied Ada in her clear and sweet liquid tones. "And so very happy. It seems to me as if my mind had assimilated itself to some circumstances that must have happened long since to me, so long that I can hardly believe that I am now in the same state of existence. Kind words seem now as familiar as they are grateful to me, and it seems to me that memory, wavering from the shock of years of harshness and misery, is beginning to pour forth the hidden stores and crushed remembrances of kind and gentle words, and friendly, loving smiles which guided me before I knew Jacob Gray." Lady Hartleton could not suppress a tear as Ada spoke, and Sir Francis listened with eager pleasure to her words. "My dear Ada," he said, "if you will endeavor to tell me in your own gentle, admirable way what these recollections consist of, they may be of the greatest service in enabling me to unravel the mysteries that now surround you." "Sometimes," said Ada, "I fancy I recollect someone who used to weep over me and kiss me fondly. And when, yesterday, your dear lady," turning to Sir Francis's wife, "took me to the ancient tower, it seemed to me that some of the large ships and the cries of the seamen were not altogether strange to me." "Do you recollect anything of a fire?" said the magistrate. "A fire?" "Yes, do you ever recollect a fire and loud screams and much confusion?" Ada shuddered. "I have always fancied that a dream," she said, "but it has haunted me so often that I have feared to find it real. I have dreamt of a wild, dark place, and then bright flames have lit it up, and cries and shrieks have filled the air, and my heart has sunk within me, for it seemed as if someone had torn me from all I ever loved. Then snow would dash in my face, and it seemed to me as if I was borne onwards by someone with terrific speed, and such dreadful shouts and cries as have made me awaken in horror, and pray to heaven to spare me such another dream. And in the midst of all this, could you never recognize any well-known form or face or familiar voice? None but Jacob Gray's. His pale, hideous face seemed ever turned towards me, and I used to fancy that being in so solitary a mode of life with him put such fancies in my sleeping brain." "Well, Ada and you, my dear," said Sir Francis Hartleton, "must endure my absence from London, I think, for about a week." "A week?" said Lady Hartleton. "Yes, I must endeavor to get leave to go for that time. It is upon business of the utmost importance." He rose as he spoke, and his wife looked at him regretfully as she said, "You are not going today, Francis?" "No, nor tomorrow," he replied, smiling. "And when I do go, I have not quite made up my mind that I shall not take you both with me." "Then you may go as soon as you like, Francis, if Ada will accompany us." A tear started to Ada's eye as she said, "What other friend, save heaven, have I but you to cling to now for he?" She thought of Albert Satan and paused. Sir Francis Hartleton took her hand gently and said, "My dear Ada, I mean to find Albert Satan and make him my clerk." Ada looked up in his face and thanked him by a glance that spoke more eloquently than words could have done. The magistrate then smiled an adieu and left his house to proceed to his office by Buckingham House across the park. He entered the park by the back of his house, which, as the reader is aware, opened into and near to the birdcage walk, and with an easy step, for he had plenty of time in which to go the distance, Sir Francis walked on, nor observed that anyone was looking at him, until he by chance glanced round and saw Learmont regarding him with a fixed gaze, while a sneer of ill-concealed triumph sat upon his mouth and curled his lip. Chapter 92. Learmont's Sneers. The Spy. The Amateur Constable. Sir Francis Hartleton paused a moment in doubt whether he should speak to the gloomy squire, whom he so much suspected of many crimes, or pass on his way without meeting him. Before, however, he could decide upon any course of action, Learmont settled the question by walking up to Hartleton and saying, "Good morning, Sir Magistrate. You are early afoot." "I own, Sir Squire," said Hartleton, rather amazed at the confident tone and manner of Learmont. "My duties take up as much of my time as other people's crimes do theirs." No doubt," said Learmont. "Yours is an onerous position. 'Tis well criminality is not contagious, for otherwise, coming in contact with so many troublesome thieves and disagreeable characters, London would lose her fine-spirited, upright, and noble magistrate." "You are right," said Hartleton, determined not to take offense. "I can even speak to worse than thieves, and yet, thank heaven, escape contamination from them." Sir Francis Hartleton's words were barbed, but Learmont was quite as resolved as his opponent not to understand any insinuations, and he merely replied, "You are a judge of human nature, sir." "As far as my opportunities go, I am," replied Sir Francis. "I trust," added Learmont, "that, notwithstanding I am but a poor squire, you will do me the honor of visiting me in my London abode." "That I am willing to do," said Hartleton, "forgetting all disagreements, Squire Learmont, of course." "Disagreements, sir? I really am not aware of any. You were at one time, if I remember rightly, subject to bad dreams, from which I hope you have now quite recovered. I should think it a most grievous and affecting malady." Sir Francis felt that Learmont had rather the better of him in the dialogue, and with a smile he bowed and passed on. The squire looked after him with a smile of bitterness mingled with contempt. "You have entered, most sapient magistrate," he said, "into a war with me. You shall abide the issue and pay the penalty of defeat. I swear by all the powers of heaven and hell that you shall have my life, or I will have yours. He who thrusts his hand into a fire cannot be expected to withdraw them unburnt. Beware, Sir Magistrate. I will have vengeance upon you when I am safe in some important matters. But first as to Jacob Gray. Aye, there is the great difficulty, Jacob Gray." He sauntered among the then ancient trees that adorned the park, and continued muttering to himself for more than an hour before he came to any firm resolve, and then he suddenly quickened his pace and proceeded homewards. When Sir Francis Hartleton reached his office, his first act was to summon the man named Steffi, and to tell him to prepare to accompany him at a short notice some distance in the country, for he resolved to take him with him to Learmont village. Whether or not he should, upon mature consideration, think it desirable that Ada should accompany him there. This matter being settled, he received a report from a man whom he had set to watch the house of Learmont, who deposed to the effect that a man who he was sure was Jacob Gray, by the description given of him by the magistrate, had visited the squire. He then detailed the whole of Gray's proceeding during the night, concluding by saying that when his watch was relieved, Gray had been left at the old Chequers, and that his further progress would be reported by the man who had taken his place. "That will do," said Hartleton. "He must not be lost sight of for a moment unless fairly housed, and then the house must be carefully watched, and above all things, do not let him suspect he is in any danger." "The greatest trouble, sir, during the night," said the spy, "has arisen from a shoemaker in Westminster, who is smitten with the notion of his cleverness in apprehending criminals. He has been following Gray about, and but for his cowardice would have apprehended him." "And so spoil all," said Sir Francis Hartleton. "It is of the greatest importance that this Gray should remain at large for some time. He is in possession of information which, I fear, would never be got from him after his capture, for no kind of promise could possibly be held out to him of mercy in this world. If once taken, his trial and execution for the murder of Vaughan must ensue. And then, too," added Sir Francis, in a low tone to himself, "Ada would be dragged from her present retirement forward as a witness against him, and so seal his lips forever against any disclosure for her benefit." A knock at the door announced someone near, and when Sir Francis cried, "Come in," one of his officers appeared, saying that a man of the name of Bruggles wished to see him on very particular business. "Bruggles, I don't know him." "Your worship," said the spy upon Gray. "It is the troublesome shoemaker." "Oh, admit him." The amateur constable was ushered into the presence of Sir Francis, who said, "Well, sir, your business?" My business is private, confidential, and most important. Will it take long in the telling? Why, no, not very long. Then leave us, said Sir Francis to his officer, and mind that I have regular reports about the man. Of course your former instructions hold good. On any attempt to leave by boat or vessel, an immediate arrestment takes place. The spy bowed and retired. Now, sir, if you please, said Sir Francis to the shoemaker. My time is precious. Pray tell me in as few words as you can what you want. The manner of the magistrate rather damped the ardor of the shoemaker, and he replied, Your worship, I thought it but right to call upon you to say that I have seen. Here he looked about him mysteriously to assure himself that they were alone. What have you seen, sir? Cried the other, the murderer of Mr. Vaughan. The shoemaker, as he said this, leaned forward in a confident manner, and then threw his head back with a jerk to see what effect it had upon the magistrate, who, to his surprise, merely said, Have you? And did not seem at all put out of the way by such an astounding piece of information. I have spoken to him, sir, your worship, I mean. Then why didn't you say so at once? You have got him outside, I suppose? Got him outside, your worship. Of course. Why, I haven't exactly got him at all. What? Saw him and spoke to him and not got him. Why, your worship, he looks a powerful villain. Sir, I'm afraid you are a great coward, said Sir Francis. What do you mean by coming to me and saying you have seen and spoken to a criminal? I don't know, but it's my duty to commit you for aiding, abetting, and comforting a man accused of one of the most heinous crimes in the calendar. Commit me. Yes, you. I come here to ask your worship to let me have an officer to go with me to try to find him. Sir, my officers will find him themselves, only some caution is requisite, as he belongs to a gang who have bound themselves by a solemn oath to barbarously murder any person who may be at all instrumental in the capture of any of their body. Eh? You, really, then I should have been murdered. I dare say you would, but I hope when you see him again that you will take him. And when you are dead, the reward shall be paid to anyone you may appoint in your will, which I think you had better make here at once in my office in case of accidents. 2 of my officers shall witness it. No, I, God bless me. What danger I have been in, to be sure. Gracious. If I see him again, I shall knock at some door and ask to be let in till he is gone. I'll run into a shop. I'll leave London till someone else has taken him. What? Cried Sir Francis, hardly able to control his laughter. Do you shrink? Shrink? I should think I do. I'm all over in a cold perspiration, I am. Then you'll never do for an officer, sir. I'd advise you to stick by your last and not interfere with other people's affairs. Leave thief-takers to catch thieves. You'll get all the danger, my friend, and none of the profit in traveling from that you know to that you know nothing about. I will, bless me. Make my will indeed. The very idea is dreadful. I wish you an uncommon good morning. Good morning, mister. Bruggles, your worship. Bruggles, good morning. Sir Francis Hartleton enjoyed a hearty laugh at the shoemaker's expense after he had left, and was shortly afterwards fully immersed in the active duties of his office. Chapter 93. Gray's Peril, a peep into domestic affairs. The corpulent lady, the man who was hung on Monday. Jacob Gray was so horrified at the awful sight that met his eyes, upon opening the cupboard in the old attic, that for some moments he could neither think, move, nor speak. And it was only the strong, present dread of someone coming upon him suddenly from the lower part of the house and taking his life, upon finding he was aware of the murdered man being in the cupboard, that aroused him from the absolute lethargy of fear he was rapidly falling into. The body lay on its face at his feet, and it appeared to have been propped up in the cupboard, merely by the shutting of the door quickly, so that it had fallen out the moment Gray had, by opening the door, removed the support. He felt that there was no chance for him but putting the loathsome object back again into its receptacle. And our readers may imagine what a terrible job it was to such a man as Jacob Gray to raise that hideous mass of death and replace it in the cupboard. He stooped and laid his trembling hands upon the neck. He dragged it up. The head hung about in that strange, loose manner which indicates a certain stage in the progress of decomposition. Gray shuddered and bungled much over what he had to do, because his object was to get the dead body into the cupboard without looking at the face, and he, therefore, sedulously turned his head away. The wait was very great, and after many fruitless efforts, Gray found it impossible to get the body fixed for one instant, so as to allow him to close the door. Once he caught one of the ghastly bands between the door and the side post. Then, by not being quick enough, the body leaned forward, and he caught the hideous, distorted face in the same way. A cry of horror burst from his lips, as his eyes inadvertently fell upon the horrible visage, and now that he had once looked he could not turn his eyes away, had he been offered a world for the effort. Horrible! Horrible! He moaned, and then letting go the door, the body fell as at first with a heavy lump upon its face at his feet. I shall be murdered here, thought Gray, and must leave at all hazards. I had better risk being again seen and hooted by the mob than remain here to certain death. He approached the window as he spoke, but to his horror he found by the shout that at once greeted him that his tormentors were still there. What can save me now? He groaned. I am lost, lost. He sunk upon the miserable chair that was in the room, and groaned aloud in the bitterness of his despair. Then he began to wonder that no one came to the attic, and from that, he thought it just possible there might be nobody in the house, and that his own fears had converted some casual noise into the sounds of footsteps on the stairs. There was hope in this conjecture, and he crept cautiously to the door, and standing at the stairhead, he listened attentively, but could hear no noise. I wonder, he muttered to himself, if I could venture downstairs. There might be no one between me and the street door, and possibly I might not be recognized by the gaping crowd outside, and so escape my present most dangerous situation. It was some minutes more before he could make up his mind to venture down the stairs, and when, at length, he did, he went step by step with such extreme slowness and caution that it was a long time before he reached the bottom of the first flight. The least creaking sent the blood to his heart with a frightful gush, and by the time he had reached the floor below the attic, he was in a state of terror and nervousness that would have alarmed anyone to behold. He sat down upon the bottom stair, and as far as he was able to command them, he bent all his faculties to discover if there was anyone in the rooms opening from the landing. One door was ajar, and he now felt satisfied there was no one there, but another door was close shut, and it was with the greatest difficulty that he could command his nerves to crawl past it. His foot now was upon the first stair from the top of the next flight of stairs, when he nearly fell headlong from top to bottom, as he heard a man's voice below say, Thomas, I shall want you in your attic presently. Then a step sounded up the stairs, and Jacob Gray had just time to crawl backwards into the room with the door ajar, before he must have been seen. But he thought whoever is coming here may enter this room, and he glanced hastily around him for some place to hide in. A large, handsome bed was in the room with the curtains drawn, and Jacob Gray, advancing cautiously, peered in between them, when to his horror and consternation, he found the bed occupied. An elderly female with a red, termagant face, who by the mountain she made of the bed clothes must have been of most ample proportions, lay sleeping in the bed. The slight noise he made appeared to have disturbed the lady, for a long-drawn snore proclaimed that her easy slumbers were about being disturbed. Gray heard 2 or 3 hard blows given to the bed, and then the lady muttered, "Take that, you wretch. You'll disturb me, will you, again?" And then, evidently fancying she had silenced her supposed bedfellow, the corpulent lady, with a singular imitation of a bassoon by means of her olfactory organ, she again resigned herself to sleep. The same man's name that Gray had heard already now said at the door, "You're asleep yet, are you? Oh, you are a beauty. Well, there is some peace in the house early in the morning for all who like to get up and enjoy, because you are too lazy to be among us so early if ever a man was cursed. Ah, well, it's no use complaining." "Oh, you disagreeable beast!" shrieked the lady, who had only been in what is termed a dog sleep, and had heard the remarks of the man at the door. "You wretch, you varmint. So that's the way you goes on, is it? You ugly lump of wretchedness. What do you say, my dear?" remarked the man in so altered and humble a voice that Jacob Gray could scarcely believe it came from the same individual. "What did I say, you unnatural villain? I say I heard you talking about peace in the house. Really, my love, I. Don't try to escape out of it, you wretched little villain. Wait till I get up, that's all." With a sigh, the unhappy husband, for nobody but a husband ever puts up with a woman's tongue, and by some strange fatality, he who is the only person having a legal right to control its wagging never or very rarely does so, turned away. "Who's downstairs?" cried the lady peremptorily. "Only Thomas, my dear. Isn't that lazy slut Deborah up yet?" "Oh dear, yes, my love." "Oh dear, yes, indeed," answered the lady. "I'll box your ears and hers too when I get up. You've been winking at her again, I'll be bound you have." "Really, my love, go away, sir, and don't aggravate me. It would make folks' hair stand on end to know what I suffer. It would." The lady now turned round on the bed with such a bounce that Jacob Gray thought for a moment it must eventually come down on the top of him. "What shall I do now?" thought Gray. "This is a strange house. They do not seem at all the kind of persons I suspected. How could that dead body have come into the cupboard in the attic? Perhaps they don't know it's there at all, and if I should be seen, it will in some way be laid to my charge." He now remained for some moments in painful thought. Then he came at length to a conclusion that he must venture downstairs before the lady got up, as his only chance of getting out of the house. "Only Thomas downstairs," he repeated to himself, "and a servant girl, I presume. I must make the attempt as circumstances direct me. At the back or the front of the house, I may be able to leave it." He made now a very slight movement in an endeavor to crawl from under the bed and make towards the door, but the corpulent virago heard him, and cried, "I thought I heard somebody a-moving. I shall get up and ring for Deborah. Lord Almighty, I'm all of a tremble. If I let her get up and have assistance here, I am lost," said Gray. It took him a moment or two more to screw up his courage, and then he suddenly rose up at the side of the bed and said, "If you stir or speak for the next half-hour, I'll cut your throat from ear to ear." The corpulent lady gave a loud scream, and Jacob Gray sneaked under the bed again. "Beware," he said, "beware." "Oh, Mr. Murderer, spare my life," she gasped. "What's the matter?" said the husband, who had come scuffling downstairs upon hearing the scream. "Beware," whispered Gray. "N.N.," gasped the corpulent lady, with the fear of having her throat cut. "Nothing, only a dream." Chapter 94. The Mystery Explained. The Escape. Jacob Gray's New Lodging. Jacob Gray was almost distilled with fear as this little dialogue proceeded, and it seemed as if a mountain was taken off his breast when he heard the husband go away, muttering something that was not intended to meet his lady's ear. The corpulent lady then commenced a series of groans, which, however, Jacob Gray soon put an end to by appearing at the bedside and saying, "If you don't be quiet this moment, it shall be your last." "W, what do you want?" stammered the corpulent female. "No matter," said Gray. "Tell me what dead body that is you have in the attic." "Job Magnus," said the lady, shaking the bed with trembling. "Who?" "Job Magnus, he was bought." "Bought, woman?" "Yes, he was hanged last Monday, and my wretch of a husband bought him." "What is your husband?" "A doctor." The truth in a moment now flashed across Gray's mind, and he cursed himself bitterly for allowing his fears to cause him so much uneasiness and terror, as they had done. He then, on the instant, thought of a scheme to escape from the surgeon's house without molestation, and turning to the lady, he said in a solemn voice, "Do you know me?" "No, no." "I have just come downstairs out of the cupboard. I am Job Magnus." "Mercy upon us," cried the lady. "Oh, have mercy upon us, our Father which art in heaven." "Hush," cried Gray. "Don't be mumbling there, but listen to me. If you so much as speak one word or stir from whence you are for the next hour and a half, I'll come down the chimney and strangle you. Please, Mr. Ghost, spare my sinful life, and I won't move. I'll confess all. Thomas ain't that wretched husband's of mine. He's, I'm quite sure." "Bush," said Gray with a menacing gesture. "Do you imagine I want to hear what, as a spirit, I know already?" The corpulent lady groaned as she said, "Then you know all about the barber." Gray deliberately turned up the cuffs of his coat and said calmly, "I am going to strangle you if you open your lips again." The corpulent lady held up her hands in mute supplication, and after a glance at her, and a contortion of his visage that nearly froze her blood, Jacob Gray crept from the room and commenced descending the staircase. He had not got halfway down when he heard someone coming up. He paused in very great trepidation and laid hold of the banisters to await the comer. His only chance now lay on his own firmness, and that was nearly deserting him. It was a young lad of about 17 or 18 who was coming upstairs, and when he saw Gray, he waited a step in surprise. "Thomas," said Gray, "I am Job Magnus, will you?" Thomas did not stay to hear the remainder of what the apparition of the hanged man, as he fully believed Gray to be, had to say, but turned round, and made but one jump down the stairs again. Never stopped till he was in the kitchen, where he upset Deborah and a tray with the breakfast things. Just as she was emerging from the culinary department. "So far successful," muttered Gray, as he descended the remainder of the stairs, and then passed through the door which opened into a little parlor. Hanging on a peg behind a door was a handsome cloak, and on another a hat, both of which Gray made no hesitation in borrowing for the occasion. Hastily attiring himself thus, he opened a small glass door and passed into the shop. There was a little girl in the shop, knocking perseveringly on the counter with the edge of a penny piece, and the moment Gray made his appearance she commenced. "Oh, please, sir, my mother says do." "Silence," cried Gray, and he passed out into the street, leaving the little girl with a full impression that the doctor had gone mad. Jacob Gray's first glance was towards his persecutors, and he saw that the patience of all of them had been nearly tired out, with the exception of the baker's boy, who sat upon the edge of his basket and told the story of a man being on the roofs of the houses to all comers. "You wretch," muttered Gray, "I should like to brain you." "Hilloa, here comes the doctor," cried the boy. "Why, you've got up wrong end first, old cove. Take that," said Gray, as he dealt the boy a box on the face that sent him sprawling backwards into his own basket, to the immense amusement of all the other boys there collected, who, not to be behindhand in asserting their right to the name of human beings, immediately made at the fallen hero, and commenced hauling and pummeling him to their heart's content. With a hasty step, Gray left the scene of action, and struck at once into a long, narrow lane which led him among the by-streets at the back of the Strand. His first object now was to get a breakfast, and observing a little dirty shop where every imaginable abomination in the eating line was sold, he plunged into its dark recesses, and asked of a woman, whose very appearance was enough to turn anyone's stomach if he could have some breakfast. "That depends on what you want," said the woman. "Some meat," said Gray. "I will pay you liberally if you will purchase for me some meat and let me eat it here." The words "pay liberally" acted like magic on the woman, for she immediately unrolled her sleeves, which were tucked up to the elbow, and at once, by that process covering up all the dirt on her arms, she said, "Oh dear, yes, certainly. His honor could have whatever he liked, should she take his honor's hat and cloak. Would his honor walk upstairs?" "Yes, upstairs," said Gray, conceiving himself much more safe from casual observation there than below. The woman escorted him to a dismal-looking room on the first floor, and promising to be quick in procuring what he required, she left him to his meditations. "This seems a likely place in which to conceal myself," thought Gray, "until I have wrung from the fears of Learmont a sufficient sum to enable me to put my now firm design into execution of leaving England. I will ask this woman if she has a room she can spare me for a permanency. No one would think of looking for me here. And in the darkness of the evenings, I can glide out to visit Learmont, and for exercise." When the woman returned and laid before Jacob Gray some really good and tempting meat, tolerably cooked, and had received his orders to get him a bottle of wine, he turned his small, cunning eyes upon her, and said, "I have but newly come from abroad, and am in London concerning some property that is left me. While I remain, can you accommodate me here?" "Oh, certainly," said the woman. "Your honor can have any room in the house." "I should prefer the quietest," said Gray. "An attic will suit me as well as any." "Well, your honor," said the woman, "if you don't mind an attic, we do certainly have the best attic, though I say it, in London. Why, atween 2 chimbleys, when there ain't a fog and the brew-house isn't at work, you may see a little bit of the river from our attic." "It will suit me very well, I dare say," said Gray. "When I have finished my meal, I will look at it." He was not long in consuming the meat and bread, and after a glass or two of the wine he felt wonderfully refreshed, and his old, quiet smile of cunning and ferocity began to linger on his face as he muttered, "Well, if the squire consents to my terms and advances me a large sum of money at once, I will leave directly. And if he will not, I must increase my demands upon him as far as I can without awakening his suspicions, and then leave him and Britain to destruction. It will go hard, but I will find a means of revenge against her, who has caused me such unexampled misery and distress. Ada, beware! Yet you are not safe from Jacob Gray. He is a miner, who works in silence and secret, until some day you find what you verily considered the solid foundation on which you were treading immutable. You will find it crumbling beneath your feet. I have a plan. Yes, I have a plan to wrest from you, Ada, all that would have been yours had you waited my time." Full of these thoughts, Jacob Gray summoned the woman and desired to be shown the chamber she had mentioned. It was a remarkable low-roofed attic, but it suited Gray well, for no one, he thought, would suspect him of living in, to him, so dangerous a neighborhood as the Strand, where every inhabitant was full of gossip about the murder of Vaughan. "This will do," he said. "What is the price?" 2 shillings a week were named, to which Gray assented, and paying some few weeks in advance, he said, "Whenever I go out, I take the key of this room with me, and whatever requires to be done to it must be done when I am at home. I make my own bed." "Very well, just as you like. And mark my words, if anyone should come here and ask you if you have a lodger of any description, unless you unhesitatingly answer no, I leave directly. Lor, sir, suppose some friend of your honor's was to call." "I have no friends." "Indeed, your honor." "No, nor ever had any, nor ever shall. I am peculiarly situated. There are people in this city who would murder me to keep me out of my just property." "Is there indeed, sir?" "Oh, the wretches." "Yes, and the reason I come to live here is by the advice of my lawyers, in order that I should not be found by those who would take my life if they could." "Lord, what wickedness there is in the world," said the woman. "There is indeed," said Gray gravely. "When I come to my property, depend upon a very handsome present from me if you obey my injunctions." The woman curtsied to the very ground, and Gray then signified to her that she might retire and leave him. Jacob Gray little imagined how actively Sir Francis Hartleton was watching him, and at that very moment that he was conversing with the woman about the necessity of denying him to everyone, a man was in the doorway opposite, taking the most accurate notice of the house, and revolving in his mind some means of discovering whether Jacob Gray intended remaining there or not. The fact was, he had never been lost sight of by one or other of Sir Francis Hartleton's men, and although they had been momentarily at fault when he got in at the doctor's attic window, one of them had remained on the spot while another went into a neighboring house, the owner of which he knew, and clambering out on the roof, felt satisfied that Gray was housed somewhere. He was instantly recognized, notwithstanding the hat and cloak, by the Lynx-side officers, and quietly dogged to his new lodgings by one of them, while another went across the park to the magistrate to report proceedings and take further orders. Chapter 95. Learmont's treachery to Albert Satan, the plot against Gray. The guilty career of Learmont is nearly run, and the fates are hurrying him to that awful precipice down which the souls of the wicked plunge never to return. And yet, how strange it is that in the designs and machinations of men of blood and deep iniquity, their danger is ever the greatest when they are hugging themselves in fancied security. So was it in the strange circumstances of our story. Circumstances which, with a labor we should again shrink from, we have collected from ancient resources and time-worn family documents. Learmont thought himself now in a far better position than he had ever been in. For although the child, whose existence in the hands of Jacob Gray had always been the bane of his existence, was now, he felt sure, in the house of the man whose energy and acuteness he had most to fear. He reasoned himself into a belief that had there been contingent upon such circumstances imminent danger to be apprehended from Sir Francis Hartleton, he would ere this have heard of it, for the magistrate was prompt in action. "I have but now," he thought, "to destroy Jacob Gray and his confession, whereas before, by keeping his confession at one place and the child at another, I dare not attack him with any degree of safety." Jacob Gray, too, as we have seen, fancied himself over his worst troubles, and hugged himself with the idea that he held as strong a hold as ever upon the fears of Learmont, and had but to exercise common caution to replace himself in as enviable a situation, as regards pecuniary resources, as he had been before. Andrew Britton had plenty to drink, as he, too, felt in his way tolerably happy, only he would have given a great deal, or even consented to go without brandy for a whole day, for the sake of an opportunity of knocking Jacob Gray on the head. Learmont's only doubt now was whether to set the smith or Albert Satan upon the footsteps of Jacob Gray when he should make his next visit, for the same objection, namely, of personal recognition applied to both. Only Jacob Gray would not be so apt to suppose Albert Satan to be set on by Learmont. Upon this argument, he decided upon informing Albert, when he should next see him, that the identity of the man he, Learmont, wished him to watch was Jacob Gray, who held so long endurance the beautiful girl whose image held so constant a place in his heart. By still assuring Albert of the probability of Ada being with Gray, Learmont considered that he should interest him to strain every nerve to discover his residence, and we shudder as we write it. But the cold-blooded squire determined upon the death of Albert the moment he should cease to be of any service, or become in the least troublesome or suspicious. Engaged in such unholy cogitations as those, the day to Learmont passed more swiftly, and more pleasantly than had done many a preceding one, and when he rose the following morning, he looked more himself than he had done since his first attempt upon the life of Gray. At the ruinous house in South Lambeth, an attempt which had so signally failed, and which, in its result, had suppressed the squire with a sense of the hopelessness of ever getting rid of the running Jacob. Albert Satan, his mind agitated by 1,000 hopes and fears, was punctual in his attendance upon Learmont. And, when he entered the room in which sat the squire, anyone might have seen by his countenance that he had passed a sleepless night, and that he was suffering all the tender anxieties of newly awakened hope upon a subject nearest his heart. Learmont motioned him to be seated, and then stealing but a glance at the face of the young man, he said, "Young sir, I have been thinking over the story you told me yesterday." "I thank you, sir," said Albert. "May I venture to hope that mature consideration has not in any way altered the sanguine opinion you were pleased to pronounce yesterday upon the subject?" "It has not." "Thank heaven!" "But," Albert's color came and went rapidly at this "but" of Learmont's, and the squire continued calmly, "You observed my agitation yesterday." I did, sir." "Can you guess its cause? That is, can you guess what brought on the spasm I am subject to?" "I cannot, sir." "Then I will tell you. When you mentioned the name of Jacob Gray, a strange feeling came over me that I had heard it before, but I was not certain." "Yes, sir." "Yes. Since last you and I met, I have taken some pains to ascertain the fact, and I find that a man of that name has applied to me, hearing of my many charities for pecuniary assistance, saying that he had an orphan child to support and was in great poverty." "Indeed, sir?" "Such is the fact. His name is Jacob Gray." And, sir, you have really seen him," stammered Albert. "I have. He came here, and upon the spurious story he told I relieved his necessities. But the next time he came, I refused him, when I understand he cursed me as he went through my hall and uttered threats against me." "The villain?" "Yes, young sir, that is the reward generally of benevolence." "Oh, this is most providential," said Albert, tears of joy bursting from his eyes. "It is surely heaven's own work." "'Tis rather singular," remarked Learmont coldly. "You have then his address, sir? Oh, give it me and let me fly to rescue." "Stop, I have not his address." Albert's countenance fell. He left no address here. He would allow no inquiry into his circumstances, which was the reason I refused to continue my bounty towards him. Then nothing is gained," sighed Albert. "I am wretched as before." "Not so," said Learmont. "You are like all those who are easily elated, too easily depressed." "Pardon me, sir, but this is a matter upon which my whole happiness, my whole existence is, as it were, staked. I do feel, perhaps, too strongly, but such love as mine is scarce, and I cannot help it, sir. Pray forgive me." "Think not I am angry," said Learmont, On the contrary, I have not been so well pleased for many a day. When I said you were too easily elated or depressed, I had a suggestion to offer you. How shall I thank you, sir? Heed not that. My strong opinion is that this man Gray will come here again for, after his repulse, he has written me a letter in which he begs for a small sum towards a larger one he is gathering to take him from England. And he says that if I felt inclined, he could tell me a secret, which he is quite sure would enable me to right the wronged and punish those who had been guilty. He alludes to Ada, sir, cried Albert with animation. He alludes to her of whom I told you, sir. Oh, she is beautiful and good. Sir, a nobler, better heart than hers never beat in woman's bosom. It is not for her rare and unexampled beauty that I love her, sir. Ah, no. 'Tis for her many gracious heavenly qualities, for the fine mind that like a glistening diamond does outshine the setting, though of purest gold. No doubt he alludes to her, said Learmont. As I say, he sent me this letter. It was without date, without address, and stated that its writer, Jacob Gray, would call here for an answer. Albert's breath seemed to hang upon the next words of the squire as he asked, And has he been, sir? He has not, said Learmont. Ada, Ada, cried Albert, and then, ashamed of the violence of his feelings, he blushed scarlet and endeavored to apologize. Heed it not, said Learmont. There can be no doubt but this man will call for an answer to his letter, and your line of proceeding will then be to follow him to his home, taking care, as you say he knows you, to keep out of his sight. Oh, yes, sir, I will follow him were he to lead me half over the world. Let me but once set eyes again on Jacob Gray, and I will never lose sight of him except I leave him at his own home. I hope, said Learmont, who felt a delight in hurrying Albert's spirits down from boiling point to zero, that my Jacob Gray and yours are the same men. Surely they must be. Faltered Albert Satan. Nay, my young friend, we should arm ourselves against the disappointment if they should turn out to be different persons. The name is peculiar, said Albert. And perhaps, sir, you can recollect sufficient of the personal appearance of the man to enable me at once to decide upon that doubt. Probably. He is thin and pale, with an ever-shifting glance, and has a peculiar habit of continually moistening his lips with his tongue and frequently biting the under lip. It is the same, cried Albert, clasping his hands. I should know him among a million. You are sure? Quite sure, sir, and Ada will be rescued. Sir, we shall owe you a debt of gratitude we never can repay. Heaven alone must give you your reward. Learmont winced a little at the idea of being handed over to heaven for judgment, and waving his hand, he said, Enough. I seek for no reward. What I do freely. I will never now, said Albert, until this man comes, lose sight of the steps of your house, sir. He is sure to come, and I would not then miss him for 10,000 worlds. I will guard against any trifling accident, such as your missing being here when he comes, of his eluding your pursuit, for I will give him money and encourage him to come again. You are too kind, sir, said Albert in a broken voice. Not a whit, not a whit. I shall, however, exact one promise from you. Do, but give it a name, sir. It is simply this, that when you have traced Jacob Gray to his home, you will come back to me at once without taking any further step. Your precipitancy might ruin all, whereas, if I know where this young lady you mention is to be found, without a doubt I can, with cooler and more extended judgment, because of my more extended resources, take measures for her recovery that cannot fail. I will obey your directions to the very letter, said Albert, and now I shall be in terror of his coming each moment that I am away from here. On the other occasions of his visit he always came after sunset, said Learmont, and most probably such will be the case now. I should, therefore, strongly advise you to sleep here from this day, and never to be out of the house after darkness has fairly set in. Albert could almost have thrown himself at Learmont's feet, so full of joyful gratitude was he, and he could not find word to express the overflowing feelings of his heart to him. Chapter 96. Gray at Home. The Confession. A walk through Westminster in search of a wig. How well Learmont thought he had managed his interview with poor Albert Satan, and so he had, as far as that interview went. The results are yet to come. But as he sat alone, after the young, enthusiastic Albert had left him, a ghastly smile played upon his attenuated features, and he muttered, "Fortune is repaying me now for some of her unkindness. This affair could not be managed better than it is. Jacob Gray, your doom is sealed. There is no chance of escape now for you. For all this young man's energies will be exerted to discover your place of abode, and it will be strange, indeed, if he succeed not. Moreover, I can give him plenty of chances, and so keep the game alive until he is quite successful, for you must come to me, Jacob Gray, for money. And each time you do so, you shall return with him upon your steps, until you are fairly hunted to your lair, and then Britain. Yes, Britain. Then shall rid me of you forever." The squire was silent for some time, then he muttered, "Yes, the suspicions of the young man once awakened, he would become most dangerous. I must run no risks. I will run none. All shall be safe and sure. And that it may be so, good, credulous Albert Satan, I will find some quiet, easy means of ridding you of the cares of this life, when you have performed your errand in it so far as I am much concerned. How I play with these puppets. First, Gray shall go, then Britain and this Albert Satan, Sir Francis Hartleton too, when my mind is free to bestow my whole attention upon him. I will do the thieves of Westminster a great favor, for I will find some plan of vengeance against him, which shall cost him his life. Then the girl, the girl? What of her? Why, she falls into my power at once, a mere nameless orphan girl. Her safety will depend upon the amount of his information. Let her be innoxious through ignorance of her real position, and I don't want to harm her. Yet she must not be near me, because she puts me in mind of one who I would fain forget. This room gets gloomy, very gloomy. There is an awful silence in the house. I hear no one speak or move. I must go out. One of his fits of terror came over him, and he went backwards to the door, while his limbs trembled, and his teeth chattered with an unknown dread. Turn we now from Learmont to Jacob Gray, who was no less miserable and no more happy in his wretched attic than was the vile squire in his splendid mansion. Gray sat for a time in deep and anxious thought, and then he glided down the stairs, for bells were things unknown in that locality, to ask his landlady to send for writing materials for him. His orders were very soon obeyed, and he had on the little rickety table which stood under the small latticed window some ink in a cracked teacup, several pens, and a quire of paper. Then he made a calculation of how long it would take him to get £2,000 in small sums of Learmont, provided the squire should refuse to entertain his proposal of a large sum at once, to ensure his, Gray's, leaving the country. Having satisfied himself on that head, and come to a conclusion as to how many times he could call, and what sums he should insist upon having, he set about the more serious and important job he purposed, namely, to write his confession. The whole of the day he remained at his work, and his feelings and fears were in a fearful state of agitation, while he was once more recording with his own hands events, the lightest one of which would, if known, consign him to an ignominious end. The sun was sinking in the west when Jacob Gray had finished his labor which he had pursued since the morning with no intermission, save for one hasty meal, which the landlady had brought him on her own suggestion, for he had been too much engrossed with what he was about to think of food. At length, however, he finished, and with trembling hands he wrote the superscription, "To Sir Francis Hartleton," and tied the whole firmly round with a string. A dark smile then came across his face as he muttered, "Ada, you know not what you have lost by your precipitancy. I have thought of a means of vengeance upon you. Here in this paper I declare you illegitimate. The old priest who performed a marriage at Naples between your father and mother must be assuredly dead long since, and there was no witness but myself. Ha! Ha!" He started at the hollow echo of his own laugh, and looked suspiciously around him as if he feared to see some awful visitant who had mocked his guilty exultation. I am alone," he muttered. "'Twas but an echo. These old buildings are full of them. Where now shall I hide this precious and most dangerous document?" He remained in deep thought for some time, and then he made a sudden resolution that he would keep it always about him, so that it must be found in case of anything happening to him personally, and his mind would be free from apprehension when he was from home. He then carefully unripped part of the lining of his waistcoat and placed the confession in between the cloth and the lining, after which, by the aid of several pins, he firmly secured it in its place. "It is safe," he said. "Security against its loss is all I wish, not absolutely concealment. And yet, should the villain Learmont ever suspect I had this document with me, I should never leave his house alive. But how should he? I have never hitherto had any cause to fear violence at his hands in his own house, and then he thinks I have the child at home. I must consider, and, perchance, change my waistcoat when I favor you with a visit, Master Learmont." He then carefully searched his room to discover some place of concealment for the confession, should he feel disposed ever to leave it at home, and finally pitched upon the upper shelf of an old cupboard, in one corner where was stowed away a quantity of lumber. "Yes," he muttered. "I will, whenever I suspect there may be danger in carrying this document abroad with me, place it here. It will then surely be found sooner or later and conveyed to its address. Now let me consider what changes I can make in my personal appearance, in order further to ensure my safety from those who are still on the scent for me on account of Vaughn." The night was by this time fairly set in, and the various objects of Gray's miserable apartment began to lose their outlines, mingling strangely together, and in some cases assuming to his alarmed imagination fantastic shapes that made his heart beat with fright. "I must never be here without lights," he muttered. "Darkness itself is not so bad in its intensity as this kind of dim obscurity before the night has fairly begun its reign. I must never be without lights." He crept to his door, and opening it gently and cautiously, without having any motive for so doing, he slunk down the stairs as if he were afraid of being overheard. Caution and fear had become habits with Jacob Gray now, and he could not have spoken or walked boldly had he been ever so much inclined so to do. There was no passage into the street but through the shop, and the woman who was there gave a great start as Jacob Gray came in. "Lor, sir," she said, "I didn't hear you." "Not hear me," said Gray. I have come quickly down the stairs. I am going out on business, and mind what I before said to you in case anyone should inquire for me. But I don't even know your name, sir." "My name?" "No, sir, you didn't tell me." Gray paused a moment, and then he said, "My name is Smith," and walked out of the shop without waiting for an answer. "Smith is it?" said the woman to herself. "It's about as much Smith as I'm Smith. Well, it's no business of mine, only I should like to know who he really is. But howsoever, as long as he pays his way, that's quite enough for me. Not that I like his looks at all, oh dear, no. I call him an ugly man, I do. Well, handsome is as handsome does, that's my motto." When Jacob Gray was fairly in the street, he glanced cautiously about him, and seeing no one, he hugged himself in the notion that he had been too cunning for his enemies, and walked on, keeping, however, very close to the houses, so that he walked in their black shadows, and could not be minutely remarked by any chance passenger. "A black wig," he muttered, "will help materially to disguise me.